Book Fifth, Chapter 5 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book Fifth, Chapter 5. Milly indeed at last couldn't say, so that she had really for the time brought it along to the point so oddly marked for her by her visitor's arrival, the truth that she was enviably strong. She carried this out from that evening, for each hour still left her, and the more easily perhaps that the hours were now narrowly numbered. All she actually waited for was Sir Luke Strett's promised visit, as to her proceeding on which, however, her mind was quite made up. Since he wanted to get at Susie, he should have the freest access, and then perhaps he would see how he liked it. What was between them they might settle as between them, and any pressure it should lift from her own spirit they were at liberty to convert to their use. If the dear man wished to fire Susan Shepherd with a still higher ideal, he would only, after all, at the worst, have Susan on his hands. If devotion, in a word, was what it would come up for the interested pair to organize, she was herself ready to consume it as the dressed and served dish. He had talked to her of her appetite, her account of which she felt must have been vague. But for devotion she could now see this appetite would be of the best. Gross, greedy, ravenous, these were doubtless the proper names for her. She was at all events resigned in advance to the machinations of sympathy. The day that followed her lonely excursion was to be the last but 2 or 3 of their stay in London, and the evening of that day practically ranked for them as, in the matter of outside relations, the last of all. People were by this time quite scattered, and many of those who had so liberally manifested in calls, in cards, in evident sincerity about visits, later on, over the land, had positively passed in music out of sight. Whether as members, these latter, more especially, of Mrs. Loder's immediate circle, or as members of Lord Mark's, our friends, being by this time able to make the distinction. The general pitch had thus decidedly dropped, and the occasions still to be dealt with were special and few. One of these, for Milly, announced itself as the doctor's call already mentioned, as to which she had now had a note from him. The single other, of importance, was their appointed leave-taking for the shortest separation, in respect to Mrs. Loder and Kate. The aunt and the niece were to dine with them alone, intimately and easily as should be consistent with the question of their afterwards going on together to some absurdly belated party, at which they had it from Aunt Maud that they would do well to show. Sir Luke was to make his appearance on the morrow of this, and in respect to that complication Milly had already her plan. The night was at all events hot and stale, and it was late enough by the time the 4 ladies had been gathered in for their small session at the hotel, where the windows were still open to the high balconies, and the flames of the candles, behind the pink shades, disposed as for the vigil of watchers, were motionless in the air in which the season lay dead. What was presently settled among them was that Milly, who betrayed on this occasion a preference more marked than usual, shouldn't hold herself obliged to climb that evening the social stair, however it might stretch to meet her, and that, Mrs. Loder and Mrs. Stringham facing the ordeal together, Kate Croy should remain with her and await their return. It was a pleasure to Milly ever to send Susan Shepherd forth. She saw her go with complacency, liked, as it were, to put people off with her, and noted with satisfaction, when she so moved to the carriage, the further denudation, a markedly ebbing tide, of her little benevolent back. If it wasn't quite Aunt Maud's ideal, moreover, to take out the new American girl's funny friend instead of the new American girl herself, nothing could better indicate the range of that lady's merit than the spirit in which, as at the present hour for instance, she made the best of the minor advantage. And she did this with a broad cheerful absence of illusion. She did it confessing even as much to poor Susie because, frankly, she was good-natured. When Mrs. Stringham observed that her own light was too abjectly borrowed, and that it was as a link alone, fortunately not missing, that she was valued, Aunt Maud concurred to the extent of the remark. "Well, my dear, you're better than nothing." Tonight, furthermore, it came up for Milly that Aunt Maud had something particular in mind. Mrs. Stringham, before adjourning with her, had gone off for some shawl or other accessory, and Kate, as if a little impatient for their withdrawal, had wandered out to the balcony, where she hovered for the time unseen, though with scarce more to look at than the dim London stars and the cruder glow, up the street, on a corner of a small public-house in front of which a fagged cab-horse was thrown into relief. Mrs. Lowder made use of the moment. Milly felt as soon as she had spoken that what she was doing was somehow for use. "Dear Susan tells me that you saw in America Mr. Densher, whom I've never till now, as you may have noticed, asked you about. But do you mind at last, in connection with him, doing something for me?" She had lowered her fine voice to a depth, though speaking with all her rich glibness, and Milly, after a small sharpness of surprise, was already guessing the sense of her appeal. "Will you name him in any way you like to her?" And Aunt Maud gave a nod at the window. "So that you may perhaps find out whether he's back?" Ever so many things for Milly fell into line at this. It was a wonder, she afterwards thought, that she could be conscious of so many at once. She smiled hard, however, for them all. "But I don't know that it's important to me to find out." The array of things was further swollen, however, even as she said this, by its striking her as too much to say. She therefore tried as quickly to say less. "Except you mean of course that it's important to you." She fancied Aunt Maud was looking at her almost as hard as she was herself smiling, and that gave her another impulse. "You know I never have yet named him to her, so that if I should break out now—" "Well?" Mrs. Lowder waited. "Why, she may wonder what I've been making a mystery of. She hasn't mentioned him, you know," Milly went on, "herself." "No?" Her friend a little heavily weighed it. "She wouldn't. So it's she, you see, then, who has made the mystery." Yes, Milly but wanted to see. Only there was so much. "There has been of course no particular reason." Yet that indeed was neither here nor there. "Do you think," she asked, "he is back?" "It will be about this time, I gather, and rather a comfort to me definitely to know." "Then can't you ask her yourself?" "Ah, we never speak of him." It helped Milly for the moment to the convenience of a puzzled pause. "Do you mean he's an acquaintance of whom you disapprove for her?" Aunt Maud as well just hung fire. "I disapprove of her for the poor young man. She doesn't care for him." "And he cares so much?" "Too much, too much. And my fear is," said Mrs. Lowder, "that he privately besets her. She keeps it to herself, but I don't want her worried. Neither, in truth. she both generously and confidentially concluded. "Do I want him?" Milly showed all her own effort to meet the case. "But what can I do?" "You can find out where they are. If I myself try," Mrs. Lowder explained, "I shall appear to treat them as if I supposed them deceiving me." "And you don't. You don't," Milly mused for her, "suppose them deceiving you." "Well," said Aunt Maud, whose fine onyx eyes failed to blink even though Milly's question might have been taken as drawing her rather further than she had originally meant to go. "Well, Kate's thoroughly aware of my views for her, and that I take her being with me at present in the way she is with me, if you know what I mean, for a loyal assent to them. Therefore, as my views don't happen to provide a place at all for Mr. Densher, much in a manner as I like him." Therefore, in short, she had been prompted to this step, though she completed her sentence but sketchily, with the rattle of her large fan. It assisted them for the moment perhaps, however, that Milly was able to pick out of her sense what might serve as the clearest part of it. "You do like him then?" "Oh dear, yes. Don't you?" Milly waited, for the question was somehow as the sudden point of something sharp on a nerve that winced. She just caught her breath, but she had ground for joy afterwards. She felt, in not really having failed to choose with quickness sufficient out of 15 possible answers the one that would best serve her. She was then almost proud, as well, that she had cheerfully smiled. "I did. 3 times. In New York." So came and went, in these simple words, the speech that was to figure for her, later on that night, as the one she had ever uttered that cost her most. She was to lie awake for the gladness of not having taken any line so really inferior as the denial of a happy impression. For Mrs. Lowder also, moreover, her simple words were the right ones. They were at any rate, that lady's laugh showed in the natural note of the racy "You dear American thing! But people may be very good and yet not good for what one wants." "Yes," the girl assented, "even I suppose when what one wants is something very good." "Oh, my child, it would take too long just now to tell you all I want. I want everything at once and together, and ever so much for you too, you know. But you've seen us," Aunt Maud continued. "You'll have made out." "Ah," said Milly, "I don't make out." For again it came that way in rushes she felt an obscurity in things. "Why, if our friend here doesn't like him?" "Should I conceive her interested in keeping things from me?" Mrs. Lowder did justice to the question. "My dear, how can you ask? Put yourself in her place. She meets me, but on her terms. Proud young women are proud young women. And proud old ones are, well, what I am. Fond of you as we both are, you can help us." Milly tried to be inspired. "Does it come back then to my asking her straight?" At this, however, finally Aunt Maud threw her up. "Oh, if you've so many reasons not!" "I've not so many," Milly smiled. "But I've one. If I break out so suddenly on my knowing him, what will she make of my not having spoken before?" Mrs. Lowder looked blank at it. "Why should you care what she makes? You may have only been decently discreet." "Ah, I have been," the girl made haste to say. "Besides," her friend went on, "I suggested to you through Susan your line." Yes, that reason's a reason for me. And for me, Mrs. Loder insisted. She's not therefore so stupid as not to do justice to ground so marked. You can tell her perfectly that I had asked you to say nothing. And may I tell her that you've asked me now to speak? Mrs. Loder might well have thought, yet oddly this pulled her up. You can't do that without? Milly was almost ashamed to be raising so many difficulties. I'll do what I can, if you'll kindly tell me one thing more. She faltered a little. It was so prying, but she brought it out. Will he have been writing to her? It's exactly, my dear, what I should like to know. Mrs. Loder was at last impatient. Push in for yourself, and I dare say she'll tell you. Even now, all the same, Milly had not quite fallen back. It will be pushing in, she continued to smile, for you. She allowed her companion, however, no time to take this up. The point will be that if he has been writing, she may have answered. But what point, you subtle thing, is that? It isn't subtle. It seems to me but quite simple, Milly said, that if she has answered, she has very possibly spoken of me. Very certainly indeed. But what difference will it make? The girl had a moment at this of thinking it natural Mrs. Loder herself should so fail of subtlety. It will make the difference that he'll have written her in reply that he knows me, and that in turn, our young woman explained, will give an oddity to my own silence. How so, if she is perfectly aware of having given you no opening? The only oddity, Aunt Maud lucidly professed, is for yourself. It's in her not having spoken. And there we are, said Milly. And she had uttered it evidently in a tone that struck her friend. Then it has troubled you? But the inquiry had only to be made to bring the rare colour with fine inconsequence to her face. Not really, the least little bit. And quickly feeling the need to abound in this sense, she was on the point to cut short of declaring that she cared after all no scrap how much she obliged. Only she felt at this instant to the intervention of still other things. Mrs. Loder was in the first place already beforehand, already affected as by the sudden vision of her having herself pushed too far. Milly could never judge from her face of her uppermost motive. It was so little, in its hard smooth sheen, that kind of human countenance. She looked hard when she spoke fair. The only thing was that when she spoke hard she didn't likewise look soft. Something none the less had arisen in her now, a full appreciable tide, entering by the rupture of some bar. She announced that if what she had asked was to prove in the least a bore, her young friend was not to dream of it, making her young friend at the same time, by the change in her tone, dream on the spot more profusely. She spoke with a belated light Milly could apprehend. She could always apprehend from pity, and the result of that perception for the girl was singular. It proved to her as quickly that Kate, keeping her secret, had been straight with her. From Kate distinctly, then, as to why she was to be pitied, Aunt Maud knew nothing, and was thereby simply putting in evidence the fine side of her own character. This fine side was that she could almost at any hour, by a kindled preference or a diverted energy, glow for another interest than her own. She exclaimed as well at this moment that Milly must have been thinking round the case much more than she had supposed, and this remark could affect the girl as quickly and as sharply as any other form of the charge of weakness. It was what every one, if she didn't look out, would soon be saying, "There's something the matter with you." What one was therefore oneself concerned immediately to establish was that there was nothing at all. "I shall like to help you. I shall like, so far as that goes, to help Kate herself," she made such haste as she could to declare, her eyes wandering meanwhile across the width of the room to that dusk of the balcony in which their companion perhaps a little unaccountably lingered. She suggested hereby her impatience to begin. She almost overtly wondered at the length of the opportunity this friend was giving them, referring it, however, so far as words went, to the other friend, and breaking off with an amused, "How tremendously Susie must be beautifying!" It only marked Aunt Maud none the less as too preoccupied for her illusion. The onyx eyes were fixed upon her with a polished pressure that must signify some enriched benevolence. "Let it go, my dear. We shall after all soon enough see." "If he has come back we shall certainly see," Milly after a moment replied. "For he'll probably feel that he can't quite civilly not come to see me. Then there," she remarked, "we shall be. It wouldn't then, you see, come through Kate at all. It would come through him, except," she wound up with a smile, "that he won't find me." She had the most extraordinary sense of interesting her guest, in spite of herself, more than she wanted. It was as if her doom so floated her on that she couldn't stop, by very much the same trick it had played her with her doctor. "Shall you run away from him?" She neglected the question, wanting only now to get off. "Then," she went on, "you'll deal with Kate directly." "Shall you run away from her?" Mrs. Lowder profoundly enquired, while they became aware of Susie's return through the room, opening out behind them, in which they had dined. This affected Milly as giving her but an instant, and suddenly with it everything she felt in the connexion rose to her lips for a question that, even as she put it, she knew she was failing to keep colourless. "Is it your own belief that he is with her?" Aunt Maud took in, that is, everything of the tone that she just wanted her not to, and the result for some seconds was but to make their eyes meet in silence. Mrs. Stringham had rejoined them and was asking if Kate had gone, an inquiry at once answered by this young lady's reappearance. They saw her again in the open window, where, looking at them, she had paused, producing thus on Aunt Maud's part almost too impressive a hush. Mrs. Lowder indeed, without loss of time, smothered any danger in a sweeping retreat with Susie. But Milly's words to her, just uttered, about dealing with her niece directly, struck our young woman as already recoiling on herself. Directness, however evaded, would be fully for her; nothing in fact would ever have been for her so direct as the evasion. Kate had remained in the window, very handsome and upright, the outer dark framing in a highly favourable way her summery simplicities and lightnesses of dress. Milly had, given the relation of space, no real fear she had heard their talk. Only she hovered there, as with conscious eyes and some added advantage. Then, indeed, with small delay, her friend sufficiently saw. The conscious eyes, the added advantage were but those she had now always at command, those proper to the person Milly knew as known to Merton Densher. It was for several seconds again as if the total of her identity had been that of the person known to him, a determination having for result another sharpness of its own. Kate had positively but to be there just as she was to tell her he had come back. It seemed to pass between them in fine without a word that he was in London, that he was perhaps only round the corner, and surely therefore no dealing of Milly's with her would yet have been so direct. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 5. Read by Lars Rolander. Book Fifth, Chapter 6 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book Fifth, Chapter 6. It was doubtless because this queer form of directness had in itself, for the hour, seemed so sufficient, that Milly was afterwards aware of having really, all the while during the strange indescribable session before the return of their companions, done nothing to intensify it. If she was most aware only afterwards, under the long and discurtained ordeal of the morrow's dawn, that was because she had really, till their evening's end came, ceased after a little to miss anything from their ostensible comfort. What was behind showed but in gleams and glimpses. What was in front never at all confessed to not holding the stage. 3 minutes hadn't passed before Milly quite knew she should have done nothing Aunt Maud had just asked her. She knew it moreover by much the same light that had acted for her with that lady and with Sir Luke Strett. It pressed upon her then and there that she was still in a current determined, through her indifference, timidity, bravery, generosity, she scarce could say which, by others. That not she but the current acted, and that somebody else always was the keeper of the lock or the dam. Kate, for example, had but to open the floodgate. The current moved in its mass, the current, as it had been, of her doing as Kate wanted. What, somehow, in the most extraordinary way in the world, had Kate wanted but to be of a sudden more interesting than she had ever been? Milly, for their evening then, quite held her breath with the appreciation of it. If she hadn't been sure her companion would have had nothing, from her moments with Mrs. Lowder, to go by, she would almost have seen the admirable creature cutting in to anticipate a danger. This fantasy indeed, while they sat together, dropped after a little, even if only because other fantasies multiplied and clustered, making fairly, for our young woman, the buoyant medium in which her friend talked and moved. They sat together, I say, but Kate moved as much as she talked. She figured there restless and charming, just perhaps a shade perfunctory, repeatedly quitting her place, taking slowly to and fro in the trailing folds of her light dress the length of the room, almost avowedly performing for the pleasure of her hostess. Mrs. Lowder had said to Milly at Matcham that she and her niece, as allies, could practically conquer the world; but though it was a speech about which there had even then been a vague grand glamour, the girl read into it at present more of an approach to a meaning. Kate, for that matter, by herself, could conquer anything, and she, Milly Theale, was probably concerned with the world only as the small scrap of it that most impinged on her, and that was therefore first to be dealt with. On this basis of being dealt with she would doubtless herself do her share of the conquering. She would have something to supply, Kate something to take, each of them thus, to that tune, something for squaring with Aunt Maud's ideal. This in short was what it came to now, that the occasion, in the quiet late lamplight, had the quality of a rough rehearsal of the possible big drama. Milly knew herself dealt with, handsomely, completely. She surrendered to the knowledge, for so it was, she felt, that she supplied her helpful force. And what Kate had to take Kate took as freely and to all appearance as gratefully, accepting afresh with each of her long slow walks the relation between them so established, and consecrating her companion's surrender simply by the interest she gave it. The interest to Milly herself we naturally mean. The interest to Kate Milly felt as probably inferior. It easily and largely came for their present talk, for the quick flight of the hour before the breach of the spell. It all came, when considered, from the circumstance, not in the least abnormal, that the handsome girl was in extraordinary form. Milly remembered her having said that she was at her best late at night, remembered it by its having, with its fine assurance, made her wonder when she was at her best, and how happy people must be who had such a fixed time. She had no time at all. She was never at her best, unless indeed it were exactly as now, in listening, watching, admiring, collapsing. If Kate, moreover, quite mercilessly, had never been so good, the beauty and the marvel of it was that she had never really been so frank, being a person of such a calibre, as Milly would have said, that even while dealing with you and thereby, as it were, picking her steps, she could let herself go, could, in irony, in confidence, in extravagance, tell you things she had never told before. That was the impression, that she was telling things, and quite conceivably for her own relief as well, almost as if the errors of vision, the mistakes of proportion, the residuary innocence of spirit still to be remedied on the part of her auditor, had their moments of proving too much for her nerves. She went at them just now, these sources of irritation, with an amused energy that it would have been open to Milly to regard as cynical, and that was nevertheless called for. As to this the other was distinct, by the way that in certain connections the American mind broke down. It seemed at least the American mind as sitting there thrilled and dazzled in Milly, not to understand English society without a separate confrontation with all the cases. It couldn't proceed by there was some technical term she lacked until Milly suggested both analogy and induction, and then, differently, instinct, none of which were right. It had to be led up and introduced to each aspect of the monster, enabled to walk all round it, whether for the consequent exaggerated ecstasy, or for the still more, as appeared to this critic, disproportionate shock. It might, the monster, Kate conceded, loom large for those born amid forms less developed, and therefore no doubt less amusing. It might on some sides be a strange and dreadful monster, calculated to devour the unwary, to abase the proud, to scandalise the good. But if one had to live with it one must, not to be for ever sitting up, learn how, which was virtually, in short, to night, what the handsome girl showed herself as teaching. She gave away publicly, in this process, Lancaster Gate and everything it contained. She gave away hand over hand, Milly's thrill continued to note, Aunt Maud and Aunt Maud's glories and Aunt Maud's complacencies. She gave herself away most of all, and it was naturally what most contributed to her candour. She didn't speak to her friend once more, in Aunt Maud's strain, of how they could scale the skies. She spoke, by her bright perverse preference on this occasion, of the need, in the first place, of being neither stupid nor vulgar. It might have been a lesson for a young American in the art of seeing things as they were, a lesson so various and so sustained that the pupil had, as we have shown, but receptively to gape. The odd thing furthermore was that it could serve its purpose while explicitly disavowing every personal bias. It wasn't that she disliked Aunt Maud, who was everything she had on other occasions declared. but the dear woman ineffaceably stamped by inscrutable nature and a dreadful art, wasn't, how could she be, what she wasn't? She wasn't any one, she wasn't anything, she wasn't anywhere. Milly mustn't think it, one couldn't, as a good friend, let her. Those hours at Matcham were inespérées, were pure manna from heaven; or if not folly, that perhaps, with humbugging old Lord Mark as a backer, were vain as a ground for hopes and calculations. Lord Mark was very well, but he wasn't the cleverest creature in England, and even if he had been, he still wouldn't have been the most obliging. He weighed it out in ounces, and indeed each of the pair was really waiting for what the other would put down. "She has put down you," said Milly, attached to the subject still, "and I think what you mean is that, on the counter, she still keeps hold of you." "Lest," Kate took it up, "he should suddenly grab me and run." "Oh, as he isn't ready to run he's much less ready, naturally, to grab. I am, you're so far right as that, on the counter, when I'm not in the shop window, in and out of which I'm thus conveniently, commercially whisked, the essence, all of it, of my position, and the price, as properly, of my aunt's protection." Lord Mark was substantially what she had begun with as soon as they were alone. The impression was even yet with Milly of her having sounded his name, having imposed it as a topic in direct opposition to the other name that Mrs. Lowder had left in the air, and that all her own look, as we have seen, kept there at first for her companion. The immediate strange effect had been that of her consciously needing, as it were, an alibi, which successfully she found. She had worked it to the end, ridden it to and fro across the course marked for Milly by Aunt Maud, and now she had quite, so to speak, broken it in. "The bore is that if she wants him so much, wants him, heaven forgive her, for me, he has put us all out since your arrival by wanting somebody else. I don't mean somebody else than you." Milly threw off the charm sufficiently to shake her head. "Then I haven't made out who it is. If I'm any part of his alternative he had better stop where he is." "Truly, truly? Always, always?" Milly tried to insist with an equal gaiety. "Would you like me to swear?" Kate appeared for a moment, though that was doubtless but gaiety too, to think. "Haven't we been swearing enough?" "You have, perhaps, but I haven't, and I ought to give you the equivalent. At any rate, there it is. Truly, truly, as you say, always, always. So I'm not in the way." "Thanks," said Kate, "but that doesn't help me." "Oh, it's as simplifying for him that I speak of it." "The difficulty really is that he's a person with so many ideas that it's particularly hard to simplify for him. That's exactly of course what Aunt Maud has been trying. He won't," Kate firmly continued, "make up his mind about me." "Well," Milly smiled, "give him time." Her friend met it in perfection. "One's doing that, one is. But one remains all the same but one of his ideas." "There's no harm in that," Milly returned. "If you come out in the end as the best of them. What's a man," she pursued, "especially an ambitious one, without a variety of ideas?" "No doubt. The more the merrier." And Kate looked at her grandly. "One can but hope to come out, and do nothing to prevent it." All of which made for the impression, fantastic or not, of the alibi. The splendour, the grandeur, were for Milly the bold ironic spirit behind it, so interesting too in itself. What, further, was not less interesting was the fact, as our young woman noted it, that Kate confined her point to the difficulties, so far as she was concerned, raised only by Lord Mark. She referred now to none that her own taste might present, which circumstance again played its little part. She was doing what she liked in respect to another person, but she was in no way committed to the other person, and her moreover talking of Lord Mark as not young and not true were only the signs of her clear self-consciousness, were all in the line of her slightly hard but scarce the less graceful extravagance. She didn't wish to show too much her consent to be arranged for, but that was a different thing from not wishing sufficiently to give it. There was something on it all as well that Milly still found occasion to say. "If your aunt has been, as you tell me, put out by me, I feel she has remained remarkably kind." "Oh, but she has, whatever might have happened in that respect, plenty of use for you. You put her in, my dear, more than you put her out. You don't half see it, but she has clutched your petticoat. You can do anything, you can do, I mean lots that we can't. You're an outsider, independent and standing by yourself. You're not hideously relative to tires and tires of others." And Kate, facing in that direction, went further and further, wound up, while Milly gaped, with extraordinary words. "We're of no use to you. It's decent to tell you. You'd be of use to us, but that's a different matter. My honest advice to you would be," she went indeed all lengths, "to drop us while you can. It would be funny if you didn't soon see how awfully better you can do. We've not really done for you the least thing worth speaking of, nothing you mightn't easily have had in some other way. Therefore you're under no obligation. You won't want us next year, we shall only continue to want you. But that's no reason for you, and you mustn't pay too dreadfully for poor Mrs. Stringham's having let you in. She has the best conscience in the world, she's enchanted with what she has done, but you shouldn't take your people from her. It has been quite awful to see you do it." Milly tried to be amused so as not, it was too absurd, to be fairly frightened. Strange enough indeed, if not natural enough, that, late at night thus, in a mere mercenary house, with Susie away, a want of confidence should possess her. She recalled with all the rest of it the next day, piecing things together in the dawn, that she had felt herself alone with a creature who paced like a panther. That was a violent image, but it made her a little less ashamed of having been scared. For all her scare, none the less, she had now the sense to find words. "And yet without Susie I shouldn't have had you." It had been at this point, however, that Kate flickered highest. "Oh, you may very well loathe me yet." Really at last thus it had been too much, as with her own least feeble flare, after a wondering watch, Milly had shown. She hadn't cared, she had too much wanted to know; and though a small solemnity of remonstrance, a sombre strain, had broken into her tone, it was to figure as her nearest approach to serving Mrs. Lowder. "Why do you say such things to me?" This unexpectedly had acted by a sudden turn of Kate's attitude as a happy speech. She had risen as she spoke, and Kate had stopped before her, shining at her instantly with a softer brightness. Poor Milly hereby enjoyed one of her views of how people, wincing oddly, were often touched by her. "Because you're a dove," with which she felt herself ever so delicately, so considerately embraced, not with familiarity or as a liberty taken, but almost ceremonially and in the manner of an accolade, partly as if, though a dove who could perch on a finger, one were also princess with whom forms were to be observed. It even came to her through the touch of her companion's lips that this form, this cool pressure, fairly sealed the sense of what Kate had just said. It was moreover for the girl like an inspiration she found herself accepting as the right one, while she caught her breath with relief, the name so given her. She met it on the instant as she would have met revealed truth. It lighted up the strange dusk in which she lately had walked. That was what was the matter with her. She was a dove. Oh, wasn't she? It echoed within her as she became aware of the sound, outside, of the return of their friends. There was the next thing, little enough doubt about it after Aunt Maud had been 2 minutes in the room. She had come up Mrs. Lowder with Susan, which she needn't have done, at that hour, instead of letting Kate come down to her, so that Milly could be quite sure it was to catch hold in some way of the loose end they had left. Well, the way she did catch was simply to make the point that it didn't now in the least matter. She had mounted the stairs for this, and she had her moment again with her younger hostess while Kate, on the spot, as the latter at the time noted, gave Susan Shepherd unwonted opportunities. Kate was, in other words, as Aunt Maud engaged her friend, listening with the handsomest response to Mrs. Stringham's impression of the scene they had just quitted. It was in the tone of the fondest indulgence, almost really that of dove cooing to dove, that Mrs. Lowder expressed to Milly the hope that it had all gone beautifully. Her all had an ample benevolence. It soothed and simplified. She spoke as if it were the two young women, not she and her comrade, who had been facing the town together. But Milly's answer had prepared itself while Aunt Maud was on the stair. She had felt in a rush all the reasons that would make it the most dove-like, and she gave it while she was about it, as earnest, as candid. "I don't think, dear lady, he's here." It gave her straightway the measure of the success she could have as a dove. That was recorded in the long look of deep criticism, a look without a word that Mrs. Lowder poured forth, and the word presently bettered it still. "Oh, you exquisite thing!" The luscious innuendo of it, almost startling, lingered in the room after the visitors had gone, like an over sweet fragrance; but left alone with Mrs. Stringham, Milly continued to breathe it. She studied again the dove-like, and so set her companion to mere rich reporting that she averted all inquiry into her own case. That, with the new day, was once more her law, though she saw before her, of course, as something of a complication, her need each time to decide. She should have to be clear as to how a dove would act. She settled it, she thought, well enough this morning by quite readopting her plan in respect to Sir Luke Strett. That, she was pleased to reflect, had originally been pitched in the key of a merely iridescent drab, and although Mrs. Stringham, after breakfast, began by staring at it as if it had been a priceless Persian carpet suddenly unrolled at her feet, she had no scruple at the end of 5 minutes in leaving her to make the best of it. "Sir Luke Strett comes by appointment to see me at 11, but I'm going out on purpose. He is to be told, please, deceptively, that I am at home, and you, as my representative, when he comes up, are to see him instead. He liked that this time better, so do be nice to him." It had taken naturally more explanation, and the mention, above all, of the fact that the visitor was the greatest of doctors. Yet when once the key had been offered, Susie slipped it on her bunch, and her young friend could again feel her lovely imagination operate. It operated in truth very much as Mrs. Lowder's, at the last, had done the night before. It made the air heavy once more with the extravagance of a scent. It might afresh almost have frightened our young woman to see how people rushed to meet her. Had she, then, so little time to live that the road must always be spared her? It was as if they were helping her to take it out on the spot. Susie, she couldn't deny, and didn't pretend to, might, of a truth, on her side, have treated such news as a flash merely lurid, as to which, to do Susie justice, the pain of it was all there. But none the less the margin always allowed her young friend was all there as well, and the proposal now made her was what it in short but Byzantine. The vision of Milly's perception of the propriety of the matter had, at any rate, quickly engulfed, so far as her attitude was concerned, any surprise and any shock, so that she only desired the next thing perfectly to possess the facts. Milly could easily speak on this as if there were only one. She made nothing of such another as that she had felt herself menaced. The great fact, in fine, was that she knew him to desire just now, more than anything else, to meet quite apart some one interested in her. Who, therefore, so interested as her faithful Susan? The only other circumstance that, by the time she had quitted her friend, she had treated as worth mentioning was the circumstance of her having at first intended to keep quiet. She had originally best seen herself as sweetly secretive. As to that she had changed, and her present request was the result. She didn't say why she had changed, but she trusted her faithful Susan. Their visitor would trust her not less, and she herself would adore their visitor. Moreover, he wouldn't, the girl felt sure, tell her anything dreadful. The worst would be that he was in love, and that he needed a confidant to work it. And now she was going to the National Gallery. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 6. Read by Lars Rolander. Book Fifth, Chapter 7 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book Fifth, Chapter 7. The idea of the National Gallery had been with her from the moment of her hearing from Sir Luke Strett about his hour of coming. It had been in her mind as a place so meagrely visited, as one of the places that had seemed at home one of the attractions of Europe and one of its highest aids to culture, but that the old story, the typical frivolous, always ended by sacrificing to vulgar pleasures. She had had perfectly, at those whimsical moments at the Brunish, the half-shamed sense of turning her back on such opportunities for real improvement as had figured to her, from of old, in connection with the Continental tour, under the general head of pictures and things. And at last she knew for what she had done so. The plea had been explicit. She had done so for life as opposed to learning, the upshot of which had been that life was now beautifully provided for. In spite of those few dips and dashes into the many-coloured stream of history for which of late Kate Croy had helped her to find time, there were possible great chances she had neglected, possible great moments she should save for to-day, have all but missed. She might still, she had felt, overtake one or two of them among the Tizians and the Turners. She had been honestly nursing the hour, and, once she was in the benignant halls, her faith knew itself justified. It was the air she wanted, and the world she would now exclusively choose. The quiet chambers, nobly overwhelming, rich but slightly veiled, opened out round her, and made her presently say, "If I could lose myself here!" There were people, people in plenty, but admirably no personal question. It was immense, outside the personal question, but she had blissfully left it outside, and the nearest it came, for a quarter of an hour, to glimmering again into view was when she watched for a little one of the more earnest of the lady copyists. Two or three in particular, spectacled, aproned, absorbed, engaged her sympathy to an absurd extent, seemed to show her for the time the right way to live. She should have been a lady copyist. It met so the case. The case was the case of escape, of living under water, of being at once impersonal and firm. There it was before one had only to stick and stick. Milly yielded to this charm till she was almost ashamed. She watched the lady copyists till she found herself wondering what would be thought by others of a young woman of adequate aspect who should appear to regard them as the pride of the place. She would have liked to talk to them, to get, as it figured to her, into their lives, and was deterred but by the fact that she didn't quite see herself as purchasing imitations, and yet feared she might excite the expectation of purchase. She really knew before long that what held her was the mere refuge that something within her was after all too weak for the Turners and Titians. They joined hands about her in a circle too vast, though a circle that a year before she would only have desired to trace. They were truly for the larger, not for the smaller life, the life of which the actual pitch, for example, was an interest, the interest of compassion in misguided efforts. She marked absurdly her little stations, blinking in her shrinkage of curiosity at the glorious walls, yet keeping an eye on vistas and approaches, so that she shouldn't be flagrantly caught. The vistas and approaches drew her in this way from room to room, and she had been through many parts of the show, as she supposed, when she sat down to rest. There were chairs in scant clusters, places from which one could gaze. Milly indeed at present fixed her eyes more than elsewhere on the appearance, first, that she couldn't quite after all have accounted to an examiner for the order of her schools, and then on that of her being more tired than she had meant, in spite of her having been so much less intelligent. They found her eyes, it should be added, other occupation as well, which she let them freely follow. They rested largely, in her vagueness, on the vagueness of other visitors. They attached themselves in especial, with mixed results, to the surprising stream of her compatriots. She was struck with the circumstance that the great museum, early in August, was haunted with these pilgrims, as also with that of her knowing them from afar, marking them easily, each and all, and recognizing not less promptly that they had ever new lights for her, new lights on their own darkness. She gave herself up at last, and it was a consummation like another. What she should have come to the National Gallery for to-day would be to watch the copyists and reckon the Baedekers. That perhaps was the moral of a menaced state of health, that one would sit in public places and count the Americans. It passed the time in a manner, but it seemed already the second line of defence, and this notwithstanding the pattern so unmistakable of her countryfolk. They were cut out as by scissors, coloured, labelled, mounted, but the relation to her failed to act. They somehow did nothing for her. Partly, no doubt, they didn't so much as notice or know her, didn't even recognize their community of collapse with her, the sign on her as she sat there that for her too Europe was tough. It came to her idly thus, for her humour could still play, that she didn't seem then the same success with them as with the inhabitants of London, who had taken her up on scarce more of an acquaintance. She could wonder if they would be different should she go back with this glamour attached, and she could also wonder, if it came to that, whether she would ever go back. Her friends straggled past, at any rate, in all the vividness of their absent criticism, and she had even at last the sense of taking a mean advantage. There was a finer instant, however, at which three ladies, clearly a mother and daughter, had paused before her under compulsion of a comment apparently just uttered by one of them, and referring to some object on the other side of the room. Milly had her back to the object, but her face very much to her young compatriot, the one who had spoken and in whose look she perceived a certain gloom of recognition. Recognition, for that matter, sat confessedly in her own eyes. She knew the three, generically, as easily as a schoolboy with a crib in his lap would know the answer in class. She felt like the schoolboy, guilty enough, questioned, as honour went, as to her right so to possess, to dispossess, people who hadn't consciously provoked her. She would have been able to say where they lived, and also how, had the place and the way been but amenable to the positive. She bent tenderly in imagination over Marischal paternal Mr. Whatever he was, at home, eternally named, with all the honours and placidities, but eternally unseen and existing only as some one who could be financially heard from. The mother, the puffed and composed whiteness of whose hair had no relation to her apparent age, showed a countenance almost chemically clean and dry. Her companions wore an air of vague resentment humanized by fatigue, and the three were equally adorned with short cloaks of coloured cloth surmounted by little tartan hoods. The tartans were doubtless conceivable as different, but the cloaks, curiously, only thinkable as one. Handsome? Well, if you choose to say so. It was the mother who had spoken, who herself added, after a pause during which Milly took the reference as to a picture, "In the English style." The three pair of eyes had converged, and their possessors had for an instant rested, with the effect of a drop of the subject, on this last characterization; with that, too, of a gloom not less mute in one of the daughters than murmured in the other. Milly's heart went out to them while they turned their backs. She said to herself that they ought to have known her, that there was something between them they might have beautifully put together. But she had lost them also. They were cold. They left her in her weak wonder as to what they had been looking at. The handsome disposed her to turn, all the more that the English style would be the English school, which she liked, only she saw before moving, by the array on the side facing her, that she was in fact among small Dutch pictures. The action of this was again appreciable, the dim surmise that it wouldn't then be by a picture that the spring in the three ladies had been pressed. It was at all events time she should go, and she turned as she got on her feet. She had had behind her one of the entrances and various visitors who had come in while she sat, visitors single and in pairs, by one of the former of whom she felt her eyes suddenly held. This was a gentleman in the middle of the place, a gentleman who had removed his hat and was for a moment, while he glanced absently, as she could see, at the top tier of the collection, tapping his forehead with his pocket-handkerchief. The occupation held him long enough to give Milly time to take for granted, and a few seconds sufficed, that his face was the object just observed by her friends. This could only have been because she concurred in their tribute, even qualified, and indeed The English style of the gentleman, perhaps by instant contrast to the American, was what had had the arresting power. This arresting power, at the same time, and that was the marvel, had already sharpened almost to pain, for in the very act of judging the bared head with detachment she felt herself shaken by a knowledge of it. It was Merton Densher's own, and he was standing there, standing long enough unconscious for her to fix him and then hesitate. These successions were swift, so that she could still ask herself in freedom if she had best let him see her. She could still reply to this that she shouldn't like him to catch her in the effort to prevent it. And she might further have decided that he was too preoccupied to see anything had not a perception intervened that surpassed the first in violence. She was unable to think afterwards how long she had looked at him before knowing herself as otherwise looked at. All she was coherently to put together was that she had had a second recognition without his having noticed her. The source of this latter shock was nobody less than Kate Croy. Kate Croy, who was suddenly also in the line of vision, and whose eyes met her eyes at their next movement. Kate was but 2 yards off. Mr. Densher wasn't alone. Kate's face specifically said so, for after a stare as blank at first as Milly's, it broke into a far smile. That was what, wonderfully, in addition to the marvel of their meeting, passed from her for Milly the instant reduction to easy terms of the fact of their being there. The two young women together. It was perhaps only afterwards that the girl fully felt the connection between this touch and her already established conviction that Kate was a prodigious person. Yet on the spot she none the less, in a degree, knew herself handled and again, as she had been the night before, dealt with, absolutely even dealt with for her greater pleasure. A minute in fine hadn't elapsed before Kate had somehow made her provisionally take everything as natural. The provisional was just the charm, acquiring that character from one moment to the other. It represented happily so much that Kate would explain on the very first chance. This left moreover, and that was the greatest wonder, all due margin for amusement at the way things happened, the monstrous oddity of their turning up in such a place on the very heels of their having separated without allusion to it. The handsome girl was thus literally in control of the scene by the time Merton Densher was ready to exclaim with a high flush or a vivid blush, one didn't distinguish the embarrassment from the joy, "Why, Miss Theale, fancy!" and "Why, Miss Theale, what luck!" Miss Theale had meanwhile the sense that for him too, on Kate's part, something wonderful and unspoken was determinant; and this although, distinctly, his companion had no more looked at him with a hint than he had looked at her with a question. He had looked, and was looking, only at Milly herself, ever so pleasantly and considerately she scarce knew what to call it, but without prejudice to her consciousness, all the same, that women got out of predicaments better than men. The predicament of course wasn't definite nor phraseable, and the way they let all phrasing pass was presently to recur to our young woman as a characteristic triumph of the civilized state. But she took it for granted, insistently, with a small private flare of passion, because the one thing she could think of to do for him was to show him how she eased him off. She would really, tired and nervous, have been much disconcerted if the opportunity in question hadn't saved her. It was what had saved her most, what had made her, after the first few seconds, almost as brave for Kate as Kate was for her, had made her only ask herself what their friend would like of her. That he was at the end of 3 minutes, without the least complicated reference, so smoothly "their friend," was just the effect of their all being sublimely civilized. The flash in which he saw this was, for Milly, fairly inspiring, to that degree in fact that she was even now, on such a plane, yearning to be supreme. It took, no doubt, a big dose of inspiration to treat as not funny, or at least as not unpleasant, the anomaly, for Kate, that she knew their gentleman, and for herself that Kate was spending the morning with him. But everything continued to make for this after Milly had tasted of her draught. She was to wonder in subsequent reflection what in the world they had actually said, since they had made such a success of what they didn't say. The sweetness of the draught for the time, at any rate, was to feel success assured. What depended on this for Mr. Densher was all obscurity to her, and she perhaps but invented the image of his need as a short cut to accommodation. Whatever the facts, their perfect manners, all round, saw them through. The finest part of Milly's own inspiration, it may further be mentioned, was the quick perception that what would be of most service was, so to speak, her own native wood note. She had long been conscious with shame for her thin blood, or at least for her poor economy of her unused margin as an American girl, closely indeed as in English air the next might appear to cover the page. She still had reserves of spontaneity if not of comicality, so that all this cash in hand could now find employment. She became as spontaneous as possible as an American, as it might conveniently appeal to Mr. Densher, after his travels, to find her. She said things in the air, and yet flattered herself that she struck him as saying them not in the tone of agitation, but in the tone of New York. In the tone of New York agitation was beautifully discounted, and she had now a sufficient view of how much it might accordingly help her. The help was fairly rendered before they left the place. When her friends presently accepted her invitation to adjourn with her to luncheon at her hotel, it was in Fifth Avenue that the meal might have waited. Kate had never been there so straight, but Milly was at present taking her, and if Mr. Densher had been he had at least never had to come so fast. She proposed it as the natural thing, proposed it as the American girl, and she saw herself quickly justified by the pace at which she was followed. The beauty of the case was that to do it all she had only to appear to take Kate's hint. This had said in its fine first smile, "Oh yes, our look's queer, but give me time," and the American girl could give time as nobody else could. What Milly thus gave she therefore made them take, even if, as they might surmise, it was rather more than they wanted. In the porch of the museum she expressed her preference for a four-wheeler. They would take their course in that guise precisely to multiply the minutes. She was more than ever justified by the positive charm that her spirit imparted even to their use of this conveyance, and she touched her highest point, that is certainly for herself, as she ushered her companions into the presence of Susie. Susie was there with luncheon as well as with her return in prospect, and nothing could now have filled her own consciousness more to the brim than to see this good friend take in how little she was abjectly anxious. The cup itself actually offered to this good friend might in truth well be startling, for it was composed beyond question of ingredients oddly mixed. She caught Susie fairly looking at her as if to know whether she had brought in guests to hear Sir Luke Strett's report. Well, it was better her companion should have too much than too little to wonder about. She had come out anyway, as they said at home, for the interest of the thing, and interest truly sat in her eyes. Milly was none the less, at the sharpest crisis, a little sorry for her. She could of necessity extract from the odd scenes so comparatively little of a soothing secret. She saw Mr. Densher suddenly popping up, but she saw nothing else that had happened. She saw in the same way her young friend indifferent to her young friend's doom, and she lacked what would explain it. The only thing to keep her in patience was the way, after luncheon, Kate almost, as might be said, made up to her. This was actually, perhaps as well, what most kept Milly herself in patience. It had in fact for our young woman a positive beauty, was so marked as a deviation from the handsome girl's previous courses. Susie had been a bore to the handsome girl, and the change was now suggestive. The two sat together after they had risen from table in the apartment in which they had lunched, making it thus easy for the other guest and his entertainer to sit in the room adjacent. This, for the latter personage, was the beauty. It was almost, on Kate's part, like a prayer to be relieved. If she honestly liked better to be thrown with Susan Shepherd than with their other friend, why that said practically everything. It didn't perhaps altogether say why she had gone out with him for the morning, but it said, as one thought, about as much as she could say to his face. Little by little, indeed, under the vividness of Kate's behaviour, the probabilities fell back into their order. Merton Densher was in love, and Kate couldn't help it, could only be sorry and kind. Wouldn't that, without wild flurries, cover everything? Milly at all events tried it as a cover, tried it hard for the time, pulled it over her, in front, the larger room, drew it up to her chin with energy. If it didn't, so treated, do everything for her, it did so much that she could herself supply the rest. She made that up by the interest of her great question, the question of whether, seeing him once more, with all that, as she called it to herself, had come and gone, her impression of him would be different from the impression received in New York. That had held her from the moment of their leaving the museum. It kept her company through their drive and during luncheon, and now that she was a quarter of an hour alone with him it became acute. She was to feel at this crisis that no clear, no common answer, no direct satisfaction on this point was to reach her. She was to see her question itself simply go to pieces. She couldn't tell if he were different or not, and she didn't know nor care if she were. These things had ceased to matter in the light of the only thing she did know. This was that she liked him, as she put it to herself, as much as ever. And if that were to amount to liking a new person the amusement would be but the greater. She had thought him at first very quiet, in spite of his recovery from his original confusion, though even the shade of bewilderment she yet perceived had not been due to such vagueness on the subject of her re-intensified identity as the probable sight over there of many thousands of her kind would sufficiently have justified. No, he was quiet, inevitably, for the first half of the time, because Milly's own lively line, the line of spontaneity, made everything else relative, and because, too, so far as Kate was spontaneous, it was ever so finely in the air among them that the normal pitch must be kept. Afterwards, when they had got a little more used, as it were, to each other's separate felicity, he had begun to talk more clearly, bethinking himself at a given moment of what his natural lively line would be. It would be able to take for granted she must wish to hear of the States, and to give her in its order everything he had seen and done there. He abounded of a sudden, he almost insisted. He returned after breaks to the charge, and the effect was perhaps the more odd as he gave no clue whatever to what he had admired as he went or to what he hadn't. He simply drenched her with his sociable story, especially during the time they were away from the others. She had stopped then being American, all to let him be English, a permission of which he took, she could feel, both immense and unconscious advantage. She had really never cared less for the States than at this moment, but that had nothing to do with the matter. It would have been the occasion of her life to learn about them, for nothing could put him off, and he ventured on no reference to what had happened for herself. It might have been almost as if he had known that the greatest of all these adventures was her doing just what she did then. It was at this point that she saw the smash of her great question complete, saw that all she had to do with was the sense of being there with him. And there was no chill for this in what she also presently saw, that however he had begun, he was now acting from a particular desire, determined either by new facts or new fancies to be like every one else, simplifyingly kind to her. He had caught on already as to manner, fallen into line with every one else, and if his spirits verily had gone up, it might well be that he had thus felt himself lighting on the remedy for all awkwardness. Whatever he did or he didn't, Milly knew she should still like him. There was no alternative to that. But her heart could none the less sink a little on feeling how much this view of her was destined to have in common with, as she now sighed over it, the view. She could have dreamt of his not having the view, of his having something or other, if need be quite viewless, of his own. But he might have what he could with least trouble, and the view wouldn't be after all a positive bar to her seeing him. The defect of it in general, if she might so ungraciously criticise, was that, by its sweet universality, it made relations rather prosaically a matter of course. It anticipated and superseded the likewise sweet operation of real affinities. It was this that was doubtless marked in her power to keep him now, this and her glassy lustre of attention to his pleasantness about the scenery in the Rockies. She was in truth a little measuring her success in detaining him by Kate's success in standing Susan. It wouldn't be, if she could help it, Mr. Densher who should first break down. Such at least was one of the forms of the girl's inward tension. But beneath even this deep reason was a motive still finer. What she had left at home on going out to give it a chance was meanwhile still, was more sharply and actively there. What had been at the top of her mind about it and then violently pushed down, this quantity was again working up. As soon as their friends should go Susie would break out, and what she would break out upon wouldn't be interested in that gentleman as she had more than once shown herself, the personal fact of Mr. Densher. Milly had found in her face at luncheon a feverish glitter, and it told what she was full of. She didn't care now for Mr. Densher's personal facts. Mr. Densher had risen before her only to find his proper place in her imagination already of a sudden occupied. His personal fact failed, so far as she was concerned, to be personal, and her companion noticed the failure. This could only mean that she was full to the brim of Sir Luke's threat and of what she had had from him. What had she had from him? It was indeed now working upward again that Milly would do well to know, though knowledge looked stiff in the light of Susie's glitter. It was therefore on the whole because Densher's young hostess was divided from it by so thin a partition that she continued to cling to the Rockies. End of Book Fifth, Chapter 7, and end of Volume 1 of The Wings of the Dove. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 6, Chapter 1 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kritika. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 6, Chapter 1. "I say, you know, Kate, you did stay," had been Merton Densher's punctual remark on their adventure after they had, as it were, got out of it, an observation which she, not less promptly on her side, let him see that she forgave in him only because he was a man. She had to recognize with whatever disappointment that it was doubtless the most helpful he could make in this character. The fact of the adventure was flagrant between them. They had looked at each other on gaining the street as people look who have just rounded together a dangerous corner, and there was therefore already enough unanimity sketched out to have lighted, for their companion, anything equivocal in her action. But the amount of light men did need. Kate could have been eloquent at this moment about that. What, however, on his seeing more, struck him as most distinct in her was her sense that, reunited after his absence, and having been now the morning together, it behoved them to face without delay the question of handling their immediate future. That it would require some handling, that they should still have to deal in a crafty manner with difficulties and delays, was the great matter he had come back to, greater than any but the refreshed consciousness of their personal need of each other. This need had had 20 minutes the afternoon before to find out where it stood, and the time was fully accounted for by the charm of the demonstration. He had arrived at Euston at 5, having wired her from Liverpool the moment he landed, and she had quickly decided to meet him at the station, whatever publicity might attend such an act. When he had praised her for it on alighting from his train, she had answered frankly enough that such things should be taken at a jump. She didn't care today who saw her, and she profited by it for her joy. Tomorrow, inevitably, she should have time to think, and then, as inevitably, would become a baser creature, a creature of alarms and precautions. It was none the less for tomorrow at an early hour that she had appointed their meeting, keeping in mind for the present a particular obligation to show at Lancaster Gate by 6 o'clock. She had given with imprecations her reason, people to tea eternally, and a promise to Aunt Maud. But she had been liberal enough on the spot, and had suggested the National Gallery for the morning quite as with an idea that had ripened in expectancy. They might be seen there too, but nobody would know them, just as, for that matter, now, in the refreshment room to which they had adjourned, they would incur the notice, but, at the worst, unacquainted. They would have something there for the facility it would give. Thus had it already come up for them again that they had no place of convenience. He found himself on English soil with all sorts of feelings, but he hadn't quite faced having to reckon with a certain ruefulness in regard to that subject as one of the strongest. He was aware later on that there were questions his impatience had shirked, whereby it actually rather smote him for want of preparation and assurance that he had nowhere to take his love. He had taken it thus at Euston, and on Kate's own suggestion, into the place where people had beer and buns, and had ordered tea at a small table in the corner, which, no doubt, as they were lost in the crowd, did well enough for a stop-gap. It perhaps did as well as her simply driving with him to the door of his lodgings, which had had to figure as the sole device of his own wit. That wit, the truth was, had broken down a little at the sharp provision that once at his door they could have to hang back. She would have to stop there, wouldn't come in with him, couldn't possibly, and he shouldn't be able to ask her, would feel he couldn't without betraying a deficiency of what would be called, even at their advanced stage, respect for her. That again was all that was clear, except the further fact that it was maddening. Compressed and concentrated, confined to a single sharp pang or two, but none the less in wait for him, there on the Euston platform, and lifting its head as that of a snake in the garden, was the disconcerting sense that respect in their game seemed somehow, he scarce knew what to call it, a fifth wheel to the coach. It was properly an inside thing, not an outside, a thing to make love greater, not to make happiness less. They had met again for happiness, and he distinctly felt, during his most lucid moment or two, how he must keep watch on anything that really menaced that boon. If Kate had consented to drive away with him and alight at his house, there would probably enough have occurred for them, at the foot of his steps, one of those strange instants between man and woman that blow upon the red spark, the spark of conflict, even latent in the depths of passion. She would have shaken her head, oh, sadly, divinely, on the question of coming in, and he, though doing all justice to her refusal, would have yet felt his eyes reach further into her own than a possible word at such a time could reach. This would have meant suspicion, the dread of the shadow of an adverse will. Lucky, therefore, in the actual case, that the scant minutes took another turn, and that by the half-hour she did, in spite of everything, contrive to spend with him, Kate showed so well how she could deal with things that maddened. She seemed to ask him, to beseech him, and for all his better comfort, to leave her now, and henceforth to treat them in her own way. She had still met in naming so promptly, for their early convenience, one of the great museums, and indeed with such happy art that his fully seeing where she had placed him hadn't been till after he left her. His absence from her for so many weeks had had such an effect upon him that his demands, his desires, had grown, and only the night before, as his ship steamed beneath summer stars in sight of the Irish coast, he had felt all the force of his particular necessity. He hadn't, in other words, at any point doubted he was on his way to say to her that really their mistake must end. Their mistake was to have believed that they could hold out, that is, not against Aunt Maud, but against an impatience that, prolonged and exasperated, made a man ill. He had known more than ever on their separating in the court of the station how ill a man, and even a woman, could feel from such a cause. But he struck himself as also knowing that he had already suffered Kate to begin finally to apply antidotes and remedies and subtle sedatives. It had a vulgar sound, as throughout in love the names of things, the verbal terms of intercourse were, compared with love itself, horribly vulgar. But it was as if, after all, he might have come back to find himself put off, though it would take him, of course, a day or two to see. His letters from the States had pleased whom it concerned, though not so much as he had meant they should, and he should be paid according to agreement, and would now take up his money. It wasn't in truth very much to take up, so that he hadn't in the least come back flourishing a cheque-book. That new motive for bringing his mistress to terms he couldn't therefore pretend to produce. The ideal certainty would have been to be able to present a change of prospect as a warrant for the change of philosophy, and without it he should have to make shift, but with the pretext of the lapse of time. The lapse of time, not so many weeks after all, she might always of course say, couldn't at any rate have failed to do something for him. And that consideration it was that had just now tidied him over, all the more that he had his vision of what it had done personally for Kate. This had come out for him with a splendor that almost scared him, even in their small corner of the room at Euston, almost scared him, because it seemed to blaze at him that waiting was the game of dupes. Not yet had she been so the creature he had originally seen. Not yet had he felt so soundly safe sure. It was all there for him, playing on his pride of possession, as a hidden master in a great dim church might play on the grandest organ. His final sense was that a woman couldn't be like that and then ask one the impossible. She had been like that afresh on the morrow, and so for the hour they had been able to float in the mere joy of contact, such contact as their situation in pictured public halls permitted. This poor makeshift for closeness confessed itself in truth by 20 small signs of unrest, even on Kate's part, inadequate. So little could a decent interest in the interesting place presume to remind them of its claims. They had met there in order not to meet in the streets, and not again with an equal want of invention and of style at a railway station, not again either in Kensington Gardens, which they could easily and tacitly agree would have had too much of their taste and of their old frustrations. The present taste, the taste that morning in the pictured halls, had been a variation. Yet Densher had, at the end of a quarter of an hour, fully known what to conclude from it. This fairly consoled him from their awkwardness, as if he had been watching it affect her. She might be as nobly charming as she liked, and he had seen nothing to touch her in the States. She couldn't pretend that in such conditions as those she herself believed it enough to appease him. She couldn't pretend she believed he would believe it enough to render her a like service. It wasn't enough for that purpose. She as good as showed him it wasn't. That was what he could be glad by demonstration to have brought her to. He would have said to her, had he put it crudely and on the spot, "Now, am I to understand that you consider this sort of thing can go on?" It would have been open to her, no doubt, to reply that to have him with her again, to have him all kept and treasured, so still under her grasping hand, as she had held him in their yearning interval, was the sort of thing that he must allow her to have no quarrel about. But that would be a mere gesture of her grace, a mere spot of her subtlety. She knew as well as he what they wanted, in spite of which, indeed, he scarce could have said how beautifully he might not once more have named it and urged it if she hadn't, at a given moment, blurred, as it were, the accord. They had soon seated themselves for better talk, and so they had remained a while intimate and superficial. The immediate things to say had been many, for they hadn't exhausted them at Euston. They drew upon them freely now, and Kate appeared quite to forget, which was prodigiously becoming of her, to look about for surprises. He was to try afterwards, and try in vain, to remember what speech or what silence of his own, what natural sign of the eyes or accidental touch of the hand had precipitated for her, in the midst of this, a sudden different impulse. She had got up, with inconsequence, as if to break the charm, though he wasn't aware of what he had done at the moment to make the charm a danger. She had patched it up agreeably enough the next minute by some odd remark about some picture, to which he hadn't so much as replied, it being quite independently of this that he had himself exclaimed on the dreadful closeness of the rooms. He had observed that they must go out again to breathe, and it was as if their common consciousness, while they passed into another part, was that of persons who, infinitely engaged together, had been startled and were trying to look natural. It was probably while they were so occupied, as the young man subsequently reconceived, that they had stumbled upon his little New York friend. He thought of her for some reason as little, though she was of about Kate's height, to which, any more than to any other felicity in his mistress, he had never applied the diminutive. What was to be, in the retrospect, more distinct to him was the process by which he had become aware that Kate's acquaintance with her was greater than he had gathered. She had written of it in due course as a new and amusing one, and he had written back that he had met over there, and that he much liked the young person, whereupon she had answered that he must find out more about her at home. Kate, in the event, however, had not returned to that, and he had, of course, with so many things to find out about, been otherwise taken up. Little Miss Thiely's individual history was not stuff for his newspaper, besides which, moreover, he was seeing but too many little Miss Thieles. They even went so far as to impose themselves as one of the groups of social phenomena that fell into the scheme of his public letters. For this group in especial, perhaps, the irrepressible, the supereminent young persons, his best pen was ready. Thus it was that they could come back to him in London an hour or two after their luncheon with the American pair, the sense of a situation for which Kate hadn't wholly prepared him. Possibly, indeed, as marked as this was his recovered perceptions that preparations of more than one kind had been exactly what, both yesterday and today, he felt her as having in hand. That appearance, in fact, if he dwelt on it, so ministered to apprehension as to require some bursting away. He shook off the suspicion to some extent on their separating first from their hostesses and then from each other by the aid of a long and rather aimless walk. He was to go to the office later, but he had the next 2 or 3 hours, and he gave himself as a pretext that he had eaten much too much, after Kate had asked him to put her into a cab, which, as announced, a resumed policy on her part, he found himself deprecating. He stood a while by the corner and looked vaguely forth at his London. There was always, doubtless, a moment for the absentee recaptured, the moment, that of the reflux of the first emotion, at which it was beyond disproof that one was back. His full parenthesis was closed, and he was once more but a sentence of a sort in the general text, the text that, from his momentary street corner, showed as a great grey page of print that somehow managed to be crowded without being fine. The grey, however, was more or less the blur of a point of view not yet quite seized again, and there could be colour enough to come out. He was back, flatly enough, but back to possibilities and prospects, and the ground he now somewhat sightlessly covered was the act of renewed possession. He walked northward without a plan, without suspicion, quite in the direction his little New York friend, in her restless ramble, had taken a day or two before. He reached, like Milly, the Regent's Park, and though he moved further and faster, he finally sat down, like Milly, from the force of thought. For him too, in this position, be it added, and he might positively have occupied the same bench, various troubled fancies folded their wings. He had no more yet said what he really wanted than Kate herself had found time. She should hear enough of that in a couple of days. He had practically not pressed her as to what most concerned them. It had seemed so to concern them during these first hours, but to hold each other, spiritually speaking, close. This at any rate was palpable, that there were at present more things rather than fewer between them. The explanation about the two ladies would be part of the lot, yet could wait with all the rest. They were not meanwhile certainly what most made him roam. The missing explanations weren't. That was what she had so often said before, and always with the effect of suddenly breaking off. "Now please call me a good cab." Their previous encounters, the times when they had reached in their stroll the south of the park, had had a way of winding up with this special irrelevance. It was effectively what most divided them, for he would generally, but for her reasons, have been able to jump in with her. What did she think he wished to do to her? It was a question he had had occasion to put. A small matter, however, doubtless, since, when it came to that, they didn't depend on cabs, good or bad, for the sense of union. Its importance was less from the particular loss than as a kind of irritating mark of her expertness. This expertness, under Providence, had been great from the first, so far as joining him was concerned, and he was critical only because it had been still greater even from the first too in respect to leaving him. He had put the question to her again that afternoon on the repetition of her appeal, had asked her once more what she supposed he wished to do. He recalled on his bench in the Regent's Park the freedom of fancy, funny and pretty, with which she had answered, recalled the moment itself, while the usual hansom charged them, during which he felt himself, disappointed as he was, grimacing back at the superiority of her very humour, in its added grace of gaiety, to the celebrated solemn American. Their fresh appointment had been at all events by that time made, and he should see what her choice in respect to it, a surprise as well as a relief, would do toward really simplifying. It meant either new help or new hindrance, though it took them at least out of the streets. And her naming this privilege had naturally made him ask if Mrs. Lowder knew of his return. "Not from me," Kate had replied, "but I shall speak to her now." And she had argued, as with rather a quick fresh view, that it would now be quite easy. "We've behaved for months so properly that I've margin surely for my mention of you. You'll come to see her, and she'll leave you with me. She'll show her good nature and her lack of betrayed fear in that. With her, you know, you've never broken, quite the contrary, and she likes you as much as ever. We're leaving town. It will be the end. Just now, therefore, it's nothing to ask. I'll ask tonight," Kate had wound up. "And if you'll leave it to me, my cleverness, I assure you, has grown infernal. I'll make it all right." He had of course thus left it to her, and he was wondering more about it now than he had wondered there in Brook Street. He repeated to himself that if it wasn't in the line of triumph, it was in the line of muddle. This indeed, no doubt, was as a part of his wonder for still other questions. Kate had really got off without meeting his little challenge about the terms of their intercourse with her dear Milly. Her dear Milly, it was sensible, was somehow in the picture. Her dear Milly, popping up in his absence, occupied, he couldn't have said quite why he felt it, more of the foreground than one would have expected her in advance to find clear. She took up room, and it was almost as if room had been made for her. Kate had appeared to take for granted he would know why it had been made, but that was just the point. It was a foreground in which he himself, in which his connection with Kate, scarce enjoyed a space to turn round. But Miss Theale was perhaps at the present juncture a possibility of the same sort as the softened, if not squared, Aunt Maud. It might be true of her also that if she weren't a bore she'd be a convenience. It rolled over him of a sudden, after he had resumed his walk, that this might easily be what Kate had meant. The charming girl adored her. Densher had for himself made out that, and would protect, would lend a hand to their interviews. These might take place, in other words, on her premises, which would remove them still better from the streets. That was an explanation which did hang together. It was impaired a little, of a truth, by this fact that their next encounter was rather markedly not to depend upon her. Yet this fact in turn would be accounted for by the need of more preliminaries. One of the things he conceivably should gain on Thursday at Lancaster Gate would be a further view of that propriety. End of Chapter 1, Book 6, The Wings of the Dove.
Book 6, Chapter 2, of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 6, Chapter 2. It was extraordinary enough that he should actually be finding himself, when Thursday arrived, none so wide of the mark. Kate hadn't come all the way to this for him, but she had come a good deal by the end of a quarter of an hour. What she had begun with was her surprise at her appearing to have left him on Tuesday anything more to understand. The parts, as he saw now, under her hand, did fall more or less together, and it wasn't even as if she had spent the interval in twisting and fitting them. She was bright and handsome, not fagged and worn with the general clearness, for it certainly stuck out enough that if the American ladies themselves weren't to be squared, which was absurd, they fairly imposed the necessity of trying Aunt Maud again. One couldn't say to them, kind as she had been to them, "We'll meet, please, whenever you'll let us, at your house, but we count on you to help us keep it secret." They must, in other terms, inevitably speak to Aunt Maud. It would be of the last awkwardness to ask them not to. Kate had embraced all this in her choice of speaking first. What Kate embraced altogether was, indeed, wonderful today for Densher, though he perhaps struck himself rather as getting it out of her piece by piece than as receiving it in a steady light. He had always felt, however, that the more he asked of her, the more he found her prepared, as he imaged it, to hand out. He had said to her more than once, even before his absence, "You keep the key of the cupboard, and I foresee that when we're married you'll dole me out my sugar by lumps." She had replied that she rejoiced in his assumption that sugar would be his diet, and the domestic arrangement so prefigured might have seemed already to prevail. The supply from the cupboard at this hour was, doubtless, of a truth not altogether cloyingly sweet, but it met in a manner his immediate requirements. If her explanations at any rate prompted questions, the questions no more exhausted them than they exhausted her patience, and they were naturally, of the series, the simpler, as for instance in his taking it from her that Miss Theale then could do nothing for them. He frankly brought out what he had ventured to think possible. "If we can't meet here, and we've really exhausted the charms of the open air and the crowd, some such little raft in the wreck, some occasional opportunity like that of Tuesday, has been present to me these 2 days as better than nothing. But if our friends are so accountable to this house, of course there's no more to be said, and it's one more nail, thank God, in the coffin of our odious delay." He was too glad, without more ado, to point the moral. "Now I hope you see we can't work it anyhow." If she had laughed for this, and her spirits seemed really high, it was because of the opportunity that, at the hotel, he had most shown himself as enjoying. Your idea's beautiful when one remembers that you hadn't a word except for Milly, but she was as beautifully good-humoured. You might of course get used to her. You will. You're quite right, so long as they're with us, or near us. And she put it, lucidly, that the dear things couldn't help, simply as charming friends, giving them a lift. They'll speak to Aunt Maud, but they won't shut their doors to us. That would be another matter. A friend always helps, and she's a friend. She had left Mrs. Stringham by this time out of the question. She had reduced it to Milly. Besides, she particularly likes us. She particularly likes you. I say, old boy, make something of that. He felt her dodging the ultimatum he had just made sharp, his definite reminder of how little, at the best, they could work it. But there were certain of his remarks, those mostly of the sharper penetration, that it had been quite her practice from the first, not formally, not reverently, to notice. She showed the effect of them in ways less trite. This was what happened now. He didn't think in truth that she wasn't really minding. She took him up, nonetheless, on a minor question. "You say we can't meet here, but you see, it's just what we do. What could be more lovely than this?" It wasn't to torment him. That, again, he didn't believe. But he had to come to the house in some discomfort, so that he frowned a little at her, calling it thus a luxury. Wasn't there an element in it of coming back into bondage? The bondage might be veiled and varnished, but he knew in his bones how little the very highest privileges of Lancaster Gate could ever be a sign of their freedom. They were upstairs in one of these smaller apartments of state, a room arranged as a boudoir but visibly unused. It defied familiarity, and furnished in the ugliest of blues. He had immediately looked with interest at the closed doors, and Kate had met his interest with the assurance that it was all right, that Aunt Maud did them justice, so far that was, as this particular time was concerned, that they should be alone and have nothing to fear. But the fresh allusion to this that he had drawn from her acted on him now more directly, brought him closer still to the question. They were alone. It was all right. He took in anew the shut doors and the permitted privacy, the solid stillness of the great house. They connected themselves on the spot with something made doubly vivid in him by the whole present play of her charming, strong will. What it amounted to was that he couldn't have her, hanged if he could, evasive. He couldn't, and he wouldn't have her inconvenient and elusive. He didn't want her deeper than himself, fine as it might be as wit or as character. He wanted to keep her where their communications would be straight and easy, and their intercourse independent. The effect of this was to make him say in a moment, "Will you take me just as I am?" She turned a little pale for the tone of truth in it, which qualified to his sense delightfully the strength of her will, and the pleasure he found in this was not the less for her breaking out after an instant into a strain that stirred him more than any she had ever used with him. "Ah, do let me try myself. I assure you I see my way, so don't spoil it. Wait for me and give me time." "Dear man," Kate said, "only believe in me, and it will be beautiful." He hadn't come back to hear her talk of his believing in her as if he didn't. But he had come back, and it all was upon him now, to seize her with a sudden intensity that her manner of pleading with him had made, as happily appeared, irresistible. He laid strong hands upon her to say, almost in anger, "Do you love me? Love me, love me?" And she closed her eyes, as with the sense that he might strike her, but that she could gratefully take it. Her surrender was her response. Her response, her surrender. And, though scarce hearing what she said, he so profited by these things that it could, for the time, be ever so intimately appreciable to him that he was keeping her. The long embrace in which they held each other was the rout of evasion, and he took from it the certitude that what she had from him was real to her. It was stronger than an uttered vow, and the name he was to give it in afterthought was that she had been sublimely sincere. That was all he asked, sincerity making a basis that would bear almost anything. This settled so much, and settled it so thoroughly, that there was nothing left to ask her to swear to. Oaths and vows apart, now they could talk. It seemed, in fact, only now that their questions were put on the table. He had taken up more expressly, at the end of 5 minutes, her plea for her own plan, and it was marked that the difference made by the passage just enacted was a difference in favour of her choice of means. Means had somehow suddenly become a detail, her province and her care. It had grown more consistently vivid that her intelligence was one with her passion. "I certainly don't want," he said, and he could say it, with a smile of indulgence, "to be all the while bringing it up that I don't trust you." "I should hope not. What do you think I want to do?" He had really at this point to make out a little what he thought, and the first thing that put itself in evidence was of course the oddity, after all, of their game, to which he could but frankly allude. "We're doing at the best in trying to temporize in so special a way a thing most people would call us fools for." But his visit passed all the same, without his again attempting to make just as he was serve. He had no more money, just as he was, than he had just as he had been, or than he should have, probably, when it came to that, just as he always would be, whereas she, on her side, in comparison with her state of some months before, had measurably more to relinquish. He easily saw how their meeting at Lancaster Gate gave more of an accent to that quantity than their meeting at stations or in parks, and yet, on the other hand, he couldn't urge this against it. If Mrs. Lauder was indifferent, her indifference added in a manner to what Kate's taking him as he was would call on her to sacrifice. Such in fine was her art with him, that she seemed to put the question of their still waiting into quite other terms than the terms of ugly blue, of florid Sèvres, of complicated brass, in which their boudoir expressed it. She said almost all, in fact, by saying, on this article of Aunt Maud, after he had once more pressed her, that when he should see her, as must inevitably soon happen, he would understand. "Do you mean," he asked at this, "that there's any definite sign of her coming round?" "I'm not talking," he explained, "of mere hypocrisies in her, or mere brave duplicities. Remember, after all, that supremely clever as we are, and as strong a team I admit as there is going, remember that she can play with us quite as much as we play with her." "She doesn't want to play with me, my dear," Kate lucidly replied. "She doesn't want to make me suffer a bit more than she need. She cares for me too much, and everything she does or doesn't do has a value. This has a value, her being as she has been about us today. I believe she's in her room, where she's keeping strictly to herself while you're here with me. But that isn't playing, not a bit." "What is it then?" the young man returned, "from the moment it isn't her blessing and a cheque?" Kate was complete. "It's simply her absence of smallness. There is something in her above trifles. She generally trusts us. She doesn't propose to hunt us into corners. And if we frankly ask for a thing, why," said Kate, "she shrugs, but lets it go. She really has but one fault. She's indifferent, on such ground as she has taken about us, to details. However," the girl cheerfully went on, "it isn't in detail we fight her." "It seems to me," Densher brought out after a moment's thought of this, "that it's in detail we deceive her," a speech that, as soon as he had uttered it, applied itself for him, as also visibly for his companion, to the afterglow of their recent embrace. Any confusion attaching to this adventure, however, dropped from Kate, whom, as he could see with sacred joy, it must take more than that to make compunctious. "I don't say we can do it again, I mean," she explained. "Meet here." Densher, indeed, had been wondering where they could do it again. If Lancaster Gate was so limited, that issue reappeared. "I mayn't come back at all?" "Certainly, to see her. It's she, really," his companion smiled, "who's in love with you." But it made him, a trifle more grave, look at her a moment. "Don't make out, you know, that everyone's in love with me." She hesitated. "I don't say everyone." You said just now Miss Theale. I said she liked you, yes. Well, it comes to the same thing. With which, however, he pursued, of course, I ought to thank Mrs. Lauder in person. I mean for this, as from myself. Ah, but, you know, not too much. She had an ironic gaiety for the implication of his this, besides wishing to insist on a general prudence. She'll wonder what you're thanking her for. Densher did justice to both considerations. Yes, I can't very well tell her all. It was perhaps because he said it so gravely that Kate was again in a manner amused. Yet she gave out light. You can't very well tell her anything, and that doesn't matter. Only be nice to her. Please her. Make her see how clever you are. Only without letting her see that you're trying. If you're charming to her, you've nothing else to do. But she oversimplified, too. I can be charming to her, so far as I see, only by letting her suppose I give you up, which I'll be hanged if I do. It is, he said with feeling, a game. Of course it's a game, but she'll never suppose you give me up, or I give you, if you keep reminding her how you enjoy our interviews. Then, if she has to see us as obstinate and constant, Densher asked, what good does it do? Kate was, for a moment, checked. What good does what? Does my pleasing her? Does anything? I can't, he impatiently declared, please her. Kate looked at him hard again, disappointed at this want of consistency. But it appeared to determine in her something better than a mere complaint. Then I can. Leave it to me. With which she came to him under the compulsion, again, that had united them shortly before, and took hold of him in her urgency to the same tender purpose. It was her form of entreaty, renewed and repeated, which made, after all, as he met it, their great fact clear, and it somehow clarified all things, so to possess each other. The effect of it was that, once more, on these terms he could only be generous. He had so on the spot, then, left everything to her that she reverted in the course of a few moments to one of her previous, and, as positively seemed, her most precious ideas. You accuse me just now of saying that Milly's in love with you. Well, if you come to that, I do say it. So there you are. That's the good she'll do us. It makes a basis for her seeing you, so that she'll help us to go on. Densher stared. She was wondrous all round. And what sort of a basis does it make for my seeing her? Oh, I don't mind, Kate smiled. Don't mind my leading her on? She put it differently. Don't mind her leading you? Well, she won't, so it's nothing not to mind. But how can that help, he pursued, with what she knows? What she knows? That needn't prevent. He wondered. Prevent her loving us? Prevent her helping you. She's like that, Kate Croy explained. It took indeed some understanding. Making nothing of the fact that I love another? Making everything, said Kate, to console you. But for what? For not getting your other. He continued to stare. But how does she know? That you won't get her? She doesn't. But on the other hand, she doesn't know you will. Meanwhile, she sees you baffled, for she knows of Aunt Maud's stand. That, Kate was lucid, gives her the chance to be nice to you. And what does it give me, the young man nonetheless rationally asked, the chance to be? A brute of a humbug to her? Kate so possessed her facts, as it were, that she smiled at his violence. You'll extraordinarily like her. She's exquisite. And there are reasons. I mean others. What others? Well, I'll tell you another time. Those I give you, the girl added, are enough to go on with. To go on to what? Why, to seeing her again. Say, as soon as you can, which, moreover, on all grounds, is none more than decent of you. He, of course, took in her reference. He had fully in mind what had passed between them in New York. It had been no great quantity, but it had made distinctly at the time for his pleasure, so that anything in the nature of an appeal in the name of it could have a slight kindling consequence. Oh, I shall naturally call again without delay. Yes, said Densher. Her being in love with me is nonsense, but I must, quite independently of that, make every acknowledgment of favours received. It appeared practically all Kate asked. Then you see, I shall meet you there. I don't quite see, he presently returned, why she should wish to receive you for it. She receives me for myself. That is, for herself. She thinks no end of me. That I should have to drum it into you. Yet still he didn't take it. Then I confess she's beyond me. Well, Kate could but leave it as she saw it. She regards me as already, in these few weeks, her dearest friend. It's quite separate, wherein she and I, ever so deep. It was to confirm this that, as if it had flashed upon her that he was somewhere at sea, she threw out at last her own real light. She doesn't of course know I care for you. She thinks I care so little that it's not worth speaking of. That he had been somewhere at sea, these remarks made quickly clear, and Kate hailed the effect with surprise. Have you been supposing that she does know? About our situation? Certainly. If you're such friends as you show me, and if you haven't otherwise represented it to her. She uttered at this such a sound of impatience that he stood artlessly vague. You have denied it to her? She threw up her arms at his being so backward. Denied it? My dear man, we've never spoken of you. Never, never? Strange as it may appear to your glory, never. He couldn't piece it together. But won't Mrs. Lowder have spoken? Very probably, but of you, not of me. This struck him as obscure. How does she know me but as part and parcel of you? How? Kate triumphantly asked. Why, exactly to make nothing of it. To have nothing to do with it. To stick consistently to her line about it. Aunt Maud's line is to keep all reality out of our relation. That is, out of my being in danger from you. By not having so much as suspected or heard of it. She'll get rid of it, as she believes, by ignoring it and sinking it. If she only does so hard enough. Therefore she, in her manner, denies it, if you will. That's how she knows you otherwise than as part and parcel of me. She won't for a moment have allowed either to Mrs. Stringham or to Milly that I've in any way, as they say, distinguished you. And you don't suppose, said Densher, that they must have made it out for themselves? No, my dear, I don't. Not even, Kate declared, after Milly's so funnily bumping against us on Tuesday. She doesn't see from that. That you're, so to speak, mad about me? Yes, she sees no doubt that you regard me with a complacent eye. For you show it, I think, always too much and too crudely. But nothing beyond that. I don't show it too much. I don't, perhaps, to please you completely, where others are concerned, show it enough. Can you show it or not, as you like? Densher demanded. It pulled her up a little, but she came out resplendent. Not where you are concerned. Beyond seeing that you're rather gone, she went on, Milly only sees that I'm decently good to you. Very good indeed, she must think it. Very good indeed, then. She easily sees me, Kate smiled, as very good indeed. The young man brooded, but in a sense to take some explaining. Then I explain. She was really fine. It came back to her essential plea for her freedom of action and his beauty of trust. I mean, she added, I will explain. And what will I do? Recognize the difference it must make if she thinks. But here, in truth, Kate faltered. It was his silence alone that, for the moment, took up her apparent meaning, and before he again spoke, she had returned to remembrance and prudence. They were now not to forget that Aunt Maud's liberality having put them on their honour, they mustn't spoil their case by abusing it. He must leave her in time. They should probably find it wouldn't help them. But she came back to Milly too. Mind you go to see her. Densher still, however, took up nothing of this. Then I may come again? For Aunt Maud, as much as you like. But we can't again, said Kate, play her this trick. I can't see you here alone. Then where? Go to see Milly, she for all satisfaction repeated. And what good will that do me? Try it, and you'll see. You mean you'll manage to be there? Densher asked. Say you are. How will that give us privacy? Try it, you'll see, the girl once more returned. We must manage as we can. That's precisely what I feel. It strikes me we might manage better. His idea of this was a thing that made him an instant hesitate. Yet he brought it out with conviction. Why won't you come to me? It was a question her troubled eyes seemed to tell him he was scarce generous in expecting her definitely to answer, and, by looking to him to wait at least, she appealed to something that she presently made him feel as his pity. It was on that special shade of tenderness that he thus found himself thrown back, and while he asked of his spirit and of his flesh just what concession they could arrange, she pressed him yet again on the subject of her singular remedy for their embarrassment. It might have been irritating had she ever struck him as having in her mind a stupid corner. "You'll see," she said, "the difference it will make." Well, since she wasn't stupid, she was intelligent. It was he who was stupid, the proof of which was that he would do what she liked. But he made a last effort to understand, her allusion to the difference bringing him round to it. He indeed caught at something subtle, but strong, even as he spoke. "Is what you meant a moment ago that the difference will be in her being made to believe you hate me?" Kate, however, had simply, for this gross way of putting it, one of her more marked shows of impatience, with which, in fact, she sharply closed the discussion. He opened the door on a sign from her, and she accompanied him to the top of the stairs with an air of having so put their possibilities before him that questions were idle and doubts perverse. "I verily believe I shall hate you, if you spoil for me the beauty of what I see." End of Book 6, Chapter 2.
Book 6, Chapter 3 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Young. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. He was really notwithstanding to hear more from her of what she saw, and the very next occasion had for him still other surprises than that. He received from Mrs. Lowder on the morning after his visit to Kate the telegraphic expression of a hope that he might be free to dine with them that evening, and his freedom affected him as fortunate, even though in some degree qualified by her missive. "Expecting American friends whom I'm so glad to find you know." His knowledge of American friends was clearly an accident of which he was to taste the fruit to the last bitterness. This apprehension, however, we hasten to add, enjoyed for him, in the immediate event, a certain merciful shrinkage, the immediate event being that, at Lancaster Gate, 5 minutes after his due arrival, prescribed him for 8:30, Mrs. Stringham came in alone. The long daylight, the postponed lamps, the habit of the hour, made dinners late and guests still later, so that, punctual as he was, he had found Mrs. Lowder alone, with Kate herself not yet in the field. He had thus had with her several bewildering moments, bewildering by reason, fairly, of their tacit invitation to him to be supernaturally simple. This was exactly, goodness knew, what he wanted to be, but he had never had it so largely and freely, so supernaturally simply, for that matter, imputed to him as of easy achievement. It was a particular in which Aunt Maud appeared to offer herself as an example, appeared to say quite agreeably, "What I want of you, don't you see, is to be just exactly as I am." The quantity of the article required was what might especially have caused him to stagger. He liked so, in general, the quantities in which Mrs. Lowder dealt. He would have liked as well to ask her how feasible she supposed it for a poor young man to resemble her at any point, but he had, after all, soon enough perceived that he was doing as she wished by letting his wonder show just a little as silly. He was conscious, moreover, of a small, strange dread of the results of discussion with her, strange truly, because it was her good nature, not her asperity, that he feared. Asperity might have made him angry, in which there was always a comfort. Good nature, in his conditions, had a tendency to make him ashamed, which Aunt Maud, indeed, wonderfully, liking him for himself, quite struck him as having guessed. To spare him, therefore, she also avoided discussion. She kept him down by refusing to quarrel with him. This was what she now proposed to him to enjoy, and his secret discomfort was his sense that on the whole it was what would best suit him. Being kept down was a bore, but His great dread, verily, was of being ashamed, which was a thing distinct, and it mattered but little that he was ashamed of that too. It was of the essence of his position that in such a house as this the tables could always be turned on him. "What do you offer? What do you offer?" The place, however muffled in convenience and decorum, constantly hummed for him with that thick irony. The irony was a renewed reference to obvious bribes, and he had already seen how little aid came to him from denouncing the bribes as ugly in form. That was what the precious metals, they alone, could afford to be. It was vain enough for him accordingly to try to impart a gloss to his own comparative brummagem. The humiliation of this impotence was precisely what Aunt Maud sought to mitigate for him by keeping him down, and as her effort to that end had doubtless never yet been so visible, he had probably never felt so definitely placed in the world as while he waited with her for her half-dozen other guests. She welcomed him genially back from the States, as to his view of which her few questions, though not coherent, were comprehensive, and he had the amusement of seeing in her, as through a clear glass, the outbreak of a plan and the sudden consciousness of a curiosity. She became aware of America under his eyes as a possible scene for social operations. The idea of a visit to the wonderful country had clearly but just occurred to her, yet she was talking of it at the end of a minute as her favorite dream. He didn't believe in it, but he pretended to. This helped her as well as anything else to treat him as harmless and blameless. She was so engaged with the further aid of a complete absence of illusions when the highest effect was given her method by the beautiful entrance of Kate. The method therefore received support all round, for no young man could have been less formidable than the person to the relief of whose shyness her niece ostensibly came. The ostensible in Kate struck him altogether on this occasion as prodigious, while scarcely less prodigious, for that matter, was his own reading, on the spot, of the relation between his companions, a relation lighted for him by the straight look, not exactly loving nor lingering, yet searching and soft, that on the part of their hostess the girl had to reckon with as she advanced. It took her in from head to foot, and in doing so it told a story that made poor Densher again the least bit sick. It marked so something with which Kate habitually and consummately reckoned. That was the story, that she was always, for her beneficent dragon, under arms, living up every hour, but especially at festal hours, to the value Mrs. Lowder had attached to her. High and fixed, this estimate ruled on each occasion at Lancaster Gate the social scene, so that he now recognized in it something like the artistic idea, the plastic substance, imposed by tradition, by genius, by criticism, in respect to a given character on a distinguished actress. As such, a person was to dress the part, to walk, to look, to speak, and every way to express the part, so all this was what Kate was to do for the character she had undertaken, under her aunt's roof, to represent. It was made up, the character, of definite elements and touches, things all perfectly ponderable to criticism, and the way for her to meet criticism was evidently at the start to be sure her make-up had had the last touch, and that she looked at least no worse than usual. Aunt Maud's appreciation of that tonight was indeed managerial, and the performer's own contribution fairly that of the faultless soldier on parade. Densher saw himself for the moment as in his purchased stall at the play. The watchful manager was in the depths of a box, and the poor actress in the glare of the footlights. But she passed, the poor performer. He could see how she always passed, her wig, her paint, her jewels, every mark of her expression impeccable, and her entrance accordingly greeted with the proper round of applause. Such impressions as we thus note for Densher come and go, it must be granted, in very much less time than notation demands. But we may none the less make the point that there was, still further, time among them for him to feel almost too scared to take part in the ovation. He struck himself as having lost, for the minute, his presence of mind, so that in any case he only stared in silence at the older woman's technical challenge and at the younger one's disciplined face. It was as if the drama, it thus came to him, for the fact of a drama there was no blinking, was between them quite preponderantly, with Merton Densher relegated to mere spectatorship, a paying place in front, and one of the most expensive. This was why his appreciation had turned for the instant to fear, had just turned, as we have said, to sickness, and in spite of the fact that the disciplined face did offer him over the footlights, as he believed, the small gleam, fine faint, but exquisite, of a special intelligence. So might a practised performer, even when raked by double-barreled glasses, seem to be all in her part, and yet convey a sign to the person in the house she loved best. The drama, at all events, as Densher saw it, meanwhile went on, amplified soon enough by the advent of two other guests, stray gentlemen both, stragglers in the rout of the season, who visibly presented themselves to Kate during the next moments as subjects for a like impersonal treatment and sharers in a like usual mercy. At opposite ends of the social course they displayed in respect to the figure that each in his way made, one the expansive, the other the contractile effect of the perfect white waistcoat. A scratch company of two innocuous youths and a pacified veteran was therefore what now offered itself to Mrs. Stringham, who rustled in a little breathless and full of the compunction of having had to come alone. Her companion, at the last moment, had been indisposed, positively not well enough, and so had packed her off insistently with excuses, with wild regrets. The circumstance of their charming friend's illness was the first thing Kate took up with Densher on their being able, after dinner, without bravado, to have 10 minutes, naturally, as she called it, which wasn't what he did, together. But it was already as if the young man had, by an odd impression, throughout the meal, not been wholly deprived of Miss Teal's participation. Mrs. Lowder had made dear Milly the topic, and had proved on the spot a topic as familiar to the enthusiastic younger as to the sagacious older men. Any knowledge they might lack, Mrs. Lowder's niece was moreover alert to supply, while Densher himself was freely appealed to as the most privileged, after all, of the group. Wasn't it he who had in a manner invented the wonderful creature? Through having seen her first, caught her in her native jungle, hadn't he more or less paved the way for her by his prompt recognition of her rarity, by preceding her in a friendly spirit, as he had the ear of society, with a sharp flashlight or two? He met, poor Densher, these inquiries as he could, listening with interest yet with discomfort, wincing in particular, dry journalist as he was, to find it seemingly supposed of him that he had put his pen, oh, his pen, at the service of private distinction. The ear of society? They were talking, or almost, as if he had publicly paragraphed a modest young lady. They dreamt dreams, in truth, he appeared to perceive, that fairly waked him up, and he settled himself in his place, both to resist his embarrassment and to catch the full revelation. His embarrassment came naturally from the fact that if he could claim no credit for Miss Teal's success, so neither could he gracefully insist on his not having been concerned with her. What touched him most nearly was that the occasion took on somehow the air of a commemorative banquet, a feast to celebrate a brilliant, if brief, career. There was, of course, more said about the heroine than if she hadn't been absent, and he found himself rather stupefied at the range of Milly's triumph. Mrs. Lowder had wonders to tell of it. The two wearers of the waistcoat, either with sincerity or with hypocrisy, professed in the matter an equal expertness, and Densher at last seemed to know himself in presence of a social case. It was Mrs. Stringham, obviously, whose testimony would have been most invoked, hadn't she been, as her friend's representative, rather confined to the function of inhaling the incense, so that Kate, who treated her beautifully, smiling at her, cheering and consoling her across the table, appeared benevolently both to speak and to interpret for her. Kate spoke as if she wouldn't perhaps understand their way of appreciating Milly, but would let them, none the less, in justice to their goodwill, express it in their coarser fashion. Densher himself wasn't unconscious in respect to this of a certain broad brotherhood with Mrs. Stringham. wondering indeed while he followed the talk how it might move American nerves. He had only heard of them before, but in his recent tour he had caught them in the remarkable fact, and there was now a moment or two when it came to him that he had perhaps, and not in the way of an escape, taken a lesson from them. They quivered clearly. They hummed and drummed. They leaped and bounded in Mrs. Stringham's typical organism, this lady striking him as before, all things excited, as in the native phrase, keyed up, to a perception of more elements in the occasion than he was himself able to count. She was accessible to sides of it, he imagined, that were as yet obscure to him, for though she unmistakably rejoiced and soared, he none the less saw her at moments as even more agitated than pleasure required. It was a state of emotion in her that would scarce represent simply an impatience to report at home. Her little dry New England brightness — he had sampled all the shades of the American complexity, if complexity it were — had its actual reasons for finding relief most in silence, so that before the subject was changed he perceived, with surprise at the others, that they had given her enough of it. He had quite had enough of it himself by the time he was asked if it were true that their friend had really not made in her own country the mark she had chalked so large in London. It was Mrs. Lowder herself who addressed him that inquiry, while he scarce knew if he were the more impressed with her launching it under Mrs. Stringham's nose, or with her hope that he would allow to London the honour of discovery. The less expansive of the white waistcoats propounded the theory that they saw in London, for all that was said, much further than in the States. It wouldn't be the first time, he urged, that they had taught the Americans to appreciate, especially when it was funny, some native product. He didn't mean that Miss Teal was funny, though she was weird, and this was precisely her magic. But it might very well be that New York, in having her to show, hadn't been aware of its luck. There were plenty of people who were nothing over there, and yet were awfully taken up in England, just as, to make the balance right, thank goodness, they sometimes send out beauties and celebrities who left the Briton cold. The Briton's temperature, in truth, wasn't to be calculated, a formulation of the matter that was not reached, however, without producing in Mrs. Stringham a final feverish sally. She announced that if the point of view for a proper admiration of her young friend had seemed to fail a little in New York, there was no manner of doubt of her having carried Boston by storm. It pointed the moral that Boston, for the finer taste, left New York nowhere, and the good lady, as the exponent of this doctrine, which she set forth at a certain length, made obviously to Densher's mind her nearest approach to supplying the weirdness in which Milly's absence had left them deficient. She made it indeed effective for him by suddenly addressing him. "You know nothing, sir, but not the least little bit about my friend." He hadn't pretended he did, but there was a purity of reproach in Mrs. Stringham's face and tone, a purity charged apparently with solemn meanings, so that for a little, small as had been his claim, he couldn't but feel that she exaggerated. He wondered what did she mean, but while doing so he defended himself. "I certainly don't know enormously much, beyond her having been most kind to me in New York as a poor, bewildered, and newly landed alien, and my having tremendously appreciated it." To which he added, he scarce knew why, what had an immediate success. "Remember, Mrs. Stringham, that you weren't then present." "Ah, there you are," said Kate, with much gay expression, though what it expressed he failed at the time to make out. "You weren't present then, dearest," Mrs. Lowder richly concurred. "You don't know," she continued with mellow gaiety, "how far things may have gone." It made the little woman, he could see, really lose her head. She had more things in that head than any of them in any other, unless perhaps it were Kate, whom he felt as indirectly watching him during this foolish passage, though it pleased him, and because of the foolishness, not to meet her eyes. He met Mrs. Stringham's, which affected him. With her he could, on occasion, clear it up. A sense produced by the mute communion between them, and really the beginning, as the event was to show, of something extraordinary. It was even already a little the effect of this communion that Mrs. Stringham perceptibly faltered in her retort to Mrs. Lowder's joke. "Oh, it's precisely my point that Mr. Densher can't have had vast opportunities." And then she smiled at him. "I wasn't away, long." It made everything in the oddest way in the world immediately right for him. And I wasn't there long either. He positively saw with it that nothing for him, so far as she was concerned, would again be wrong. "She's beautiful, but I don't say she's easy to know." "Ah, she's 1,001 things," replied the good lady, as if now to keep well with him. He asked nothing better. "She was off with you to these parts before I knew it. I myself was off too, away off to wonderful parts, where I had endlessly more to see." "But you didn't forget her," Aunt Maud interposed with almost menacing archness. "No, of course I didn't forget her. One doesn't forget such charming impressions. But I never," he lucidly maintained, "chattered to others about her." "She'll thank you for that, sir," said Mrs. Stringham with flushed firmness. "Yet doesn't silence in such a case," Aunt Maud blandly inquired, "very often quite prove the depth of the impression?" He would have been amused, hadn't he been slightly displeased at all they seemed desirous to fasten on him. "Well, the impression was as deep as you like, but I really want Miss Teal to know," he pursued for Mrs. Stringham, "that I don't figure by any consent of my own as any authority about her." Kate came to his assistance, if assistance it was, before their friend had had time to meet this charge. "You're right about her not being easy to know. One sees her with intensity, sees her more than one sees almost anyone, but then one discovers that that isn't knowing her, and that one may know better a person whom one doesn't see, as I say, half so much." The discrimination was interesting, but it brought them back to the fact of her success, and it was at that comparatively gross circumstance, now so fully placed before them, that Milly's anxious companion sat and looked very much as some spectator in an old-time circus might have watched the oddity of a Christian maiden in the arena mildly, caressingly martyred. It was the nosing and fumbling not of lions and tigers, but of domestic animals let loose as for the joke. Even the joke made Mrs. Stringham uneasy, and her mute communion with Densher, to which we have alluded, was more and more determined by it. He wondered afterwards if Kate had made this out, though it was not indeed till much later on that he found himself, in thought, dividing the things she might have been conscious of from the things she must have missed. If she actually missed, at any rate, Mrs. Stringham's discomfort, that but showed how her own idea held her. Her own idea was, by insisting on the fact of the girl's prominence as a feature of the season's end, to keep Densher in relation, for the rest of them, both to present and to past. "It's everything that has happened since that makes you naturally a little shy about her. You don't know what has happened since, but we do. We've seen it and followed it. We've a little been of it." The great thing for him at this, as Kate gave it, was in fact quite irresistibly that the case was a real one, the kind of thing that, when one's patience was shorter than one's curiosity, one had vaguely taken for possible in London, but in which one had never been even to the small extent concerned. The little American's sudden social adventure, her happy and no doubt harmless flourish, had probably been favoured by several accidents, but it had been favoured above all by the simple springboard of the scene, by one of those common caprices of the numberless foolish flock, gregarious movements as inscrutable as ocean currents. The huddled herd had drifted to her blindly. It might as blindly have drifted away. There had been, of course, a signal, but the great reason was probably the absence at the moment of a larger lion. The bigger beast would come, and the smaller would then incontinently vanish. It was, at all events, characteristic, and what was of the essence of it was grist to his scribbling mill, matter for his journalizing hand. That hand, already in intention, played over it, the motive as a sign of the season, a feature of the time, of the purely expeditious and rough-and-tumble nature of the social boom. The boom as in itself required, that would be the note, the subject of the process a comparatively minor question. Anything was boomable enough when nothing else was more so. The author of the rotten book, the beauty who was no beauty, the heiress who was only that, the stranger who was for the most part saved from being inconveniently strange, but by being inconveniently familiar, the American whose Americanism had long desperately discounted, the creature in fine as to whom spangles or spots of any sufficiently marked and exhibited sort could be loudly enough predicated. So he judged, at least within his limits, in the idea that what he had thus caught in the fact was the trick of a fashion, and the tone of a society, went so far as to make him take up again his sense of independence. He had supposed himself civilized, but if this was civilization, one could smoke one's pipe outside when twaddle was within. He had rather avoided, as we have remarked, Kate's eyes, but there came a moment when he would fairly have liked to put it across the table to her. "I say, light of my life, is this the great world?" There came another, it must be added, and doubtless as a result of something that, over the cloth, did hang between them, when she struck him as having quite answered, "Dear no. For what do you take me?" "Not the least little bit, only a poor, silly, though quite harmless imitation." What she might have passed for saying, however, was practically merged in what she did say, for she came overtly to his aid, very much as if guessing some of his thoughts. She enunciated, to believe his bewilderment, the obvious truth that you couldn't leave London for 3 months at that time of the year and come back to find your friends just where they were. As they had, of course, been jigging away, they might well be so red in the face that you wouldn't know them. She reconciled, in fine, his disclaimer about Milly with that honour of having discovered her which it was vain for him modestly to shirk. He had unearthed her, but it was they, all of them together, who had developed her. She was always a charmer, one of the greatest ever seen, but she wasn't the person he had backed. Densher was to feel sure afterwards that Kate had had in these pleasantries no conscious, above all no insolent purpose of making light of poor Susan Shepherd's property in their young friend, which property, by such remarks, was very much pushed to the wall. But he was also to know that Mrs. Stringham had secretly resented them, Mrs. Stringham holding the opinion, of which he was ultimately to have a glimpse, that all the Kate Croys in Christendom were but dust for the feet of her Milly. That, it was true, would be what she must reveal only when driven to her last entrenchments, and well cornered in her passion, the rare passion of friendship, the sole passion of her little life, save the one other, more imperturbably cerebral, that she entertained for the art of Guy de Maupassant. She slipped in the observation that her Milly was incapable of change, was just exactly, on the contrary, the same Milly, and this made little difference in the drift of Kate's contention. She was perfectly kind to Susie. It was as if she positively knew her as handicapped for any disagreement by feeling that she, Kate, had type, and by being committed to admiration of type. Kate had occasion subsequently, she found it somehow, to mention to our young man Milly's having spoken to her of this view on the good lady's part. She would like, Milly had had it from her, to put Kate Croy in a book and see what she could so do with her. Chop me up fine or serve me whole. It was a way of being got at that Kate professed she dreaded. It would be Mrs. Stringham's, however, she understood, because Mrs. Stringham oddly felt that with such stuff as the strange English girl was made of, stuff that, in spite of Maud Manningham, who was full of sentiment, she had never known, there was none other to be employed. These things were of later evidence, yet Densher might even then have felt them in the air. They were practically in it already when Kate, waiving the question of her friend's chemical change, wound up with a comparatively unobjectionable proposition that he must now, having missed so much, take them all up on trust further on. He met it peacefully, a little perhaps as an example to Mrs. Stringham. "Oh, as far on as you like." This even had its effect. Mrs. Stringham appropriated as much of it as might be meant for herself. The nice thing about her was that she could measure how much, so that by the time dinner was over they had really covered ground. End of Book 6, Chapter 3. Recording by Steve Young on Cape Cod. Book 6, Chapter 4 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Young. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. The younger of the other men, it afterwards appeared, was most in his element at the piano, so they had coffee and comic songs upstairs. The gentleman, temporarily relinquished, submitting easily in this interest to Mrs. Lowder's parting injunction not to sit too tight. Our especial young man sat tighter when restored to the drawing-room. He made it out perfectly with Kate that they might, off and on, foregather without offence. He had perhaps stronger needs in this general respect than she, but she had better names for the scant risks to which she consented. It was the blessing of a big house that intervals were large, and of an August night that windows were open, whereby, at a given moment on the wide balcony with the songs sufficiently sung, Aunt Maud could hold her little court more freshly. Densher and Kate, during these moments, occupied side by side a small sofa, a luxury formulated by the latter as the proof, under criticism, of their remarkably good conscience. To seem not to know each other once you're here would be, the girl said, to overdo it, and she arranged it charmingly. They must have some passage to put Aunt Maud off the scent. She would be wondering otherwise what in the world they found their account in. For Densher, none the less, the profit of snatched moments, snatched contacts, was partial and poor. There were, in particular, at present, more things in his mind than he could bring out while watching the windows. It was true, on the other hand, that she suddenly met most of them, and more than he could see on the spot, by coming out for him with a reference to Milly that was not in the key of those made at dinner. "She's not a bit right, you know, I mean in health. Just see her tonight. I mean it looks grave. For you she would have come, you know, if it had been at all possible." He took this in such patience as he could muster. What in the world's the matter with her? But Kate continued without saying, "Unless indeed your being here has been just a reason for her funking it." "What in the world's the matter with her?" Densher asked again. "Why, just what I've told you, that she likes you so much." "Then why would she deny herself the joy of meeting me?" Kate cast about. It would take so long to explain. "And perhaps it's true that she is bad. She easily may be." "Quite easily, I should say, judging by Mrs. Stringham, who's visibly preoccupied and worried." "Visibly enough, yet it mayn't," said Kate, "be only for that." "For what, then?" But this question, too, on thinking, she neglected. "Why, if it's anything real, doesn't that poor lady go home? She'd be anxious, and she has done all she need to be civil." "I think," Densher remarked, "she has been quite beautifully civil." It made Kate, he fancied, look at him the least bit harder, but she was already in a manner explaining. "Her preoccupation is probably on two different heads. One of them would make her hurry back, but the other makes her stay. She's commissioned to tell Milly all about you." "Well, then," said the young man between a laugh and a sigh, "I'm glad I felt downstairs a kind of drawing to her. Wasn't I rather decent to her?" "Awfully nice. You've instincts, you fiend. It's all," Kate declared, "as it should be." "Except perhaps," he after a moment cynically suggested, "that she isn't getting much good of me now. Will she report to Milly on this?" And then, as Kate seemed to wonder what this might be, "on our present disregard for appearances." "Ah, leave appearances to me," she spoke in her high way. "I'll make them all right. Aunt Maud, moreover," she added, "has her so engaged that she won't notice." Densher felt, with this, that his companion had indeed perceptive flights he couldn't hope to match. Had, for instance, another when she still subjoined, and Mrs. Stringham's appearing to respond just in order to make that impression. "Well," Densher dropped with some humour, "life's very interesting. I hope it's really as much so for you as you make it for others. I mean, judging by what you make it for me. You seem to me to represent it as thrilling for ces dames in a different way for each. Aunt Maud, Susan Shepherd, Milly. But what is," he wound up, "the matter? Do you mean she's as ill as she looks?" Kate's face struck him as replying at first that his derisive speech deserved no satisfaction. Then she appeared to yield to a need of her own, the need to make the point that, as ill as she looked, was what Milly scarce could be. If she had been as ill as she looked, she could scarce be questioned with them, for her end would in that case be near. She believed herself nevertheless, and Kate couldn't help believing her too, seriously menaced. There was always the fact that they'd been on the point of leaving town, the two ladies, and had suddenly been pulled up. We bade them good-bye, or all but Aunt Maud and I, the night before Milly, popping so very oddly into the National Gallery for a farewell look, found you and me together. They were then to get off a day or two later, but they've not got off. They're not getting off. When I see them, and I saw them this morning, they had showy reasons. They do mean to go, but they've postponed it. With which the girl brought out, "They've postponed it for you." He protested so far as a man might without fatuity, since the protest was itself credulous, but Kate, as ever, understood herself. "You've made Milly change her mind. She wants not to miss you, though she wants also not to show she wants you, which is why, as I hinted a moment ago, she may consciously have hung back tonight. She doesn't know when she may see you again. She doesn't know when she ever may. She doesn't see the future. It has opened out before her in these last weeks as a dark, confused thing." Densher wondered. "After the tremendous time you've all been telling me she has had?" "That's it. There's a shadow across it." "The shadow, you consider, of some physical break-up?" "Some physical breakdown. Nothing less. She's scared. She has so much to lose, and she wants more." "Well," said Densher with a sudden strange sense of discomfort, "couldn't one say to her that she can't have everything?" "No, for one wouldn't want to. She really," Kate went on, "has been somebody here. Ask Aunt Maud. You may think me prejudiced," the girl oddly smiled. "Aunt Maud will tell you. The world's before her. It has all come since you saw her, and it's a pity you've missed it, for it certainly would have amused you. She has really been a perfect success. I mean, of course, so far as possible in the scrap of time. And she has taken it like a perfect angel. If you can imagine an angel with a thumping bank account, you'll have the simplest expression of the kind of thing. Her fortune's absolutely huge. Aunt Maud has had all the facts, or enough of them, in the last confidence from Susie, and Susie speaks by book. Take them, then, in the last confidence from me. There she is." Kate expressed above all what it most came to. "It's open to her to make, you see, the very greatest marriage. I assure you we're not vulgar about her. Her possibilities are quite plain." Densher showed he neither disbelieved nor grudged them. "But what good, then, on earth can I do her?" Well, she had it ready. "You can console her." "And for what?" "For all that, if she's stricken, she must see swept away. I shouldn't care for her if she hadn't so much," Kate very simply said. And then, as it made him laugh not quite happily, "I shouldn't trouble about her if there was one thing she did have." The girl spoke indeed with noble compassion. "She has nothing." "Not all the young dukes?" "Well, we must see if anything can come of them. She at any rate does love life. To have met a person like you," Kate further explained, "is to have felt you become, with all the other fine things, a part of life. Oh, she has you arranged." "You have, it strikes me, my dear." And he looked both detached and rueful. "Pray, what am I to do with the dukes?" "Oh, the dukes will be disappointed." "Then why shan't I be?" "You'll have expected less," Kate wonderfully smiled. "Besides, you will be. You'll have expected enough for that. Yet it's what you want to let me in for?" "I want," said the girl, "to make things pleasant for her. I use for the purpose what I have. You're what I have of most precious, and you're therefore what I use most." He looked at her long. "I wish I could use you a little more." After which, as she continued to smile at him, "Is it a bad case of lungs?" he asked. Kate showed for a little as if she wished it might be. "Not lungs, I think. Isn't consumption, taken in time, now curable?" "People are, no doubt, patched up." But he wondered. "Do you mean she has something that's past patching?" And before she could answer, "It's really as if her appearance put her outside of such things, being, in spite of her youth, she should be exposed to. That of a person who has been through all it's conceivable she should be exposed to. She affects one, I should say, as a creature saved from a shipwreck. Such a creature may surely, in these days, on the doctrine of chances, go to sea again with confidence. She has had her wreck. She has met her adventure." "Oh, I grant you a wreck." Kate was all response so far. "But do let her have her adventure. There are wrecks that are not adventures." "Well, If there be also adventures that are not wrecks. Densher, in short, was willing, but he came back to his point. What I mean is that she has none of the effect, on one's nerves or whatever, of an invalid. Kate, on her side, did this justice. No, that's the beauty of her. The beauty? Yes, she's so wonderful. You won't show for that, any more than your watch, when it's about to stop for want of being wound up, gives you convenient notice or shows as different from usual. She won't die, she won't live by inches, she won't smell, as it were, of drugs, she won't taste, as it were, of medicine. No one will know. Then what, he demanded, frankly mystified now, are we talking about? In what extraordinary state is she? Kate went on as if, at this, making it out in a fashion for herself. I believe that if she's ill at all, she's very ill. I believe that if she's bad, she's not a little bad. I can't tell you why, but that's how I see her. She'll really live or she'll really not. She'll have it all or she'll miss it all. Now, I don't think she'll have it all. Densher had followed this with his eyes upon her, her own having thoughtfully wandered, and as if it were more impressive than lucid. You think, and you don't think, and yet you remain all the while without an inkling of her complaint? No, not without an inkling, but it's a matter in which I don't want knowledge. She, moreover, herself doesn't want one to want it. She has, as to what may be preying upon her, a kind of ferocity or modesty, a kind of, I don't know what to call it, intensity of pride. And then, with this she faltered, and then what? I'm a brute about illness. I hate it. It's well for you, my dear, Kate continued, that you're as sound as a bell. Thank you, Densher laughed. It's rather good, then, for yourself, too, that you're as strong as the sea. She looked at him now a moment as for the selfish gladness of their young immunities. It was all they had together, but they had it at least without a flaw. Each had the beauty, the physical felicity, the personal virtue, love, and desire of the other. Yet it was as if that very consciousness threw them back the next moment into pity for the poor girl who had everything else in the world, the great genial good they, alas, didn't have, but failed on the other hand of this. How we're talking about her, Kate compunctiously sighed. But there were the facts. From illness I keep away. But you don't, since here you are, in spite of all you say, in the midst of it. I'm only watching. And putting me forward in your place? Thank you. Oh, said Kate, I'm breaking you in. Let it give you the measure of what I shall expect of you. One can't begin too soon. She drew away, as from the impression of a stir on the balcony, the hand of which he had a minute before possessed himself, and the warning brought him back to attention. You haven't even an idea if it's a case of surgery? I dare say it may be. That is, that if it comes to anything, it may come to that. Of course she's in the highest hands. The doctors are after her, then? She's after them. It's the same thing. I think I'm free to say it now. She sees Sir Luke Strett. It made him quickly wince. 50,000 knives. Then after an instant, one seems to guess. Yes, but she waved it away. Don't guess. Only do as I tell you. For a moment now, in silence, he took it all in. Might have had it before him. What you want of me, then, is to make up to a sick girl. Before you admit yourself that she doesn't affect you as sick, you understand, moreover, just how much and just how little. It's amazing, he presently answered, what you think I understand. Well, if you brought me to it, my dear, she returned, that has been your way of breaking me in. Besides, which so far as making up to her goes, plenty of others will. Densher, for a little, under this suggestion, might have been seeing their young friend on a pile of cushions and in a perpetual tea-gown, amid flowers with drawn blinds, surrounded by the higher nobility. Others can follow their tastes. Besides, others are free. But so are you, my dear. She had spoken with impatience, and her suddenly quitting him had sharpened it, in spite of which he kept his place, only looking up at her. You're prodigious. Of course I'm prodigious. And, as immediately happened, she gave a further sign of it that he fairly sat watching. The door from the lobby had, as she spoke, been thrown open for a gentleman who, immediately finding her within his view, advanced to greet her before the announcement of his name could reach her companion. Densher none the less felt himself brought quickly into relation. Kate's welcome to the visitor became almost precipitately an appeal to her friend, who slowly rose to meet it. I don't know whether you know Lord Mark, and then for the other party, Mr. Durton Densher, who has just come back from America. Oh, said the other party, while Densher said nothing. occupied as he mainly was on the spot with weighing the sound in question. He recognized it in a moment as less imponderable than it might have appeared, as having indeed positive claims. It wasn't, that is, he knew, the "oh" of the idiot, however great the superficial resemblance. It was that of the clever, the accomplished man. It was the very specialty of the speaker, and a deal of expensive training and experience had gone to producing it. Densher felt somehow that, as a thing of value accidentally picked up, it would retain an interest of curiosity. The three stood for a little together in an awkwardness to which he was conscious of contributing his share, Kate failing to ask Lord Mark to be seated, but letting him know that he would find Mrs. Lowder with some others on the balcony. "Oh, and Miss Teal, I suppose, as I seem to hear outside from below Mrs. Stringham's unmistakable voice." "Yes, but Mrs. Stringham's alone. Milly's unwell," the girl explained, "and was compelled to disappoint us." "Ah, disappoint, rather." And lingering a little, he kept his eyes on Densher. "She isn't really bad, I trust?" Densher, after all he had heard, easily supposed him interested in Milly, but he could imagine him also interested in the young man with whom he had found Kate engaged, and whom he yet considered without visible intelligence. That young man concluded in a moment that he was doing what he wanted, satisfying himself as to each. To this he was aided by Kate, who produced a prompt. "Oh, dear, no, I think not. I've just been reassuring Mr. Densher," she added, "who's as concerned as the rest of us. I've been calming his fears." "Oh," said Lord Mark again, and again it was just as good. That was for Densher, the latter could see, or think he saw. And then for the others, "My fears would want calming. We must take great care of her. This way?" She went with him a few steps, and while Densher, hanging about, gave them frank attention, presently paused again for some further colloquy. What passed between them their observer lost, but she was presently with him again, Lord Mark joining the rest. Densher was by this time quite ready for her. "It's he who's your aunt's man?" "Oh, immensely." "I mean for you." "That's what I mean too," Kate smiled. "There he is. Now you can judge." "Judge of what?" "Judge of him." "Why should I judge of him?" Densher asked. "I've nothing to do with him." "Then why do you ask about him?" "To judge of you, which is different." Kate seemed for a little to look at the difference. "To take the measure, do you mean, of my danger?" He hesitated. Then he said, "I'm thinking, I dare say, of Miss Teal's. How does your aunt reconcile his interest in her?" "With his interest in me?" "With her interest in you," Densher said while she reflected. "If that interest, Mrs. Lowder's, takes the form of Lord Mark, hasn't he rather to look out for the forms he takes?" Kate seemed interested in the question, but "Oh, she takes them easily," she answered. "The beauty is that she doesn't trust him." "That Milly doesn't?" "Yes, Milly either. But I mean Aunt Maud. Not really." Densher gave it his wonder. "Takes him to her heart, and yet thinks he cheats?" "Yes," said Kate. "That's the way people are. What they think of their enemies, goodness knows, is bad enough. But I'm still more struck with what they think of their friends. Milly's own state of mind, however," she went on, "is lucky. That's Aunt Maud's security, though she doesn't yet fully recognize it, besides being Milly's own." "You conceive it a real escape, then, not to care for him?" She shook her head in beautiful, grave deprecation. "You oughtn't to make me say too much, but I'm glad I don't." "Don't say too much?" "Don't care for Lord Mark." "Oh," Densher answered with a sound like his lordship's own, to which he added, "You absolutely hold that that poor girl doesn't?" You know what I hold about that poor girl." It had made her again impatient. Yet he stuck a minute to the subject. "You scarcely call him, I suppose, one of the dukes?" "Mercy, no. Far from it. He's not, compared with other possibilities, in it. Milly, it's true," she said, "to be exact, has no natural sense of social values, doesn't in the least understand our differences or know who's who or what's what." "I see. That," Densher laughed, "is her reason for liking me." "Precisely. She doesn't resemble me," said Kate, "who at least know what I lose." Well, it had all risen for Densher to a considerable interest. "And Aunt Maud? Why shouldn't she know? I mean that your friend there isn't really anything. Does she suppose him of ducal value?" "Scarcely, save in the sense of being uncle to a duke. That's undeniably something. He's the best, moreover, we can get." Oh, said Densher, and his doubt was not all derisive. It isn't Lord Mark's grandeur, she went on without heeding this, because perhaps in the line of that alone, as he has no money, more could be done, but she's not a bit sordid. She only counts with the sordidness of others. Besides, he's grand enough, with the Duke and his family, and at the other end of the string, the thing's his genius. And do you believe in that? In Lord Mark's genius? Kate, as if for a more final opinion than had yet been asked of her, took a moment to think. She balanced indeed so that one would scarce have known what to expect, but she came out in time with a very sufficient yes. Political? Universal. I don't know, at least, she said. What else to call it when a man's able to make himself without effort, without violence, without machinery of any sort, so intensely felt, he has somehow an effect without his being in any traceable way a cause. Ah, but if the effect, said Densher with conscious superficiality, isn't agreeable? Oh, but it is. Not surely for everyone. If you mean not for you, Kate returned, you may have reasons, and men don't count. Women don't know if it's agreeable or not. Then there you are. Densher stood before her as if he wondered what everything she thus promptly, easily, and above all amusingly met him with would have been found, should it have come to an analysis to take. Something suddenly, as if under a last determinate touch, welled up in him and overflowed, the sense of his good fortune and her variety, of the future she promised, the interest she supplied. All women but you are stupid. How can I look at another? You're different, and then you're different again. No marvel Aunt Maud builds on you, except that you're so much too good for what she builds for. Even society won't know how good for it you are. It's too stupid, and you're beyond it. You'd have to pull it uphill. It's you yourself who are at the top. The women one meets, what are they but books one has already read? You're a whole library of the unknown, the uncut. He almost moaned. He ached from the depth of his content. Upon my word, I've a subscription. She took it from him with her face again giving out all it had in answer, and they remained once more confronted and united in their essential wealth of life. It's you who draw me out. I exist in you, not in others. It had been, however, as if the thrill of their association itself pressed in him, as great felicities do, the sharp spring of fear. See here, you know, don't what? Don't fail me. It would kill me. She looked at him a minute with no response, but her eyes. So you think you'll kill me in time to prevent it? She smiled, but he saw her the next instant as smiling through tears, and the instant after this she had got, in respect to the particular point, quite off. She had come back to another, which was one of her own. Her own were so closely connected that Densher's were at best but parenthetic. Still, she had a distance to go. You do then see your way? She put it to him before they joined, as was high time the others, and she made him understand she meant his way with Milly. He had dropped a little in presence of the explanation. Then she had brought him up to a sort of recognition. He could make out by this light something of what he saw, but a dimness also there was undispelled since his return. There's something you must definitely tell me. If our friend knows that all the while— She came straight to his aid, formulating for him his anxiety, though quite to smooth it down. All the while she and I here were growing intimate, you and I were in unmentioned relation. If she knows that, yes, she knows our relation must have involved your writing to me. Then how could she suppose you weren't answering? She doesn't suppose it. How then can she imagine you never named her? She doesn't. She knows how I did name her. I've told her everything. She's in possession of reasons that will perfectly do. Still, he just brooded. She takes things from you exactly as I take them? Exactly as you take them. She's just such another victim? Just such another. You're a pair. Then if anything happens, said Densher, we can console each other? Ah, something may indeed happen, she returned, if you'll only go straight. He watched the others an instant through the window. What do you mean by going straight? Not worrying. Doing as you like. Try, as I've told you before, and you'll see. You'll have me perfectly always to refer to. Oh, rather, I hope. But if she's going away? It pulled Kate up but a moment. I'll bring her back. There you are. You won't be able to say I haven't made it smooth for you. He faced it all, and certainly it was queer. But it wasn't the queerness that, after another minute, was uppermost. He was in a wondrous silken web, and it was amusing. You spoil me. He wasn't sure if Mrs. Ladder, who at this juncture reappeared, had caught his word as a drop from him, Probably not, he thought, her attention being given to Mrs. Stringham, with whom she came through, and who was now, none too soon, taking leave of her. They were followed by Lord Mark and by the other men, but 2 or 3 things happened before any dispersal of the company began. One of these was that Kate found time to say to him with furtive emphasis, "You must go now." Another was that she next addressed herself in all frankness to Lord Mark, drew near to him with an almost reproachful, "Come and talk to me," a challenge resulting after a minute for Densher in a consciousness of their installation together in an out-of-the-way corner, though not the same he himself had just occupied with her. Still another was that Mrs. Stringham, in the random intensity of her farewells, affected him as looking at him with a small grave intimation, something into which he afterwards read the meaning, that if he had happened to desire a few words with her after dinner he would have found her ready. This impression was naturally light, but it just left him with the sense of something by his own act overlooked, unappreciated. It gathered perhaps a slightly sharper shade from the mild formality of her "Good night, sir," as she passed him, a matter as to which there was now nothing more to be done, thanks to the alertness of the young man he by this time had appraised as even more harmless than himself. This personage had forestalled him in opening the door for her, and was evidently, with a view, Densher might have judged, to ulterior designs on Milly, proposing to attend her to her carriage. What further occurred was that Aunt Maud, having released her, immediately had a word for himself. It was an imperative "Wait a minute," by which she both detained and dismissed him. She was particular about her minute, but he hadn't yet given her, as happened, a sign of withdrawal. "Return to our little friend. You'll find her really interesting." "If you mean Miss Theale," he said, "I shall certainly not forget her. But you must remember that, so far as her interest is concerned, I myself discovered, as was said at dinner, invented her." "Well, one seemed rather to gather that you hadn't taken out the patent. Don't, I only mean, in the press of other things, too much neglect her." Affected, surprised by the coincidence of her appeal with Kate's, he asked himself quickly if it mightn't help him with her. He at any rate could but try. "You're all looking after my manners. That's exactly, you know, what Miss Croy has been saying to me. She keeps me up. She has had so much to say about them." He found pleasure in being able to give his hostess an account of his passage with Kate that, while quite veracious, might be reassuring to herself. But Aunt Maud, wonderfully and facing him straight, took it as if her confidence was supplied with other props. If she saw his intention in it, she yet blinked, neither with doubt nor with acceptance. She only said imperturbably, yes, she'll herself do anything for her friend, so that she but preaches what she practices. Densher really quite wondered if Aunt Maud knew how far Kate's devotion went. He was moreover a little puzzled by this special harmony, in face of which he quickly asked himself if Mrs. Lowder had bethought herself of the American girl as a distraction for him, and if Kate's mastery of the subject were therefore but an appearance addressed to her aunt. What might really become in all of this of the American girl was therefore a question that, on the latter contingency, would lose none of its sharpness. However, questions could wait, and it was easy, so far as he understood, to meet Mrs. Lowder. "It isn't a bit all the same, you know, that I resist. I find Miss Theale charming." Well, it was all she wanted. "Then don't miss a chance. The only thing is," he went on, "that she's naturally now leaving town and, as I take it, going abroad." Aunt Maud looked indeed an instant as if she herself had been dealing with this difficulty. "She won't go," she smiled in spite of it, "till she has seen you. Moreover, when she does go—" She paused, leaving him uncertain. But the next minute he was still more at sea. "We shall go too." He gave a smile that he himself took for slightly strange. "And what good will that do me?" "We shall be near them somewhere, and you'll come out to us." "Oh," he said a little awkwardly. "I'll see that you do. I mean, I'll write to you." "Ah, thank you, thank you." Merton Densher laughed. She was indeed putting him on his honour, and his honour winced a little at the use he rather helplessly saw himself suffering her to believe she could make of it. "There are all sorts of things," he vaguely remarked, "to consider." "No doubt, but there's above all the great thing." "And pray, what's that?" "Why, the importance of your not losing the occasion of your life. I'm treating you handsomely. I'm looking after it for you. I can smooth your path. She's charming, she's clever, and she's good, and her fortune's a real fortune." Ah, there it was, Aunt Maud, The pieces fell together for him as he felt her thus buying him off and buying him. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so grave. With Miss Teal's money. He ventured, derisive, fairly to treat it as extravagant. "I'm much obliged to you for the handsome offer." "Of what doesn't belong to me?" She wasn't abashed. "I don't say it does, but there's no reason it shouldn't to you. Mind you, moreover," she kept it up, "I'm not one who talks in the air. You owe me something, if you want to know why." Distinct, he felt her pressure. He felt, given her basis, her consistency, he even felt to agree that was immediately to receive an odd confirmation. Her truth, for that matter, was that she believed him bribable, a belief that his own mind as well, while they stood there, lighted up the impossible. What then in this light did Kate believe him? But that wasn't what he asked aloud. "Of course I know I owe you thanks for a deal of kind treatment. You're inviting me, for instance, tonight." "Yes, my inviting you tonight's a part of it, but you don't know," she added, "how far I've gone for you." He felt himself red, and as if his honour were colouring up, but he laughed again as he could. "I see how far you're going. I'm the most honest woman in the world, but I've nevertheless done for you what was necessary." And then, as her now quite sombre gravity only made him stare, "To start you, it was necessary. For me, it has the weight." He but continued to stare, and she met his blankness with surprise. "Don't you understand me? I've told the proper lie for you." Still, he only showed her his flush-strained smile, in spite of which, speaking with force, and as if he must with a minute's reflection see what she meant, she turned away from him. "I depend upon you now to make me right." The minute's reflection he was, of course, more free to take after he had left the house. He walked up the Bayswater Road, but he stopped short under the murky stars before the modern church in the middle of the square that going eastward opened out on his left. He had had his brief stupidity, but now he understood. She had guaranteed to Milly Teal through Mrs. Stringham that Kate didn't care for him. She had affirmed through the same source that the attachment was only his. He made it out, and he could see what she meant by its starting him. She had described Kate as merely compassionate, so that Milly might be compassionate too. Proper, indeed it was, her lie, the very properest possible, and the most deeply, richly diplomatic. So Milly was successfully deceived. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. Recording by Steve Young on Cape Cod.
Book 6, Chapter 5 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 6, Chapter 5. To see her alone, the poor girl, he none the less promptly felt, was to see her after all very much on the old basis, the basis of his 3 visits in New York. The new element, when once he was again face to face with her, not really amounting to much more than a recognition, with a little surprise, of the positive extent of the old basis. Everything but that, everything embarrassing fell away after he had been present 5 minutes. It was in fact wonderful that their excellent, their pleasant, their permitted and proper and harmless American relation, the legitimacy of which he could thus scarce express in names enough, should seem so unperturbed by other matters. They had both since then had great adventures. Such an adventure for him was his mental annexation of her country, and it was now, for the moment, as if the greatest of them all were this acquired consciousness of reasons other than those that had already served. Densher had asked for her at her hotel the day after Aunt Maud's dinner, with a rich, that is, with a highly troubled preconception of the part likely to be played for him at present, in any contact with her, by Kate's and Mrs. Lowder's so oddly conjoined and so really superfluous attempts to make her interesting. She had been interesting enough without them. That appeared today to come back to him, and admirable and beautiful as was the charitable zeal of the two ladies, it might easily have nipped in the bud the germs of a friendship inevitably limited but still perfectly open to him. What had happily averted the need of his breaking off, what would as happily continue to avert it, was his own good sense and good humour, a certain spring of mind in him which ministered, imagination aiding, to understandings and allowances, and which he had positively never felt such ground as just now to rejoice in the possession of. Many men, he practically made the reflection, wouldn't have taken the matter that way, would have lost patience, finding the appeal in question irrational, exorbitant, and thereby making short work with it, would have let it render any further acquaintance with Miss Theale impossible. He had talked with Kate of this young woman's being sacrificed, and that would have been one way, so far as he was concerned, to sacrifice her. Such, however, had not been the tune to which his at first bewildered view had, since the night before, cleared itself up. It wasn't so much that he failed of being the kind of man who chucked, for he knew himself as the kind of man wise enough to mark the case, in which chucking might be the minor evil and the least cruelty. It was that he liked too much everyone concerned, willingly to show himself merely impracticable. He liked Kate, goodness knew, and he also clearly enough liked Mrs. Loder. He liked in particular Milly herself, and hadn't it come up for him the evening before that he quite liked even Susan Shepherd? He had never known himself so generally merciful. It was a footing, at all events, whatever accounted for it, on which he should surely be rather a muff not to manage, by one turn or another, to escape disobliging. Should he find it he couldn't work it, there would still be time enough. The idea of working it crystallized before him in such guise as not only to promise much interest, fairly in case of success much enthusiasm, but positively to impart to failure an appearance of barbarity. Arriving thus in Brook Street, both with the best intentions and with the margin consciously left for some primary awkwardness, he found his burden, to his great relief, unexpectedly light. The awkwardness involved in the responsibility so newly and so ingeniously traced for him turned round on the spot to present him another face. This was simply the face of his old impression, which he now fully recovered, the impression that American girls, when rare case they had the attraction of Milly, were clearly the easiest people in the world. Had what had happened been that this specimen of the class was from the first so committed to ease that nothing subsequent could ever make her difficult? That affected him now as still more probable than on the occasion of the hour or two lately passed with her in Kate's society. Milly Theale had recognized no complication to Densher's view, while bringing him with his companion from the National Gallery and entertaining them at luncheon. It was therefore scarce supposable that complications had become so soon too much for her. His pretext for presenting himself was fortunately of the best and simplest. The least he could decently do, given their happy acquaintance, was to call with an enquiry after learning that she had been prevented by illness from meeting him at dinner. And then there was the beautiful accident of her other demonstration. He must at any rate have given a sign as a sequel to the hospitality he had shared with Kate. Well, he was giving one now, such as it was. He was finding her, to begin with, accessible, and very naturally and prettily glad to see him. He had come after luncheon, early, though not so early but that she might already be out if she were well enough, and she was well enough and yet still at home. He had an inner glimpse, with this, of the comment Kate would have made on it. It wasn't absent from his thought that Milly would have been at home by her account, because expecting, after a talk with Mrs. Stringham, that a certain person might turn up. He even, so pleasantly did things go, enjoyed freedom of minds to welcome, on that supposition, a fresh sign of the beautiful hypocrisy of women. He went so far as to enjoy believing the girl might have stayed in for him. It helped him to enjoy her behaving as if she hadn't. She expressed, that is, exactly the right degree of surprise. She didn't a bit overdo it. The lesson of which was perceptibly that, so far as his late lights had opened the door to any want of the natural in their meetings, he might trust her to take care of it for him as well as for herself. She had begun this admirably on his entrance, with her turning away from the table at which she had apparently been engaged in letter writing. It was the very possibility of his betraying a concern for her as one of the afflicted that she had within the first minute conjured away. She was never, never, did he understand, to be one of the afflicted for him, and the manner in which he understood it, something of the answering pleasure that he couldn't help knowing he showed, constituted, he was very soon after to acknowledge, something like a start for intimacy. When things like that could pass, people had in truth to be equally conscious of a relation. It soon made one, at all events, when it didn't find one made. She had let him ask, there had been time for that, his allusion to her friend's explanatory arrival at Lancaster Gate without her being inevitable; but she had blown away, and quite as much with a look in her eyes as with a smile on her lips, every ground for anxiety and every chance for insistence. How was she? Why, she was, as he thus saw her, and as she had reasons of her own, nobody else's business, for desiring to appear. Kate's account of her as too proud for pity, as fiercely shy about so personal a secret, came back to him, so that he rejoiced he could take a hint, especially when he wanted to. The question the girl had quickly disposed of. "Oh, it was nothing. I'm all right, thank you," was one he was glad enough to be able to banish. It wasn't at all, in spite of the appeal Kate had made to him on it, his affair, for his interest had been invoked in the name of compassion, and the name of compassion was exactly what he felt himself at the end of 2 minutes forbidden so much as to whisper. He had been sent to see her in order to be sorry for her, and how sorry he might be, quite privately, he was yet to make out. Didn't that signify, however, almost not at all, inasmuch as, whatever his upshot, he was never to give her a glimpse of it? Thus the ground was unexpectedly cleared, though it was not till a slightly longer time had passed that he read clear, at first with amusement and then with a strange shade of respect, what had most operated. Extraordinarily, quite amazingly, he began to see that if his pity hadn't had to yield to still other things, it would have had to yield quite definitely to her own. That was the way the case had turned round. He had made his visit to be sorry for her, but he would repeat it, if he did repeat it, in order that she might be sorry for him. His situation made him, she judged, when once one liked him, a subject for that degree of tenderness. He felt this judgment in her, and felt it as something he should really, in decency, in dignity, in common honesty, have very soon to reckon with. Odd enough was it certainly that the question originally before him, the question placed there by Kate, should so of a sudden find itself quite dislodged by another. This other, it was easy to see, came straight up with the fact of her beautiful delusion and of wasted charity, the whole thing preparing for him as pretty a case of conscience as he could have desired, and one at the prospect of which he was already wincing. If he was interesting, it was because he was unhappy, and if he was unhappy, it was because his passion for Kate had spent itself in vain, and if Kate was indifferent, inexorable, it was because she had left Milly, if no doubt of it. That above all was what came up for him, how clear an impression of his attitude, how definite an account of his own failure, Kate must have given her friend. His immediate quarter of an hour there with the girl lighted up for him almost luridly such an inference. It was almost as if the other party, to their remarkable understanding, had been with them as they talked, had been hovering about, had dropped in to look after her work. The value of the work affected him as different from the moment he saw it so expressed in poor Milly. Since it was false that he wasn't loved, so his right was quite quenched to figure on that ground as important. And if he didn't look out he should find himself appreciating in a way quite at odds with straightness the good faith of Milly's benevolence. There was the place for scruples, there the need absolutely to mind what he was about. If it wasn't proper for him to enjoy consideration on a perfectly false footing, where was the guarantee that, if he kept on, he mightn't soon himself pretend to the grievance in order not to miss the sweet? Consideration from a charming girl was soothing on whatever theory, and it didn't take him far to remember that he had himself as yet done nothing deceptive. It was Kate's description of him, his defeated state. It was none of his own. His responsibility would begin, as he might say, only with acting it out. The sharp point was, however, in the difference between acting and not acting. This difference, in fact, it was that made the case of conscience. He saw it with a certain alarm rise before him, that everything was acting that was not speaking the particular word. If you like me because you think she doesn't, it isn't a bit true. She does like me awfully. That would have been the particular word, which there were at the same time but too palpably such difficulties about his uttering. Wouldn't it be virtually as indelicate to challenge her as to leave her deluded? And this quite apart from the exposure, so to speak, of Kate, as to whom it would constitute a kind of betrayal. Kate's design was something so extraordinarily special to Kate that he felt himself shrink from the complications involved in judging it. Not to give away the woman one loved, but to back her up in her mistakes, once they had gone a certain length. That was perhaps chief among the inevitabilities of the abjection of love. Loyalty was of course supremely prescribed in presence of any design on her part, however roundabout, to do one nothing but good. Densher had quite to steady himself not to be awe-struck at the immensity of the good his own friend must on all this evidence have wanted to do him. Of one thing indeed meanwhile he was sure. Milly Theale wouldn't herself precipitate his necessity of intervention. She would absolutely never say to him, "Is it so impossible she shall ever care for you seriously?" Without which nothing could well be less delicate than for him aggressively to set her right. Kate would be free to do that if Kate, in some prudence, some contrition, for some better reason in fine, should revise her plan. But he asked himself what, failing this, he could do that wouldn't be after all more gross than doing nothing. This brought him round again to the acceptance of the fact that the poor girl liked him. She put it, for reasons of her own, on a simple, a beautiful ground, a ground that already supplied her with the pretext she required. The ground was there, that is, in the impression she had received, retained, cherished. The pretext over and above it was the pretext for acting on it. That she now believed as she did made her sure at last that she might act, so that what Densher therefore would have struck at would be the root in her soul of a pure pleasure. It positively lifted its head and flowered, this pure pleasure, while the young man now sat with her, and there were things she seemed to say that took the words out of his mouth. These were not all the things she did say. They were rather what such things meant in the light of what he knew. Her warning him, for instance, of the question of how she was. The quick brave little art with which she did that represented to his fancy a truth she didn't utter. "I'm well for you. That's all you have to do with or need trouble about. I shall never be anything so horrid as ill for you. So there you are. Worry about me, spare me, please, as little as you can. Don't be afraid, in short, to ignore my interesting side. It isn't, you see, even now while you sit here, that there aren't lots of others. Only do them justice, and we shall get on beautifully." This was what was folded finely up in her talk, all quite ostensibly about her impressions and her intentions. She tried to put Densher again on his American doings, but he wouldn't have that today. As he thought of the way in which the other afternoon, before Kate, he had sat complacently yawning, he accused himself of excess, of having overdone it, having made at least apparently more of a set at their entertainer than he was at all events then intending. He turned the tables, drawing her out about London, about her vision of life there, and only too glad to treat her as a person with whom he could easily have other topics than her aches and pains. He spoke to her above all of the evidence offered him at Lancaster Gate that she had come but to conquer, and when she had met this with full and gay assent, how could I help being the feature of the season, the what do you call it, the theme of every tongue? They fraternized freely over all that had come and gone for each since their interrupted encounter in New York. At the same time, while many things in quick succession came up for them, came up in particular for Densher, nothing perhaps was just so sharp as the odd influence of their present conditions on their view of their past ones. It was as if they hadn't known how thick they had originally become, as if, in a manner, they had really fallen to remembrance of more passages of intimacy than there had in fact at the time quite been room for. They were in a relation now so complicated, whether by what they said or by what they didn't say, that it might have been seeking to justify its speedy growth by reaching back to one of those fabulous periods in which prosperous states place their beginnings. He recalled what had been said at Mrs. Lowder's about the steps and stages in people's careers that absence caused one to miss, and about the resulting frequent sense of meeting them further on, which, with some other matters also recalled, he took occasion to communicate to Milly. The matters he couldn't mention mingled themselves with those he did, so that it would doubtless have been hard to say which of the two groups now played most of a part. He was kept face to face with this young lady by a force absolutely resident in their situation and operating for his nerves with the swiftness of the forces commonly regarded by sensitive persons as beyond their control. The current thus determined had positively become for him, by the time he had been 10 minutes in the room, something that, but for the absurdity of comparing the very small with the very great, he would freely have likened to the rapids of Niagara. An uncriticised acquaintance between a clever young man and a responsive young woman could do nothing more, at the most, than go, and his actual experiment went and went and went. Nothing probably so conduced to make it go as the marked circumstance that they had spoken all the while not a word about Kate. And this in spite of the fact that, if it were a question for them of what had occurred in the past weeks, nothing had occurred comparable to Kate's predominance. Densher had but the night before appealed to her for instruction as to what he must do about her, but he fairly winced to find how little this came to. She had foretold him of course how little, but it was a truth that looked different when shown him by Milly. It proved to him that the latter had in fact been dealt with, but it produced in him the thought that Kate might perhaps again conveniently be questioned. He would have liked to speak to her before going further, to make sure she really meant him to succeed quite so much. With all the difference that, as we say, came up for him, it came up afresh, naturally, that he might make his visit brief and never renew it, Yet the strangest thing of all was that the argument against that issue would have sprung precisely from the beautiful little eloquence involved in Milly's avoidances. Precipitate these well might be, since they emphasized the fact that she was proceeding in the sense of the assurances she had taken. Over the latter she had visibly not hesitated, for hadn't they had the merit of giving her a chance? Densher quite saw her, felt her take it, the chance, neither more nor less, of help rendered him according to her freedom. It was what Kate had left her with. Listen to him? I? Never. So do as you like. What Milly liked was to do it thus appeared as she was doing, our young man's glimpse of which was just what would have been for him not less a glimpse of the peculiar brutality of shaking her off. The choice exhaled its shy fragrance of heroism, for it was not aided by any questions of parting with Kate. She would be charming to Kate as well as to Kate's adorer. She would incur whatever pain could dwell for her in the sight, should she continue to be exposed to the sight, of the adorer thrown with the adored. It wouldn't really have taken much more to make him wonder if he hadn't before him one of those rare cases of exaltation, food for fiction, food for poetry, in which a man's fortune with the woman who doesn't care for him is positively promoted by the woman who does. It was as if Milly had said to herself, "Well, he can at least meet her in my society, if that's anything to him, so that my line can only be to make my society attractive." She certainly couldn't have made a different impression if she had so reasoned. All of which none the less didn't prevent his soon enough saying to her, quite as if she were to be whirled into space, "And now then, what becomes of you? Do you begin to rush about to visits to country houses?" She disowned the idea with a headshake that, put on what face she would, couldn't help betraying to him something of her suppressed view of the possibility, ever perhaps, of any such proceedings. They weren't at any rate for her now. "Dear no, we go abroad for a few weeks somewhere of high air. That has been before us for many days. We've only been kept on by last necessities here. However, everything's done and the wind's in our sails." "May you scud then happily before it. But when," he asked, "do you come back?" She looked ever so vague, then as if to correct it. "Oh, when the wind turns. And what do you do with your summer?" "Ah, I spend it in sordid toil. I drench it with mercenary ink. My work in your country counts for play as well. You see what's thought of the pleasure your country can give. My holiday's over." "I'm sorry you had to take it," said Milly, "at such a different time from ours. If you could but have worked while we've been working." "I might be playing while you play?" "Oh, the distinction isn't great with me. There's a little of each for me, of work and of play, in either." "But you and Mrs. Stringham and Miss Croy and Mrs. Loder, you all," he went on, "have been given up, like navvies or niggers, to real physical toil. Your rest is something you've earned and you need. My labour's comparatively light." "Very true," she smiled. "But all the same, I like mine." "It doesn't leave you done?" "Not a bit. I don't get tired when I'm interested. Oh, I could go far." He bethought himself. "Then why don't you? Since you've got here, as I learn, the whole place in your pocket." "Well, it's a kind of economy. I'm saving things up. I've enjoyed so what you speak of, though your account of it's fantastic, that I'm watching over his future, that I can't help being anxious and careful. I want, in the interest itself of what I've had and may still have, not to make stupid mistakes. The way not to make them is to get off again to a distance and see the situation from there. I shall keep it fresh," she wound up, as if herself rather pleased with the ingenuity of her statement. "I shall keep it fresh by that prudence for my return." "And then you will return? Can you promise one that?" Her face fairly lighted at his asking for a promise, but she made as if bargaining a little. "Isn't London rather awful in winter?" He had been going to ask her if she meant for the invalid, but he checked the infelicity of this and took the inquiry as referring to social life. "No, I like it. With one thing and another, it's less of a mob than later on. And it would have for us the merit, should you come here then, that we should probably see more of you. So do reappear for us, if it isn't a question of climate." She looked at that a little graver. "If what isn't a question?" "Why, the determination of your movements. You spoke just now of going somewhere for that." "For better air?" she remembered. "Oh, yes. One certainly wants to get out of London in August." "Rather, of course." He fully understood. "Though I'm glad you've hung on long enough for me to catch you. Try us at any rate," he continued, "once more." "Whom do you mean by us?" she presently asked. It pulled him up an instant, representing, as he saw it might have seemed, an illusion to himself as conjoined with Kate, whom he was proposing not to mention any more than his hostess did. But the issue was easy. "I mean all of us together. Every one you'll find ready to surround you with sympathy." It made her none the less, in her odd charming way, challenge him afresh. "Why do you say sympathy?" "Well, it's doubtless a pale word. What we shall feel for you will be much nearer worship." "As near then as you like." With which at last Kate's name was sounded. "The people I'd most come back for are the people you know. I do it for Mrs. Loder, who has been beautifully kind to me." "So she has to me," said Densher. "I feel," he added, as she at first answered nothing, "that, quite contrary to anything I originally expected, I've made a good friend of her." "I didn't expect it either. It's turning out as it has." "But I did," said Milly, "with Kate. I shall come back for her too. I'd do anything," she kept it up, "for Kate." Looking at him as with conscious clearness while she spoke, she might for the moment have effectively laid a trap for whatever remains of the ideal straightness in him were still able to pull themselves together and operate. He was afterwards to say to himself that something had at that moment hung for him by a hair. "Oh, I know what one would do for Kate." It had hung for him by a hair to break out with that, which he felt he had really been kept from by an element in his consciousness stronger still. The proof of the truth in question was precisely in his silence. Resisting the impulse to break out was what he was doing for Kate. This at the time moreover came and went quickly enough. He was trying the next minute but to make Milly's illusion easy for herself. "Of course I know what friends you are, and of course I understand," he permitted himself to add, "any amount of devotion to a person so charming. That's the good turn then she'll do us all. I mean her working for your return." "Oh you don't know," said Milly, "how much I'm really on her hands." He could but accept the appearance of wondering how much he might show he knew. "Ah she's very masterful." "She's great. Yet I don't say she bullies me." "No, that's not the way. At any rate it isn't hers," he smiled. He remembered, however, then that an undue acquaintance with Kate's ways was just what he mustn't show, and he pursued the subject no further than to remark with a good intention that he had the further merit of representing a truth. "I don't feel as if I knew her really to call no." "Well, if you come to that, I don't either," she laughed. The words gave him, as soon as they were uttered, a sense of responsibility for his own, though during a silence that ensued for a minute he had time to recognise that his own contained after all no element of falsity. Strange enough therefore was it that he could go too far, if it was too far, without being false. His observation was one he could perfectly have made to Kate herself, and before he again spoke, and before Milly did, he took time for more still, for feeling how just here it was that he must break short of if his mind was really made up not to go further. It was as if he had been at a corner, and fairly put there by his last speech, so that it depended on him whether or not to turn it. The silence, if prolonged but an instant, might even have given him a sense of her waiting to see what he would do. It was filled for them the next thing by the sound, rather voluminous for the August afternoon, of the approach in the street below them of heavy carriage wheels and of horses trained to step. A rumble, a great shake, a considerable effective clatter had been apparently succeeded by a pause at the door of the hotel, which was in turn accompanied by a due display of diminished prancing and stamping. "You've a visitor," Densher laughed, "and it must be at least an ambassador." "It's only my own carriage. It does that. Isn't it wonderful? Every day. But we find it, Mrs. Stringham and I, in the innocence of our hearts, very amusing." She had got up as she spoke, to assure herself of what she said, and at the end of a few steps they were together on the balcony and looking down at her waiting chariot, which made indeed a brave show. "Is it very awful?" It was to Densher's eyes, save for its absurd heaviness, only pleasantly pompous. "It seems to me delightfully rococo. But how do I know? You're mistress of these things, in contact with the highest wisdom. You occupy a position, moreover, thanks to which your carriage, well, by this time, in the eye of London also occupies one." But she was going out, and he mustn't stand in her way. What had happened the next minute was first that she had denied she was going out, so that he might prolong his stay, and second that she had said she would go out with pleasure if he would like to drive, that in fact there were always things to do, that there had been a question for her to do of several in particular, and that this in short was why the carriage had been ordered so early. They perceived as she said these things that an enquirer had presented himself, and coming back they found Milly's servant announcing the carriage and prepared to accompany her. This appeared to have for her the effect of settling the matter, on the basis, that is, of Densher's happy response. Densher's happy response, however, had as yet hung fire, the process we have described in him operating by this time with extreme intensity. The system of not pulling up, not breaking off, had already brought him headlong, he seemed to feel, to where they actually stood, and just now it was with the vengeance that he must do either one thing or the other. He had been waiting for some moments, which probably seemed to him longer than they were. This was because he was anxiously watching himself wait. He couldn't keep that up for ever, and since one thing or the other was what he must do, it was for the other that he presently became conscious of having decided. If he had been drifting it settled itself in the manner of a bump and considerable violence against a firm object in the stream. "Oh yes, I'll go with you with pleasure. It's a charming idea." She gave no look to thank him. She rather looked away. She only said at once to her servant, "In 10 minutes," and then to her visitor, as the man went out, "We'll go somewhere. I shall like that. But I must ask of you time, as little as possible, to get ready." She looked over the room to provide for him, keep him there. "There are books and things, plenty, and I dress very quickly." He caught her eyes only as she went, on which he thought them pretty and touching. Why especially touching at that instant he could certainly scarce have said. It was involved, it was lost in the sense of her wishing to oblige him. Clearly what had occurred was her having wished it so that she had made him simply wish, in civil acknowledgement, to oblige her, which he had now fully done by turning his corner. He was quite round it, his corner, by the time the door had closed upon her and he stood there alone. Alone he remained for 3 minutes more, remained with several very living little matters to think about. One of these was the phenomenon, typical, highly American, he would have said, of Milly's extreme spontaneity. It was perhaps rather as if he had sought refuge from another question, in the almost exclusive contemplation of this. Yet this, in its way, led him nowhere, not even to a sound generalization about American girls. It was spontaneous for his young friend to have asked him to drive with her alone, since she hadn't mentioned her companion; but she struck him, after all, as no more advanced in doing it than Kate, for instance, who wasn't an American girl, might have struck him in not doing it. Besides, Kate would have done it, though Kate wasn't at all in the same sense as Milly spontaneous. And then in addition Kate had done it, or things very like it. Furthermore, he was engaged to Kate, even if his ostensibly not being put her public freedom on other grounds. On all grounds, at any rate, the relation between Kate and freedom, between freedom and Kate, was a different one from any he could associate or cultivate as to anything with the girl who had just left him to prepare to give herself up to him. It had never struck him before, and he moved about the room while he thought of it, touching none of the books placed at his disposal. Milly was forward, as might be said, but not advanced, whereas Kate was backward still, comparatively, as an English girl, and yet advanced in a high degree. However, though this didn't straighten it out, Kate was of course 2 or 3 years older, which at their time of life considerably counted. Thus ingenuously discriminating, Densher continued slowly to wander, yet without keeping at bay for long the sense of having rounded his corner. He had so rounded it that he felt himself lose even the option of taking advantage of Milly's absence to retrace his steps. If he might have turned tail, vulgarly speaking, 5 minutes before, he couldn't turn tail now. He must simply wait there with his consciousness charged to the brim. Quickly enough, moreover, that issue was closed from without. In the course of 3 minutes more Miss Theale's servant had returned. He preceded a visitor whom he had met, obviously, at the foot of the stairs, and whom, throwing open the door, he loudly announced as Miss Croy. Kate, on following him in, stopped short at sight of Densher, only, after an instant, as the young man saw with free amusement, not from surprise, and still less from discomfiture. Densher immediately gave his explanation. Miss Theale had gone to prepare to drive, on receipt of which the servant effaced himself. "And you're going with her?" Kate asked. "Yes, with your approval, which I've taken, as you see, for granted." "Oh," she laughed, "my approval's complete." She was thoroughly consistent and handsome about it. "What I mean is, of course," he went on, for he was sensibly affected by her gaiety, "at your so lively instigation." She had looked about the room; she might have been vaguely looking for signs of the duration, of the character of his visit, a momentary aid in taking a decision. "Well, instigation then as much as you like." She treated it as pleasant, the success of her plea with him. She made a fresh joke of this direct impression of it. "So much so as that? Do you know, I think I won't wait." "Not to see her after coming?" "Well, with you in the field. I came for news of her, but she must be all right if she is." But he took her straight up. "Ah, how do I know?" He was moved to say more. "It's not I who am responsible for her, my dear. It seems to me it's you." She struck him as making light of a matter that had been costing him sundry qualms, so that they couldn't both be quite just. Either she was too easy, or he had been too anxious. He didn't want at all events to feel a fool for that. "I'm doing nothing, and shall not, I assure you, do anything but what I'm told." Their eyes met with some intensity over the emphasis he had given his words, and he had taken it from her the next moment that he really needn't get into a state. What in the world was the matter? She asked it, with interest for all answer. Isn't she better if she's able to see you? She assures me she's in perfect health. Kate's interest grew. I knew she would. On which she added, it won't have been really for illness that she stayed away last night. For what then? Well, for nervousness. Nervousness about what? Oh, you know. She spoke with a hint of impatience, smiling, however, the next moment. I've told you that. He looked at her to recover in her face what she had told him. Then it was as if what he saw there prompted him to say, what have you told her? She gave him her controlled smile, and it was all as if they remembered where they were, liable to surprise, talking with softened voices, even stretching their opportunity, by such talk, beyond a quite right feeling. Milly's room would be close at hand, and yet they were saying things. For a moment, none the less, they kept it up. Ask her, if you like. You're free. She'll tell you. Act as you think best. Don't trouble about what you think I may or mayn't have told. I'm all right with her, said Kate. So there you are. If you mean here I am, he answered, it's unmistakable. If you also mean that her believing in you is all I have to do with, you're so far right as that she certainly does believe in you. Well, then take example by her. She's really doing it for you, Densher continued. She's driving me out for you. In that case, said Kate with her soft tranquillity, you can do it a little for her. I'm not afraid, she smiled. He stood before her a moment, taking in again the face she put on it and affected again, as he had already so often been, by more things in this face and in her whole person and presence than he was, to his relief, obliged to find words for. It wasn't under such impressions a question of words. I do nothing for any one in the world but you. But for you I'll do anything. Good, good, said Kate. That's how I like you. He waited again an instant. Then you swear to it? To it? To what? Why, that you do like me. Since it's all for that, you know, that I'm letting you do, well, God knows what with me. She gave at this with a stare, a disheartened gesture, the sense of which she immediately further expressed. If you don't believe in me, then, after all, hadn't you better break off before you've gone further? Break off with you? Break off with Milly. You might go now, she said, and I'll stay and explain to her why it is. He wondered as if it struck him. What would you say? Why, that you find you can't stand her, and that there's nothing for me but to bear with you as I best may. He considered of this. How much do you abuse me to her? Exactly enough. As much as you see by her attitude. Again he thought. It doesn't seem to me I ought to mind her attitude. Well, then, just as you like. I'll stay and do my best for you. He saw she was sincere, was really giving him a chance, and that of itself made things clearer. The feeling of how far he had gone came back to him, not in repentance, but in this very vision of an escape. And it was not of what he had done, but of what Kate offered, that he now weighed the consequence. Won't it make her not finding me here, be rather more sure there's something between us? Kate thought. Oh, I don't know. It will of course greatly upset her, but you needn't trouble about that. She won't die of it. Do you mean she will? Densher presently asked. Don't put me questions when you don't believe what I say. You make too many conditions. She spoke now with a shade of rational weariness that made the want of pliancy, the failure to oblige her, looked poor and ugly, so that what it suddenly came back to for him was his deficiency in the things a man of any taste, so engaged, so enlisted, would have liked to make sure of being able to show: imagination, tact, positively even humour. The circumstance is doubtless odd, but the truth is none the less that the speculation uppermost with him at this juncture was, what if I should begin to bore this creature? And that, within a few seconds, had translated itself: "If you'll swear again you love me." She looked about at door and window, as if he were asking for more than he said. "Here? There's nothing between us here," Kate smiled. "Oh, isn't there?" Her smile itself, with this, had so settled something for him that he had come to her pleadingly and holding out his hands, which she immediately seized with her own, as if both to check him and to keep him. It was by keeping him thus for a minute that she did check him. She held him long enough while, with their eyes deeply meeting, they waited in silence for him to recover himself and renew his discretion. He coloured as with the return of the sense of where they were, and that gave her precisely one of her usual victories, which immediately took further form. By the time he had dropped her hands he had again taken hold, as it were, of Milly's. It was not at any rate with Milly he had broken. "I'll do all you wish," he declared, as if to acknowledge the acceptance of his condition that he had practically, after all, drawn from her, a declaration on which she then, recurring to her first idea, promptly acted. "If you are as good as that I go. You'll tell her that, finding you with her, I wouldn't wait. Say that, you know, from yourself. She'll understand." She had reached the door with it. She was full of decision, but he had before she left him one more doubt. "I don't see how she can understand enough, you know, without understanding too much. You don't need to see." He required then a last injunction. "I must simply go it blind?" "You must simply be kind to her." "And leave the rest to you?" "Leave the rest to her," said Kate, disappearing. It came back then afresh to that, as it had come before. Milly, 3 minutes after Kate had gone, returned in her array, her big black hat, so little superstitiously in the fashion, her fine black garments throughout, the swathing of her throat, which Densher vaguely took for an infinite number of yards of priceless lace, and which, its folded fabric kept in place by heavy rows of pearls, hung down to her feet like the stole of a priestess. He spoke to her at once of their friend's visit and flight. She hadn't known she'd find me, he said, and said at present without difficulty. He had so rounded his corner that it wasn't a question of a word more or less. She took this account of the matter as quite sufficient. She glossed over whatever might be awkward. "I'm sorry, but I of course often see her." He felt the discrimination in his favour, and how it justified Kate. This was Milly's tone when the matter was left to her. Well, it should now be wholly left. End of Book 6, Chapter 5. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 7th, Chapter 1 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 7th, Chapter 1. When Kate and Densher abandoned her to Mrs. Stringham on the day of her meeting them together and bringing them to luncheon, Milly, face to face with that companion, had had one of those moments in which the warned, the anxious fighter of the battle of life, as if once again feeling for the sword at his side, carries his hand straight to the quarter of his courage. She laid hers firmly on her heart, and the two women stood there showing each other a strange front. Susan Shepherd had received their great doctor's visit, which had been clearly no small affair for her, but Milly had since then, with insistence, kept in place, against communication and betrayal, as she now practically confessed, the barrier of their invited guests. "You've been too, dear. With what I see you're full of, you treated them beautifully. Isn't Kate charming when she wants to be?" Poor Susie's expression, contending at first, as in a high fine spasm, with different dangers, had now quite let itself go. She had to make an effort to reach a point in space already so remote. Miss Croy? Oh, she was pleasant and clever. She knew, Mrs. Stringham added, she knew. Milly braced herself, but conscious above all at the moment of a high compassion for her mate. She made her out as struggling in all her nature against the betrayal of pity, which in itself, given her nature, could only be a torment. Milly gathered from the struggle how much there was of the pity, and how therefore it was both in her tenderness and in her conscience that Mrs. Stringham suffered. Wonderful and beautiful it was that this impression instantly steadied the girl, ruefully asking herself on what basis of ease, with the drop of their barrier, they were to find themselves together. She felt the question met with a relief that was almost joy. The basis, the inevitable basis, was that she was going to be sorry for Susie, who, to all appearance, had been condemned in so much more uncomfortable a manner to be sorry for her. Mrs. Stringham's sorrow would hurt Mrs. Stringham, but how could her own ever hurt? She had, the poor girl, at all events, on the spot 5 minutes of exaltation in which she turned the tables on her friend with a pass of the hand, a gesture of an energy that made a wind in the air. "Kate knew," she asked, "that you were full of Sir Luke Strett?" "She spoke of nothing, but she was gentle and nice. She seemed to want to help me through." Which the good lady had no sooner said, however, than she almost tragically gasped at herself. She glared at Milly with a pretended pluck. "What I mean is that she saw one had been taken up with something. When I saw she knows, I should say she's a person who guesses." And her grimace was also on its side heroic. "But she doesn't matter, Milly." The girl felt she by this time could face anything. "Nobody matters, Susie, nobody," which her next words, however, rather contradicted. "Did he take it ill that I wasn't here to see him? Wasn't it really just what he wanted, to have it out so much more simply with you?" "We didn't have anything out, Milly," Mrs. Stringham delicately quavered. "Didn't he awfully like you?" Milly went on. "And didn't he think you the most charming person I could possibly have referred him to for an account of me? Didn't you hit it off tremendously together, and in fact fall quite in love, so that it will really be a great advantage for you to have me as a common ground? You're going to make, I can see, no end of a good thing of me." My own child, my own child," Mrs. Stringham pleadingly murmured, yet showing as she did so that she feared the effect even of deprecation. "Isn't he beautiful and good to himself? Altogether, whatever he may say, a lovely acquaintance to have made? You're just the right people for me. I see it now. And do you know what, between you must do?" Then, as Susie still but stared, wonderstruck and holding herself, "You must simply see me through, any way you choose. Make it out together. I on my side will be beautiful too, and we'll be, the three of us, with whatever others, oh, as many as the case requires, any one you like, a sight for the gods. I'll be as easy for you as carrying a feather. Susie took it for a moment in such silence that her young friend almost saw her and scarcely withheld the observation, as taking it for a part of the disease. This accordingly helped Milly to be, as she judged, definite and wise. "He's at any rate awfully interesting, isn't he? Which is so much to the good. We haven't, at least, as we might have with the way we tumbled into it, got hold of one of the dreary." "Interesting, dearest?" Mrs. Stringham felt her feet firmer. "I don't know if he's interesting or not, but I do know, my own," she continued to quaver, "that he's just as much interested as you could possibly desire." "Certainly, that's it. Like all the world." "No, my precious, not like all the world. Very much more deeply and intelligently." "Ah, there you are!" Milly laughed. "That's the way, Susie, I want you. So buck up, my dear. We'll have beautiful times with him. Don't worry." "I'm not worrying, Milly." And poor Susie's face registered the sublimity of her lie. It was at this that, too sharply penetrated, her companion went to her, met by her with an embrace in which things were said that exceeded speech. Each held and clasped the other as if to console her for this unnamed woe, the woe for Mrs. Stringham of learning the torment of helplessness, the woe for Milly of having her, at such time, to think of. Milly's assumption was immense, and the difficulty for her friend was that of not being able to gainsay it without bringing it more to the proof than tenderness and vagueness could permit. Nothing in fact came to the proof between them but that they could thus cling together, except indeed that, as we have indicated, the pledge of protection and support was all the younger woman's own. "I don't ask you," she presently said, "what he told you for yourself, nor what he told you to tell me, nor how he took it, really, that I had left him to you, nor what passed between you about me in any way. It wasn't to get that out of you that I took my means to make sure of your meeting freely, for there are things I don't want to know. I shall see him again and again and shall know more than enough. All I do want is that you shall see me through on his basis, whatever it is; which it's enough for the purpose that you yourself should know. That is with him to show you how. I'll make it charming for you. That's what I mean. I'll keep you up to it in such a way that half the time you won't know you're doing it. And for that you're to rest upon me. There, it's understood. We keep each other going, and you may absolutely feel of me that I shan't break down. So with the way you haven't so much as a dig of the elbow to fear, how could you be safer?" "He told me I can help you. Of course he told me that," Susie on her side eagerly contended. "Why shouldn't he? And for what else have I come out with you? But he told me nothing dreadful. Nothing, nothing, nothing," the poor lady passionately protested. "Only that you must do as you like and as he tells you, which is just simply to do as you like." "I must keep in sight of him. I must from time to time go to him. But that's of course doing as I like. It's lucky," Milly smiled, "that I like going to him." Mrs. Stringham was here in agreement. She gave a clutch at the account of their situation that most showed it as workable. "That's what WILL be charming for me, and what I'm sure he really wants of me, to help you to do as you like." "And also a little, won't it be," Milly laughed, "to save me from the consequences? Of course," she added, "there must first be things I like." "Oh, I think you'll find some," Mrs. Stringham more bravely said. "I think there ARE some, as for instance just this one. I mean," she explained, "really having us so." Milly thought, "Just as if I wanted you comfortable about him, and him the same about you. Yes, I shall get the good of it." Susan Shepherd appeared to wander from this into a slight confusion. "Which of them are you talking of?" Milly wondered an instant, then had a light. I'm not talking of Mr. Densher, with which moreover she showed amusement, though if you can be comfortable about Mr. Densher too, so much the better. Oh, you mean Sir Luke Strett? Certainly, he's a fine type. Do you know, Susie continued, whom he reminds me of? Of our great man, Dr. Buttrick of Boston. Milly recognized Dr. Buttrick of Boston, but she dropped him after a tributary pause. What do you think, now that you have seen him, of Mr. Densher? It was not till after consideration, with her eyes fixed on her friend's, that Susie produced her answer. I think he's very handsome. Milly remained smiling at her, though putting on a little the manner of a teacher with a pupil. Well, that will do for the first time. I have done, she went on, what I wanted. Then that's all we want. You see, there are plenty of things. Milly shook her head for the plenty. The best is not to know. That includes them all. I don't know. Nothing about anything, except that you're with me. Remember that, please. There won't be anything that, on my side, for you, I shall forget. So it's all right. The effect of it by this time was fairly, as intended, to sustain Susie, who dropped in spite of herself into the reassuring. Most certainly it's all right. I think you ought to understand that he sees no reason why I shouldn't have a grand long life. Milly had taken it straight up as to understand it and for a moment consider it, but she disposed of it otherwise. Of course I know that. She spoke as if her friend's point were small. Mrs. Stringham tried to enlarge it. Well, what I mean is that he didn't say to me anything that he hasn't said to yourself. Really? I would in his place. She might have been disappointed, but she had her good humour. He tells me to live, and she oddly limited the word. It left Susan a little at sea. Then what do you want more? My dear, the girl presently said, I don't want, as I assure you, anything. Still, she added, I am living. Oh, yes, I'm living. It put them again face to face, but it had wound Mrs. Stringham up. So am I, then. You'll see. She spoke with a note of her recovery. Yet it was her wisdom now, meaning by it as much as she did not to say more than that. She had risen, by Milly's aid, to a certain command of what was before them. The 10 minutes of their talk had in fact made her more distinctly aware of the presence in her mind of a new idea. It was really perhaps an old idea with a new value. It had at all events begun during the last hour, though at first but feebly, to shine with a special light. That was because in the morning darkness had so suddenly descended a sufficient shade of night to bring out the powers of a star. The dusk might be thick yet, but the sky had comparatively cleared, and Susan Shepherd's star from this time on continued to twinkle for her. It was for the moment, after her passage with Milly, the one spark left in the heavens. She recognized as she continued to watch it that it had really been set there by Sir Luke Strett's visit, and that the impressions immediately following had done no more than fix it. Milly's reappearance, with Mr. Densher at her heels, or, so oddly perhaps, at Miss Croy's heels, Miss Croy being at Milly's, had contributed to this effect, though it was only with the lapse of the greater obscurity that Susie made that out. The obscurity had reigned during the hour of their friend's visit, faintly clearing indeed while, in one of the rooms, Kate Croy's remarkable advance to her intensified the fact that Milly and the young men were conjoined in the other. If it hadn't acquired on the spot all the intensity of which it was capable, this was because the poor lady still sat in her primary gloom, the gloom the great benignant doctor had practically left behind him. The intensity the circumstance in question might wear to, the informed imagination would have been sufficiently revealed for us, no doubt, and with other things to our purpose, in 2 or 3 of those confidential passages with Mrs. Lowder that she now permitted herself. She hadn't yet been so glad that she believed in her old friend, for if she hadn't had, at such a pass, somebody or other to believe in, she should certainly have stumbled by the way. Discretion had ceased to consist of silence. Silence was gross and thick, whereas wisdom should taper, however tremulously, to a point. She betook herself to Lancaster Gate the morning after the colloquy just noted, and there, in Maud Manningham's own sanctum, she gradually found relief in giving an account of herself. An account of herself was one of the things that she had long been in the habit of expecting herself regularly to give, the regularity depending of course much on such tests of merit as might, by laws beyond her control, rise in her path. She never spared herself, in short, a proper sharpness of conception of how she had behaved, and it was a statement that she for the most part found herself able to make. What had happened at present was that nothing, as she felt, was left of her to report to. She was all too sunk in the inevitable and the abysmal. To give an account of herself she must give it to somebody else, and her first instalment of it to her hostess was that she must please let her cry. She couldn't cry with Milly in observation, at the hotel, which she had accordingly left for that purpose, and the power happily came to her with a good opportunity. She cried and cried at first. She confined herself to that. It was for the time the best statement of her business. Mrs. Lowder, moreover, intelligently took it as such, though knocking off a note or 2 more, as she said, while Susan sat near her table. She could resist the contagion of tears, but her patience did justice to her visitor's most vivid plea for it. "I shall never be able, you know, to cry again, at least not ever with her, so I must make it out when I can. Even if she does herself it won't be for me to give away, for what would that be but a confession of despair? I'm not with her for that. I'm with her to be regularly sublime. Besides, Milly won't cry herself." "I'm sure I hope," said Mrs. Lowder, "that she won't have occasion to." "She won't, even if she does have occasion. She won't shed a tear. There is something that will prevent her." "Oh," said Mrs. Lowder. "Yes, her pride," Mrs. Stringham explained in spite of her friend's doubt. And it was with this that her communication took consistent form. It had never been pride, Maud Manningham had hinted, that kept her from crying when other things made for it. It had only been that these same things at such times made still more for business, arrangements, correspondence, the ringing of bells, the marshalling of servants, the taking of decisions. "I might be crying now," she said, "if I weren't writing letters," and this quite without harshness for her anxious companion, to whom she allowed just the administrative margin for difference. She had interrupted her no more than she would have interrupted the piano tuner. It gave poor Susie time, and when Mrs. Lowder, to save appearances and catch the post, had, with her addressed and stamped notes, met at the door of the room the footman summoned by the pressure of a knob, the facts of the case were sufficiently ready for her. It took but 2 or 3, however, given their importance, to lay the ground for the great one, Mrs. Stringham's interview of the day before with Sir Luke, who had wished to see her about Milly. "He had wished it himself?" "I think he was glad of it. Clearly indeed he was. He stayed a quarter of an hour. I could see that for him it was long. He's interested," said Mrs. Stringham. "Do you mean in her case?" "He says it isn't a case." "What then is it?" "It isn't, at least," Mrs. Stringham explained, "the case she believed it to be, though it at any rate might be, when, without my knowledge, she went to see him. She went because there was something she was afraid of, and he examined her thoroughly. He has made sure. She's wrong. She hasn't what she thought." "And what did she think?" Mrs. Lowder demanded. "He didn't tell me." "And you didn't ask?" "I asked nothing," said poor Susie. "I only took what he gave me. He gave me no more than he had to. He was beautiful," she went on. "He is, thank God, interested." "He must have been interested in you, dear," Maud Manningham observed with kindness. Her visitor met it with candour. "Yes, love, I think he is. I mean that he sees what he can do with me." Mrs. Lowder took it rightly. "For her?" "For her. Anything in the world he will or he must. He can use me to the last bone, and he likes at least that. He says the great thing for her is to be happy." "It's surely the great thing for everyone. Why, therefore," Mrs. Lowder handsomely asked, "should we cry so hard about it?" "Only," poor Susie wailed, "that it's so strange, so beyond us. I mean if she can't be." "She must be." Mrs. Lowder knew no impossibles. "She shall be." "Well, if you'll help. He thinks, you know, we can help." Mrs. Lowder faced a moment, in her massive way, what Sir Luke Strett thought. She sat back there, her knees apart, not unlike a picturesque ear-ringed matron at a market stall, while her friend before her dropped their items, tossed the separate truth of the matter one by one into her capacious apron. "But is that all he came to you for? To tell you she must be happy?" "That she must be made so. That's the point. It seemed enough as he told me," Mrs. Stringham went on. "He makes it somehow such a grand possible affair." "Ah well, if he makes it possible." "I mean especially he makes it grand. He gave it to me, that is, as my part. The rest's his own." "And what's the rest?" Mrs. Lowder asked. "I don't know. His business. He means to keep hold of her." "Then why do you say it isn't a case? It must be very much of one." Everything in Mrs. Stringham confessed to the extent of it. "It's only that it isn't THE case she herself supposed." "It's another?" "It's another." "Examining her for what she supposed, he finds something else?" "Something else." "And what does he find?" "Ah," Mrs. Stringham cried, "God keep me from knowing!" "He didn't tell you that?" But poor Susie had recovered herself. "What I mean is that if it's there I shall know in time. He's considering, but I can trust him for it, because he does, I feel, trust me. He's considering," she repeated. "He's in other words not sure." "Well, he's watching. I think that's what he means. She's to get away now, but to come back to him in 3 months." "Then I think," said Maud Lowder, "that he oughtn't meanwhile to scare us." It roused Susie a little, Susie being already enrolled in the great doctor's cause. This came out at least in her glimmer of reproach. "Does it scare us to enlist us for her happiness?" Mrs. Lowder was rather stiff for it. "Yes, it scares me. I'm always scared. I may call it so till I understand. What happiness is he talking about?" Mrs. Stringham at this came straight. "Oh, you know." She had really said it so that her friend had to take it, which the latter in fact after a moment showed herself as having done. A strange light humour in the matter even perhaps suddenly aiding, she met it with a certain accommodation. "Well, say one seems to see. The point is—" But fairly too full now of her question, she dropped. "The point is, will it cure?" "Precisely. Is it absolutely a remedy, the specific?" "Well, I should think we might know," Mrs. Stringham delicately declared. "Ah, but we haven't the complaint." "Have you never, dearest, been in love?" Susan Shepherd inquired. Yes, my child, but not by the doctor's direction. Maud Manningham had spoken perforce with a break into momentary mirth, which operated, and happily too, as a challenge to her visitor's spirit. "Oh, of course we don't ask his leave to fall, but it's something to know he thinks it good for us." "My dear woman," Mrs. Lowder cried, "it strikes me we know it without him, so that when that's all he has to tell us—" "Ah," Mrs. Stringham interposed, "it isn't all. I feel Sir Luke will have more. He won't have put me off with anything inadequate. I'm to see him again. He as good as told me that he'll wish it. So it won't be for nothing." "Then what will it be for? Do you mean he has somebody of his own to propose? Do you mean you told him nothing?" Mrs. Stringham dealt with these questions. "I showed him I understood him. That was all I could do. I didn't feel at liberty to be explicit, but I felt, even though his visit so upset me, the comfort of what I had from you night before last." "What I spoke to you of in the carriage when we had left her with Kate." "You had seen, apparently in 3 minutes. And now that he's here, now that I've met him and had my impression of him, I feel," said Mrs. Stringham, "that you've been magnificent." "Of course I've been magnificent. When," asked Maud Manningham, "was I anything else? But Milly won't be, you know, if she marries Merton Densher." "Oh, it's always magnificent to marry the man one loves. But we're going fast," Mrs. Stringham woefully smiled. "The thing is to go fast, if I see the case right. What had I after all but my instinct of that on coming back with you, night before last, to pick up Kate? I felt what I felt. I knew in my bones the man had returned." "That's just where, as I say, you're magnificent. But wait," said Mrs. Stringham, "till you've seen him." "I shall see him immediately." Mrs. Lowder took it up with decision. "What is then," she asked, "your impression?" Mrs. Stringham's impression seemed lost in her doubts. How can he ever care for her? Her companion, in her companion's heavy manner, sat on it. "By being put in the way of it." "For God's sake then," Mrs. Stringham wailed, "put him in the way! You have him, one feels, in your hand." Maud Lowder's eyes at this rested on her friend's. "Is that your impression of him?" "It's my impression, dearest, of you. You handle every one." Mrs. Lowder's eyes still rested, and Susan Shepherd now felt, for a wonder, not less sincere by seeing that she pleased her. But there was a great limitation. "I don't handle Kate." It suggested something that her visitor hadn't yet had from her, something the sense of which made Mrs. Stringham gasp. "Do you mean Kate cares for him?" The fact the lady of Lancaster Gate had up to this moment, as we know, enshrouded, and her friend's quick question had produced a change in her face. She blinked, then looked at the question hard, after which, whether she had inadvertently betrayed herself or had only reached a decision and then been affected by the quality of Mrs. Stringham's surprise, she accepted all results. What took place in her for Susan Shepherd was not simply that she made the best of them, but that she suddenly saw more in them to her purpose than she could have imagined. A certain impatience in fact marked in her this transition. She had been keeping back, very hard, an important truth, and wouldn't have liked to hear that she hadn't concealed it cleverly. Susie nevertheless felt herself pass as not a little of a fool with her for not having thought of it. What Susie indeed, however, most thought of at present, in the quick, new light of it, was the wonder of Kate's dissimulation. She had time for that view while she waited for an answer to her cry. "Kate thinks she cares, but she's mistaken, and no one knows it." These things, distinct and responsible, were Mrs. Lowder's retort. Yet they weren't all of it. You don't know it. That must be our line. Or rather, your line must be that you deny it utterly." "Deny that she cares for him?" "Deny that she so much as thinks that she does. Positively and absolutely deny that you've so much as heard of it." Susie faced this new duty. "To Milly, you mean, if she asks?" "To Milly, naturally. No one else will ask." "Well," said Mrs. Stringham after a moment, "Milly won't." Mrs. Lowder wondered. "Are you sure?" "Yes, the more I think of it. And luckily for me, I lie badly." "I lie well, thank God," Mrs. Lowder almost snorted. "When, as sometimes will happen, there's nothing else so good. One must always do the best. But without lies then," she went on, "perhaps we can work it out." Her interest had risen. Her friend saw her, as within some minutes, more enrolled and inflamed, presently felt in her what had made the difference. Mrs. Stringham, it was true, descried this at the time, but dimly she only made out at first that Maud had found a reason for helping her. The reason was, strangely, she might help Maud too, for which she now desired to profess herself ready even to lying. What really perhaps most came out for her was that her hostess was a little disappointed at her doubt of the social solidity of this appliance, and that in turn was to become a steadier light. The truth about Kate's delusion, as her aunt presented it, the delusion about the state of her affections which might be removed, this was apparently the ground on which they now might more intimately meet. Mrs. Stringham saw herself recruited for the removal of Kate's delusion by arts, however, in truth, that she as yet quite failed to compass. Or was it perhaps to be only for the removal of Mr. Densher's? Success in which indeed might entail other successes. Before that job, unfortunately, her heart had already failed. She felt that she believed in her bones what Milly believed, and what would now make working for Milly such a dreadful upward tug. All this within her was confused present, a cloud of questions out of which Maud Manningham's large seated self loomed, however, as a mass more and more definite, taking in fact for the consultative relation something of the form of an oracle. From the oracle the sound did come, or at any rate the sense did, a sense all accordant with the insufflation she had just seen working. Yes, the sense was: "I'll help you for Milly, because if that comes off I shall be helped by its doing so for Kate," a view into which Mrs. Stringham could now sufficiently enter. She found herself of sudden, strange to say, quite willing to operate to Kate's harm, or at least to Kate's good, as Mrs. Lowder, with a noble anxiety, measured it. She found herself in short not caring what became of Kate, only convinced at bottom of her predominance of Kate's star. Kate wasn't in danger. Kate wasn't pathetic. Kate Croy, whatever happened, would take care of Kate Croy. She saw moreover by this time that her friend was travelling even beyond her own speed. Mrs. Lowder had already, in mind, drafted a rough plan of action, a plan vividly enough thrown off as she said: "You must stay on a few days, and you must immediately, both of you, meet him at dinner." In addition to which Maud claimed the merit of having, by an instinct of pity, of prescient wisdom, done much 2 nights before to prepare that ground. "The poor child, when I was with her there while you were getting your shawl, quite gave herself away to me." "Oh, I remember how you afterwards put it to me, though it was nothing more," Susie did herself the justice to observe, "than what I too had quite felt." But Mrs. Lowder fronted her so on this that she wondered what she had said. "I suppose I ought to be edified at what you can so beautifully give up." "Give up?" Mrs. Stringham echoed. "Why, I give up nothing. I cling." Her hostess showed impatience, turning again with some stiffness to her great brass-bound cylinder desk and giving a push to an object or two disposed there. I give up then. You know how little such a person as Mr. Densher was to be my idea for her. You know what I've been thinking perfectly possible." "Oh, you've been great." Susie was perfectly fair. "A duke, a duchess, a princess, a palace you've made me believe in them too. But where we break down is that she doesn't believe in them. Luckily for her, as it seems to be turning out, she doesn't want them. So what's one to do? I assure you I've had many dreams, but I've only one dream now." Mrs. Stringham's tone in these last words gave so fully her meaning that Mrs. Lowder could but show herself as taking it in. They sat a moment longer confronted on it. Her having what she doesn't want? If it will do anything for her. Mrs. Lowder seemed to think what it might do, but she spoke for the instant of something else. "It does provoke me a bit, you know, for of course I'm a brute, and I had thought of all sorts of things. Yet it doesn't prevent the fact that we must be decent. We must take her," Mrs. Stringham carried that out, "as she is." "And we must take Mr. Densher as he is." With which Mrs. Lowder gave a sombre laugh. "It's a pity he isn't better." "Well, if he were better," her friend rejoined, "you'd have liked him for your niece. And in that case Milly would interfere. I mean," Susie added, "interfere with you." "She interferes with me as it is. Not that it matters now. But I saw Kate and her, really, as soon as you came to me, set up side by side. I saw your girl, I don't mind telling you, helping my girl, and when I say that," Mrs. Lowder continued, "you'll probably put in for yourself that it was part of the reason of my welcome to you. So you see what I give up. I do give it up. But when I take that line," she further set forth, "I take it handsomely. So good bye to it all. Good bye to Mrs. Densher. Heavens!" she growled. Susie held herself a minute. "Even as Mrs. Densher my girl will be somebody?" "Yes, she won't be nobody. Besides," said Mrs. Lowder, "we're talking in the air." Her companion sadly assented. "We're leaving everything out." "It's nevertheless interesting." And Mrs. Lowder had another thought. "He's not quite nobody either." It brought her back to the question she had already put, and which her friend hadn't at the time dealt with. "What in fact do you make of him?" Susan Shepherd at this, for reasons not clear even to herself, was moved a little to caution. She remained general. "He's charming." She had met Mrs. Lowder's eyes with that extreme pointedness in her own to which people resort when they are not quite candid, a circumstance that had its effect. "Yes, he is charming." The effect of the words, however, was equally marked. They almost determined in Mrs. Stringham a return of amusement. "I thought you didn't like him." "I don't like him for Kate." "But you don't like him for Milly either." Mrs. Stringham rose as she spoke, and her friend also got up. "I like him, my dear, for myself." "Then that's the best way of all." "Well, it's one way. He's not good enough for my niece, and he's not good enough for you. One's an aunt, one's a wretch, and one's a fool." "Oh, I'm not either," Susie declared. But her companion kept on. "One lives for others. You do that. If I were living for myself I shouldn't at all mind him." But Mrs. Stringham was sturdier. "Ah, if I find him charming it's however I'm living." Well, it broke Mrs. Lowder down. She hung fire but an instant, giving herself away with a laugh. "Of course he's all right in himself." "That's all I contend," Susie said with more reserve. And the note in question, what Merton Densher was, in himself, closed practically, with some inconsequence, this first of their counsels. Book 7, Chapter 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 7th, Chapter 2 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 7th, Chapter 2. It had at least made the difference for them. They could feel of an informed state in respect to the great doctor, whom they were now to take as watching, waiting, studying, or at any rate as proposing to himself some such process before he should make up his mind. Mrs. Stringham understood him as considering the matter, meanwhile, in a spirit that, on this same occasion, at Lancaster Gate, she had come back to a rough notation of before retiring. She followed the course of his reckoning. If what they had talked of could happen, if Milly, that is, could have her thoughts taken off herself, it wouldn't do any harm and might conceivably do much good. If it couldn't happen, if anxiously, though tactfully working, they themselves conjoined could do nothing to contribute to it, they would be in no worse box than before. Only in this latter case the girl would have had her free range for the summer. For the autumn she would have done her best in the sense enjoined on her, and coming back at the end to her eminent man would, besides having more to show him, find him more ready to go on with her. It was visible further to Susan Shepherd, as well as being ground for a second report to her old friend, that Milly did her part for a working view of the general case, inasmuch as she mentioned frankly and promptly that she meant to go and say good-bye to Sir Luke Strett and thank him. She even specified what she was to thank him for, his having been so easy about her behaviour. "You see, I didn't know that, for the liberty I took, I shouldn't afterwards get a stiff note from him." So much Milly had said to her, and it had made her a trifle rash. "Oh, you'll never get a stiff note from him in your life." She felt her rashness the next moment at her young friend's question. "Why not, as well as any one else who has played him a trick?" "Well, because he doesn't regard it as a trick. He could understand your action. It's all right, you see." "Yes, I do see. It is all right. He's easier with me than with any one else, because that's the way to let me down. He's only making believe, and I'm not worth hauling up." Rueful at having provoked again this ominous flare, poor Susie grasped at her only advantage. "Do you really accuse a man like Sir Luke Strett of trifling with you?" She couldn't blind herself to the look her companion gave her, a strange, half amused perception of what she made of it. "Well, so far as it's trifling with me to pity me so much." "He doesn't pity you," Susie earnestly reasoned. "He just, the same as any one else, likes you." "He has no business then to like me. He's not the same as any one else." "Why not, if he wants to work for you?" Milly gave her another look, but this time a wonderful smile. "Ah, there you are!" Mrs. Stringham coloured, for there indeed she was again. But Milly let her off. "Work for me all the same. Work for me. It's of course what I want." Then, as usual, she embraced her friend. "I am not going to be as nasty as this to him." "I'm sure I hope not," and Mrs. Stringham laughed for the kiss. "I've no doubt, however, he'd take it from you. It's you, my dear, who are not the same as any one else." Milly's assent, to which after an instant gave her the last word. "No, so that people can take anything from me." And what Mrs. Stringham did indeed resignedly take after this was the absence on her part of any account of the visit then paid. It was the beginning in fact between them of an odd independence, an independence positively of action and custom on the subject of Milly's future. They went their separate ways with the girl's intense assent, this being really nothing but what she had so wonderfully put in her plea for after Mrs. Stringham's first encounter with Sir Luke. She fairly favoured the idea that Susie had or was to have other encounters, private, pointed, personal. She favoured every idea, but most of all the idea that she herself was to go on as if nothing were the matter. Since she was to be worked for, that would be her way, and though her companions learnt from herself nothing of it, this was in the event her way with her medical adviser. She put her visit to him on the simplest ground. She had come just to tell him how touched she had been by his good nature. That required little explaining, for, as Mrs. Stringham had said, he quite understood. He could but reply that it was all right. "I had a charming quarter of an hour with that clever lady. You've got good friends." "So each one of them thinks of all the others. But so I also think," Milly went on, "of all of them together. You're excellent for each other, and it's in that way, I dare say, that you're best for me." There came to her on this occasion one of the strangest of her impressions, which was at the same time one of the finest of her alarms, the glimmer of a vision that if she should go, as it were, too far, she might perhaps deprive their relation of facility, if not of value. Going too far was failing to try, at least to remain simple. He would be quite ready to hate her if she did, by heading him off at every point, embarrass his exercise of kindness that, no doubt, rather constituted for him a high method. Susie wouldn't hate her, since Susie positively wanted to suffer for her. Susie had a noble idea that she might somehow so do her good. Such, however, was not the way in which the greatest of London doctors was to be expected to wish to do it. He wouldn't have time even should he wish, whereby, in a word, Milly felt herself intimately warned. Face to face there with her smooth, strong director, she enjoyed at a given moment quite such another lift of feeling as she had known in her crucial talk with Susie. It came round to the same thing. Him too she would help to help her if that could possibly be. But if it couldn't possibly be, she would assist also to make this right. It wouldn't have taken many minutes more, on the basis in question, almost to reverse for her their characters of patient and physician. What was he in fact but patient? What was she but physician? From the moment she embraced once for all the necessity, adopted once for all the policy of saving him alarms about her subtlety. She would leave the subtlety to him. He would enjoy his use of it, and she herself, no doubt, would in time enjoy his enjoyment. She went so far as to imagine that the inward success of these reflections flushed her for the minute, to his eyes, with a certain bloom, a comparative appearance of health, and what verily next occurred was that he gave colour to the presumption. "Every little helps, no doubt," he noticed good-humouredly her harmless sally. "But help or no help, you're looking, you know, remarkably well." "Oh, I thought I was," she answered, and it was as if already she saw his line. Only she wondered what he would have guessed. If he had guessed anything at all it would be rather remarkable of him. As for what there was to guess, he couldn't, if this was present to him, have arrived at it save by his own acuteness. That acuteness was therefore immense, and if it supplied the subtlety she thought of leaving him to, his portion would be none so bad. Neither, for that matter, would hers be, which she was even actually enjoying. She wondered if really then there mightn't be something for her. She hadn't been sure in coming to him that she was better, and he hadn't used, he would be awfully careful not to use, that compromising term about her, in spite of all of which she would have been ready to say, for the amiable sympathy of it, yes, I must be, for he had this unaided sense of something that had happened to her. It was a sense unaided, because who could have told him of anything? Susie, she was certain, hadn't yet seen him again, and there were things it was impossible she could have told him the first time, since such was his penetration. Therefore, why shouldn't she gracefully, in recognition of it, accept the new circumstance, the one he was clearly wanting to congratulate her on, as a sufficient cause? If one nursed a course tenderly enough, it might produce an effect, and this, to begin with, would be a way of nursing. You gave me the other day, she went on, plenty to think over, and I've been doing that, thinking it over, quite as you'll have probably wished me. I think I must be pretty easy to treat, she smiled, since you've already done me so much good. The only obstacle to reciprocity with him was that he looked in advance so closely related to all one's possibilities that one missed the pleasure of really improving it. Oh, no, you're extremely difficult to treat. I've need with you, I assure you, of all my wit. Well, I mean I do come up. She hadn't meanwhile a bit believed in his answer, convinced as she was that if she had been difficult it would be the last thing he would have told her. I'm doing, she said, as I like. Then it is as I like, but you must really, though we're having such a decent month, get straight away. In pursuance of which, when she had replied with promptitude that her departure for the Tyrol, and then for Venice, was quite fixed for the 14th, he took her up with alacrity. For Venice? That's perfect, for we shall meet there. I've a dream of it for October, when I'm hoping for 3 weeks off. 3 weeks during which, if I can get them clear, my niece, a young person who has quite the whip hand of me, is to take me where she prefers. I heard from her only yesterday that she expects to prefer Venice. That's lovely then. I shall expect you there, and anything that, in advance or in any way, I can do for you. Oh, thank you. My niece, I seem to feel, does for me. But it will be capital to find you there. I think it ought to make you feel, she said after a moment, that I am easy to treat. But he shook his head again. He wouldn't have it. You've not come to that yet. One has to be so bad for it? Well, I don't think I've ever come to it, to ease of treatment. I doubt if it's possible. I'm not if it is found any one bad enough. The ease, you see, is for you. I see, I see. They had an odd friendly, but perhaps the least bit awkward pause on it, after which Sir Luke asked, "And that clever lady, she goes with you?" "Mrs. Stringham? Oh dear, yes. She'll stay with me, I hope, to the end." He had a cheerful blankness. "To the end of what?" "Well, of everything." "Ah, then," he laughed, "you're in luck. The end of everything is far off. This, you know, I'm hoping," said Sir Luke, "is only the beginning." And the next question he risked might have been a part of his hope. "Just you and she together?" "No, 2 other friends, 2 ladies of whom we've seen more here than of any one, and who are just the right people for us." He thought a moment. "You'll be 4 women together then?" "Ah," said Milly, "we're widows and orphans. But I think," she added, as if to say what she saw would reassure him, "that we shall not be unattractive, as we move to gentlemen. When you talk of life, I suppose you mean mainly gentlemen." "When I talk of life," he made answer after a moment during which he might have been appreciating her raciness, "when I talk of life, I think I mean more than anything else the beautiful show of it, in its freshness, made by young persons of your age. So go on as you are. I see more and more how you are. You can't," he went on so far as to say for pleasantness, "better it." She took it from him with a great show of peace. "One of our companions will be Miss Croy, who came with me here first. It's in her that life is splendid, and a part of that is even that she's devoted to me, but she's above all magnificent in herself, so that if you'd like," she freely threw out, "to see her." "Oh, I shall like to see any one who's devoted to you, for clearly it will be jolly to be in it. So that if she's to be at Venice I shall see her?" "We must arrange it. I shan't fail. She moreover has a friend who may also be there." Milly found herself going on to this. "He's likely to come, I believe, for he always follows her." Sir Luke wondered. "You mean they're lovers?" "He is," Milly smiled, "but not she. She doesn't care for him." Sir Luke took an interest. "What's the matter with him?" "Nothing but that she doesn't like him." Sir Luke kept it up. "Is he all right?" "Oh, he's very nice. Indeed he's remarkably so." "And he's to be in Venice?" "So she tells me she fears. For if he's there he'll be constantly about with her." "And she'll be constantly about with you?" "As we're great friends, yes." "Well then," said Sir Luke, "you won't be four women alone." "Oh no, I quite recognise the chance of gentlemen. But he won't," Milly pursued in the same wondrous way, "have come, you see, for me." "No, I see. But can't you help him?" "Can't you?" Milly after a moment quaintly asked. Then for the joke of it she explained. "I'm putting you, you see, in relation with my entourage." It might have been for the joke of it too, by this time, that her eminent friend fell in. "But if this gentleman isn't of your entourage? I mean if he's of, what do you call her, Miss Croy's? Unless indeed you also take an interest in him." "Oh certainly I take an interest in him." "You think there may be then some chance for him?" "I like him," said Milly, "enough to hope so." "Then that's all right. But what, pray," Sir Luke next asked, "have I to do with him?" "Nothing," said Milly, "except that if you're to be there, so may he be, and also that we shan't in that case be simply four dreary women." He considered her as if, at this point, she a little tried his patience. "You're the least dreary woman I ever seen. Ever, do you know? There's no reason why you shouldn't have a really splendid life." "So every one tells me," she promptly returned. "The conviction, strong already when I had seen you once, is strengthened in me by having seen your friend. There's no doubt about it. The world's before you." "What did my friend tell you?" Milly asked. "Nothing that wouldn't have given you pleasure. We talked about you, and freely, I don't deny that. But it shows me I don't require of you the impossible." She was now on her feet. "I think I know what you require of me." "Nothing for you," he went on, "is impossible. So go on." He repeated it again, wanting her so to feel that to day he saw it. "You're all right." "Well," she smiled, "keep me so." "Oh you'll get away from me." Keep me," she simply continued with her gentle eyes on him. She had given him her hand for good bye, and he thus for a moment did keep her. Something then, while he seemed to think if there were anything more, came back to him, though something of which there wasn't too much to be made. "Of course, if there's anything I can do for your friend, I mean the gentleman you speak of." He gave out in short that he was ready. "Oh, Mr. Densher!" It was as if she had forgotten. "Mr. Densher, is that his name?" "Yes, but his case isn't so dreadful." She had within a minute got away from that. "No doubt, if you take an interest." She had got away, but it was as if he made out in her eyes, though they also had rather got away, a reason for calling her back. "Still, if there's anything one can do." She looked at him while she thought, while she smiled. "I'm afraid there's really nothing one can do." End of Book 7, Chapter 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 7th, Chapter 3 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 7th, Chapter 3. Not yet so much as this morning had she felt herself sink into possession, gratefully glad that the warmth of the southern summer was still in the high florid rooms, palatial chambers where hard cool pavements took reflections in their lifelong polish, and where the sun on the stirred sea water, flickering up through open windows, played over the painted subjects in the splendid ceilings. Medallions of purple and brown, of brave old melancholy colour, medals as of old red and gold, embossed and beribboned, all toned with time and all flourished and scalloped and gilded about, set in their great moulded and figured concavity a nest of white cherubs, friendly creatures of the air, and appreciated by the aid of that second tier of small lights, straight openings to the front, which did everything, even with the Baedekers and photographs of Milly's party dreadfully meeting the eye, to make of the place an apartment of state. This at last, though she had enjoyed the palace for 3 weeks, seemed to count as effective occupation, perhaps because it was the first time she had been alone, really to call alone, since she had left London. It ministered to her first full and unembarrassed sense of what the great Eugenio had done for her. The great Eugenio, recommended by Grand Dukes and Americans, had entered her service during the last hours of all, had crossed from Paris after multiplied pourparlers with Mrs. Stringham, to whom she had allowed more than ever a free hand, on purpose to escort her to the Continent and encompass her there, and had dedicated to her from the moment of their meeting all the treasures of his experience. She had judged him in advance polyglot and universal, very dear and very deep, as probably but a swindler finished to the fingertips, for he was for ever carrying one well kept Italian hand to his heart and plunging the other straight into her pocket, which, as she had instantly observed him to recognize, fitted it like a glove. The remarkable thing was that these elements of their common consciousness had rapidly gathered into an indestructible link, formed the ground of a happy relation, being by this time, strangely, grotesquely, delightfully, what most kept up confidence between them and what most expressed it. She had seen quickly enough what was happening, the usual thing again, yet another again. Eugenia had, in an interview of 5 minutes, understood her. He had got hold, like all the world, of the idea not so much of the care with which she must be taken up as of the care with which she must be let down. All the world understood her. All the world had got hold, but for nobody yet, she felt, would the idea have been so close a tie, or won from herself so patient a surrender. Gracefully, respectfully, consummately enough, always with hands in position and the look, in his thick neat white hair, smooth fat face, and black professional, almost theatrical eyes, as of some famous tenor grown too old to make love, but with an art still to make money, did he on occasion convey to her that she was, of all the clients of his glorious career, the one in whom his interest was most personal and paternal. The others had come in the way of business, but for her his sentiment was special. Confidence rested thus on her completely believing that. There was nothing of which she felt more sure. It passed between them every time they conversed. He was abysmal, but this intimacy lived on the surface. He had taken his place already for her among those who were to see her through, and meditation ranked him, in the constant perspective, for the final function, side by side with poor Susie, whom she was now pitying more than ever for having to be herself so sorry and to say so little about it. Eugenia had the general tact of a residuary legatee, which was a character that could be definitely worn, whereas she could see Susie, in the event of her death, in no character at all, Susie being insistently, exclusively concerned in her mere makeshift duration. This principle, for that matter, Milly at present, with a renewed flare of fancy, felt she should herself have liked to believe in. Eugenia had really done for her more than he probably knew. He didn't after all know everything, in having, for the wind up of the autumn, on a weak word from her, so admirably, so perfectly established her. Her weak word, as a general hint, had been: "At Venice, please, if possible. No dreadful, no vulgar hotel, but if it can be at all managed, you know what I mean, some fine old rooms, fully independent, for a series of months, plenty of them too, and the more interesting the better, part of a palace, historic and picturesque, but strictly inodorous, where we shall be to ourselves, with a cook, don't you know? With servants, frescoes, tapestries, antiquities, the thorough make-believe of a settlement." The proof of how he better and better understood her was in all the place. As to his masterly acquisition, of which she had from the first asked no questions, she had shown him enough what she thought of it, and her forbearance pleased him. With a part of the transaction that mainly concerned her she would soon enough become acquainted, and his connection with such values as she would then find noted could scarce help growing, as it were, still more residuary. Charming people, conscious Venice lovers, evidently, had given up their house to her, and had fled to a distance, to other countries, to hide their blushes alike over what they had, however briefly, alienated, and over what they had, however durably, gained. They had preserved and consecrated, and she now, her part of it was shameless, appropriated and enjoyed. Palazzo Leporelli held its history still in its great lap, even like a painted idol, a solemn puppet hung about with decorations, hung about with pictures and relics, the rich Venetian past. The ineffaceable character was the presence revered and served, which brings us back to our truth a moment ago, the fact that more than ever this October morning, awkward novice though she might be, Milly moved slowly to and fro as the priestess of the worship. Certainly it came from the sweet taste of solitude, caught again and cherished for the hour, always a need of her nature, moreover when things spoke to her with penetration. It was mostly in stillness they spoke to her best. Amid voices she lost the sense. Voices had surrounded her for weeks, and she had tried to listen, had cultivated them and had answered back. These had been weeks in which there were other things they might well prevent her from hearing. More than the prospect had at first promised or threatened, she had felt herself going on in a crowd and with a multiplied escort. The four ladies, pictured by her to Sir Luke Strett as a phalanx, comparatively close and detached, had in fact proved a rolling snowball, condemned from day to day to cover more ground. Susan Shepherd had compared this portion of the girls' excursion to the Empress Catherine's famous progress across the steppes of Russia. Improvised settlements appeared at each turn of the road, villagers waiting with their dresses drawn up in the language of London. Old friends, in fine, were in ambush. Mrs. Loder's, Kate Croy's, her own. When the addresses weren't in the language of London, they were in the more insistent idioms of American centres. The current was swollen even by Susie's social connections, so that were days at hotels, at Dolomite picnics, on lake steamers, when she could almost repay to Aunt Maud and Kate with interest the debt contracted by the London success to which they had opened the door. Mrs. Loder's success and Kate's, amid the shock of Milly's and Mrs. Stringham's compatriots, failed but little, really, of the concert pitch. It had gone almost as fast as the boom over the sea of the last great native novel. Those ladies were so different, different observably enough from the ladies so apprising them, it being throughout a case mainly of ladies, of a dozen at once sometimes, in Milly's apartment, pointing also at once that moral and many others. Milly's companions were acclaimed not only as perfectly fascinating in themselves, the nicest people yet known to the acclaimers, but as obvious helping hands, socially speaking, for the eccentric young woman, evident initiators and smoothers of her path, possible subduers of her eccentricity. Short intervals, to her own sense, stood now for great differences, and this renewed inhalation of her native air had somehow left her to feel that she already, that she mainly, struck the compatriot as queer and dissociated. She moved such a critic, it would appear, as to rather an odd suspicion, a benevolence induced by want of complete trust, all of which showed her in the light of a person too plain and too ill-clothed for a thorough good time, and yet too rich and too befriended, an intuitive cunning within her managing this last, for a thorough bad one. The compatriots, in short, by what she made out, approved her friends for their expert wisdom with her, in spite of which judicial sagacity it was the compatriots who recorded themselves as the innocent parties. She saw things in these days that she had never seen before, and she couldn't have said why, save on a principle too terribly to name, whereby she saw that neither Lancaster Gate was what New York took it for, nor New York what Lancaster Gate fondly fancied it in coquetting with the plan of a series of American visits. The plan might have been humorously, on Mrs. Loder's part, for the improvement of her social position, and it had verily in that direction lights that were perhaps but half a century too prompt, at all of which Kate Croy assisted with a cool controlled facility that went so well, as the others said, with her particular kind of good looks, the kind that led you to expect the person enjoying them would dispose of disputations, speculations, aspirations, in a few very neatly and brightly uttered words, so simplified in sense, however, that they sounded, even when guiltless, like rather aggravated slang. It wasn't that Kate hadn't pretended to that she would like to go to America. It was only that with this young woman Milly had constantly proceeded, and more than ever of late, on the theory of intimate confessions, private frank ironies that made up for their public grimaces, and amid which, face to face, they wearily put off their mask. These puttings off of the mask had finally quite become the form taken by their moments together, moments indeed not increasingly frequent and not prolonged, thanks to the consciousness of fatigue on Milly's side, whenever, as she herself expressed it, she got out of harness. They flourished their masks, the independent pair, as they might have flourished Spanish fans. They smiled and sighed on removing them, but the gesture, the smiles, the sighs, strangely enough, might have been suspected the greatest reality in the business. Strangely enough, we say, for the volume of effusion in general would have been found by either on measurement to be scarce proportional to the paraphernalia of relief. It was when they called each other's attention to their ceasing to pretend, It was then that what they were keeping back was most in the air. There was a difference, no doubt, and mainly to Kate's advantage. Milly didn't quite see what her friend could keep back, was possessed of, in fine, that would be so subject to retention, whereas it was comparatively plain sailing for Kate that poor Milly had a treasure to hide. This was not the treasure of a shy, an abject affection, concealment on that head, belonging to quite another phase of such states. It was much rather a principle of pride, relatively bold and hard, a principle that played up like a fine steel spring at the lightest pressure of too near a footfall. Thus insuperably guarded was the truth about the girl's own conception of her validity. Thus was a wondering, pitying sister condemned wistfully to look at her from the far side of the moat she had dug round her tower. Certain aspects of the connection of these young women show for us, such is the twilight that gathers about them, in the likeness of some dim scene in a Maeterlinck play. We have positively the image, in the delicate dusk, of the figures so associated and yet so opposed, so mutually watchful, that of the angular pale princess, ostrich plumed, black robed, hung about with amulets, reminders, relics, mainly seated, mainly still, and that of the upright, restless, slow circling lady of her court, who exchanged with her across the black waters streaked with evening gleams fitful questions and answers. The upright lady, with thick dark braids down her back, drawing over the grass a more embroidered train, makes the whole circuit and makes it again, and the broken talk, brief and sparingly allusive, seems more to cover than to free their sense. This is because, when it fairly comes to not having others to consider, they meet in an air that appears rather anxiously to wait for their words. Such an impression as that was in the fact grave, and might be tragic, so that plainly enough, systematically at last, they settled to a care of what they said. There could be no gross phrasing to Milly, in particular, of the probability that if she wasn't so proud she might be pitied with more comfort, more to the person pitying. There could be no spoken proof, no sharper demonstration than the consistently considerate attitude that this marvellous mixture of her weakness and of her strength, her peril if such it were, and her option made her, kept her irresistibly interesting. Kate's predicament in the matter was, after all, very much Mrs. Stringham's own, and Susan Shepherd herself, indeed, in our Maeterlinck picture, might well have hovered in the gloaming by the moat. It may be declared for Kate, at all events, that her sincerity about her friend through this time was deep, her compassionate imagination strong, and that these things gave her a virtue, a good conscience, a credibility for herself, so to speak, that were later to be precious to her. She grasped with her keen intelligence the logic of their common duplicity, went unassisted through the same ordeal as Milly's other hushed follower, easily saw that for the girl to be explicit was to betray divinations, gratitudes, glimpses of the felt contrast between her fortune and her fear, all of which would have contradicted her systematic bravado. That was it Kate wonderingly saw. To recognize was to bring down the avalanche Milly lived so in watch for, and that might be started by the lightest of breaths, though less possibly the breath of her own stifled plaint than that of the vain sympathy, the mere helpless gaping inference of others. With so many suppressions as these, therefore, between them, their withdrawal together to unmask had to fall back, as we have hinted, on a nominal motive, which was decently represented by a joy at the drop of chatter. Chatter had in truth all along attended their steps, but they took the despairing view of it on purpose to have ready, when face to face, some view or other of something. The relief of getting out of harness, that was the moral of their meetings. But the moral of this, in turn, was that they couldn't so much as ask each other why harness need be worn. Milly wore it as a general armour. She was out of it at present, for some reason, as she hadn't been for weeks. She was always out of it, that is, when alone, and her companions had never yet so much as just now affected her as dispersed and suppressed. It was as if still again, still more tacitly and wonderfully, Eugenio had understood her, taking it from her without a word, and just bravely and brilliantly in the name, for instance, of the beautiful day. Yes, get me an hour alone. Take them off, I don't care where. Absorb, amuse, detain them, drown them, kill them if you will, so that I may just a little, all by myself, see where I am. She was conscious of the dire impatience of it, for she gave up Susie as well as the others to him. Susie, who would have drowned her very self for her, gave her up to a mercenary monster through whom she thus purchased respites. Strange were the turns of life and the moods of weakness. Strange the flickers of fancy and the cheats of hope, yet lawful all the same, weren't they? Those experiments tried with the truth that consisted, at the worst, but in practising on oneself. She was now playing with the thought that Eugenio might inclusively assist her. He had brought home to her, and always by remarks that were really quite soundless, the conception, hitherto ungrasped, of some complete use of her wealth itself, some use of it as a countermove to fate. It had passed between them as preposterous that with so much money she should just stupidly and awkwardly want any more, want life, a career, a consciousness, than want a house, a carriage, or a cook. It was as if she had had from him a kind of expert professional measure of what he was in a position at a stretch to undertake for her, the thoroughness of which, for that matter, she could closely compare with the looseness on Sir Luke Strett's part that, at least in Palazzo Leporelli, when mornings were fine, showed as almost amateurish. Sir Luke hadn't said to her, "Pay enough money and leave the rest to me," which was distinctly what Eugenio did say. Sir Luke had appeared indeed to speak of purchase and payment, but in reference to a different sort of cash. Those were amounts not to be named nor reckoned, and such moreover as she wasn't sure of having at her command. Eugenio, this was the difference, could name, could reckon, and prices of his kind were things she had never suffered to scare her. She had been willing, goodness knew, to pay enough for anything, for everything, and here was simply a new view of the sufficient quantity. She amused herself, for it came to that, since Eugenio was there to sign the receipt, with possibilities of meeting the bill. She was more prepared than ever to pay enough, and quite as much as ever to pay too much. What else, if such were points at which your most trusted servant failed, was the use of being, as the dear Susies of earth called you, a priestess in a palace? She made now alone the full circuit of the place, noble and peaceful, while the summer sea, stirring here and there a curtain or an outer blind, breathed into its veiled spaces. She had a vision of clinging to it that perhaps Eugenio could manage. She was in it, as in the ark of her deluge, and filled with such a tenderness for it that why shouldn't this, in common mercy, be warrant enough? She would never, never leave it. She would engage to that, would ask nothing more than to sit tight in it and float on and on. The beauty and intensity, the real momentary relief of this conceit reached their climax in the positive purpose to put the question to Eugenio on his return as she had not yet put it, though the design, it must be added, dropped a little when, coming back to the great saloon from which she had started on her pensive progress, she found Lord Mark, of whose arrival in Venice she had been unaware, and who had now, while a servant was following her through empty rooms, been asked in her absence to wait. He had waited then, Lord Mark. He was waiting, oh, unmistakably. Never before had he so much struck her as the man to do that on occasion with patience, to do it indeed almost as with gratitude for the chance, though at the same time with a sort of notifying firmness. The odd thing, as she was afterwards to recall, was that her wonder for what had brought him was not immediate, but had come at the end of 5 minutes, and also quite incoherently, that she felt almost as glad to see him, and almost as forgiving of his interruption of her solitude, as if he had already been in her thought or acting at her suggestion. He was somehow, at the best, the end of a respite. One might like him very much, and yet feel that his presence tempered precious solitude more than any others known to one. In spite of all of which, as he was neither dear Susie, nor dear Kate, nor dear Aunt Maud, nor even for the least dear Eugenio in person, the sight of him did no damage to her sense of the dispersal of her friends. She hadn't been so thoroughly alone with him since those moments of his showing her the great portrait at Matcham, the moments that had exactly made her high water mark of her security, the moments during which her tears themselves, those she had been ashamed of, were the sign of her consciously rounding her protective promontory, quitting the blue gulf of comparative ignorance, and reaching her view of the troubled sea. His presence now referred itself to his presence then, reminding her how kind he had been altogether at Matcham, and telling her unexpectedly, at a time when she could particularly feel it, that for such kindness, and for the beauty of what they remembered together, she hadn't lost him, quite the contrary. To receive him handsomely, to receive him there, to see him interested and charmed as well, clearly as delighted to have found her without some other person to spoil it, these things were so pleasant for the first minutes that they might have represented on her part some happy foreknowledge. She gave an account of her companions, while he on his side failed to press her about them, even though describing his appearance so unheralded, as the result of an impulse obeyed on the spot. He had been shivering at Carlsbad, belated there and blue, when taken by it, so that, knowing where they all were, he had simply caught the first train. He explained how he had known where they were. He had heard, what more natural, from their friends, Milly's and his. He mentioned this betimes, but it was with his mention, singularly, that the girl became conscious of her inner question about his reason. She noticed his plural, which added to Mrs. Lowder or added to Kate, but she presently noticed also that it didn't affect her as explaining. Aunt Maud had written to him. Kate apparently, and this was interesting, had written to him. But their design presumably hadn't been that he should come and sit there as if rather relieved, so far as they were concerned, at postponements. He only said "Oh," and again "Oh," when she sketched their probable mornings for him, under Eugenio's care and Mrs. Stringham's, sounding it quite as if any suggestion that he should overtake them at the Rialto or the Bridge of Sighs would leave him temporarily cold. This precisely it was that, after a little, operated for Milly as an obscure but still fairly direct check to confidence. He had known where they all were from the others, but it was not for the others that, in his actual dispositions, he had come. That, strange to say, was a pity, for stranger still to say, she could have shown him more confidence if he himself had had less intention. His intention so chilled her, from the moment she found herself divining it, that just for the pleasure of going on with him fairly, just for the pleasure of their remembrance together at Matcham and the Bronzino, the climax of her fortune, she could have fallen to pleading with him, and to reasoning, to undeceiving him in time. There had been for 10 minutes, with the directness of her welcome to him and the way this clearly pleased him, something of the grace of a men's maid, even though he couldn't know it, amends for her not having been originally sure, for instance at the first dinner of Aunt Maud's, that he was adequately human. That first dinner of Aunt Maud's added itself to the hour at Matcham, added itself to other things, to consolidate for her present benevolence the ease of their relation, making it suddenly delightful that he had thus turned up. He exclaimed, as he looked about, on the charm of the place, "What a temple to taste and an expression of the pride of life! Yet, with all that, what a jolly home!" So that, for his entertainment, she could offer to walk him about, though she mentioned that she had just been, for her own purposes, in a general prowl, taking everything in more susceptibly than before. He embraced her offer without a scruple, and seemed to rejoice that he was to find her susceptible. End of Book 7th, Chapter 3. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 7th, Chapter 4 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Book 7th, Chapter 4. She couldn't have said what it was in the conditions that renewed the whole solemnity, but by the end of 20 minutes a kind of wistful hush had fallen upon them, as before something poignant in which her visitor also participated. That was nothing verily but the perfection of the charm, or nothing rather but their excluded disinherited state in the presence of it. The charm turned on them a face that was cold in its beauty, that was full of a poetry never to be theirs, that spoke with an ironic smile of a possible but forbidden life. It all rolled afresh over Milly. Oh, the impossible romance! The romance for her, yet once more, would be to sit there for ever, through all her time, as in a fortress, and the idea became an image of never going down, of remaining aloft in the divine dustless air, where she would hear but the splash of the water against stone. The great floor on which they moved was at an altitude, and this prompted the rueful fancy. Ah, not to go down! Never, never to go down, she strangely sighed to her friend. "But why shouldn't you?" he asked, "with that tremendous old staircase in your court? There ought of course always to be people at top and bottom in Veronese costume to watch you do it." She shook her head both lightly and mournfully enough at his not understanding. "Not even for people in Veronese costumes. I mean that the positive beauty is that one needn't go down. I don't move, in fact," she added. "Now I've not been out, you know, I stay up. That's how you happily found me." Lord Mark wondered. He was, oh yes, adequately human. "You don't go about?" She looked over the place, the story above the apartments in which she had received him, the sala corresponding to the sala below and fronting the great canal with its Gothic arches. The casements between the arches were open, the ledge of the balcony broad, the sweep of the canal so overhung admirably, and the flutter toward them of the loose white curtain in invitation to she scarce could have said what. But there was no mystery after a moment. She had never felt so invited to anything as to make that, and that only, just where she was, her adventure. It would be, to this it kept coming back, the adventure of not stirring. "I go about just here." "Do you mean," Lord Mark presently asked, "that you're really not well?" They were at the window, pausing, lingering, with the fine old faded palaces opposite and the slow Adriatic tide beneath. But after a minute, and before she answered, she had closed her eyes to what she saw, and unresistingly dropped her face into her arms, which rested on the coping. She had fallen to her knees on the cushion of the window place, and she leaned there in a long silence, with her forehead down. She knew that her silence was itself too straight an answer, but it was beyond her now to say that she saw her way. She would have made the question itself impossible to others, impossible, for example, to such a man as Merton Densher, and she could wonder even to the spot of what it was a sign of in her feeling for Lord Mark that from his lips almost tempted her to break down. This was doubtless really because she cared for him so little. To let herself go with him thus, suffer his touch to make her cup overflow, would be the relief, since it was actually, for her nerves, a question of relief, that would cost her least. If he had come to her moreover with the intention she believed, or even if this intention had but been determined in him by the spell of the situation, he mustn't be mistaken about her value. For what value did she now have? It throbbed within her as she knelt there that she had none at all, though holding herself, not yet speaking, she tried, even in the act, to recover what might be possible of it. With that there came to her a light. Wouldn't her value, for the man who should marry her, be precisely in the ravage of her disease? She mightn't last, but her money would. For a man in whom the vision of her money should be intense, in whom it should be most of the ground for making up to her, any prospective failure on her part to be long for this world might easily count as a positive attraction. Such a man, proposing to please, persuade, secure her, appropriate her for such a time, shorter or longer, as nature and the doctors should allow, would make the best of her, ill, damaged, disagreeable though she might be, for the sake of eventual benefits, she being clearly a person of the sort esteemed likely to do the handsome thing by a stricken and sorrowing husband. She had said to herself betimes in a general way that whatever habits her youth might form, that of seeing an interested suitor in every bush should certainly never grow to be one of them, an attitude she had early judged as ignoble, as poisonous. She had had accordingly in fact as little to do with it as possible, and she scarce knew why at the present moment she should have had to catch herself in the act of imputing an ugly motive. It didn't sit, the ugly motive, in Lord Mark's cool English eyes. The darker side of it at any rate showed to her imagination but briefly. Suspicion moreover with this simplified itself. There was a beautiful reason, indeed there were two, why her companion's motive shouldn't matter. One was that even should he desire her without a penny she wouldn't marry him for the world. The other was that she felt him, after all, perceptibly, kindly, very pleasantly and humanly concerned for her. They were also two things, his wishing to be well, to be very well with her, and his beginning to feel her as threatened, haunted, blighted, but they were melting together for him, making him, by their combination, only the more sure that, as he probably called it to himself, he liked her. That was presently what remained with her, his really doing it, and with the natural and proper incident of being conciliated by her weakness. Would she really have had him, she could ask herself that, disconcerted or disgusted by it? If he could only be touched enough to do what she preferred, not to raise, not to press any question, he might render her a much better service than by merely enabling her to refuse him. Again it was strange, but he figured to her for the moment as the one safe sympathizer. It would have made her worse to talk to others, but she wasn't afraid with him of how he might wince and look pale. She would keep him, that is, her one easy relation, in the sense of easy for himself. Their actual outlook had meanwhile such a charm. What surrounded them within and without did so much toward making appreciative stillness as natural as at the opera, that she could consider she hadn't made him hang on her lips when at last, instead of saying if she were well or ill, she repeated: "I go about here. I don't get tired of it. I never should. It suits me so. I adore the place," she went on, "and I don't want in the least to give it up." "Neither should I, if I had your luck. Still, with that luck for one's all, should you positively like to live here?" "I think I should like," said poor Milly after an instant, "to die here." Which made him precisely laugh. That was what she wanted when a person did care. It was the pleasant human way without depth of darkness. "Oh, it's not good enough for that. That requires picking. But can't you keep it? It is, you know, the sort of place to see you in. You carry out the note, fill it, people it, quite by yourself. And you might do much worse, I mean for your friends, than show yourself here a while, 3 or 4 months every year. But it's not my notion for the rest of the time. One has quite other uses for you." "What sort of a use for me is it," she smilingly inquired, "to kill me?" "Do you mean we should kill you in England?" "Well, I've seen you, and I'm afraid. You're too much for me, too many. England bristles with questions. This is more, as you say there, my form." "Oh ho, oh ho!" He laughed again as if to humour her. "Can't you then buy it for a price? Depend upon it they'll treat for money. That is for money enough."
"I've exactly," she said, "been wondering if they won't. I think I shall try. But if I get it I shall cling to it." They were talking sincerely. "It will be my life, paid for as that. It will become my great gilded shell, so that those who wish to find me must come and hunt me up."
"And then you will be alive?" said Lord Mark.
"Well, not quite extinct perhaps, but shrunken, wasted, wizened, rattling about here like the dried kernel of a nut."
"Oh," Lord Mark returned, "we, much as you'd mistrust us, can do better for you than that."
"In the sense that you'll feel it better for me really to have it over?" He let her see now that she worried him, and after a look at her of some duration, without his glasses, which always altered the expression of his eyes, he resettled the nippers on his nose and went back to the view. But the view in turn soon enough released him.
"Do you remember something I said to you that day at Matcham, or at least fully meant to?"
"Oh yes, I remember everything at Matcham. It's another life."
"Certainly it will be. I mean the kind of thing, what I then wanted it to represent for you. Matcham, you know," he continued, "is symbolic. I think I tried to rub that into you a little."
She met him with a full memory of what he had tried. Not an inch, not an ounce of which was lost to her. "What I meant is that it seems 100 years ago."
"Oh, for me it comes in better. Perhaps a part of what makes me remember it," he pursued, "is that I was quite aware of what might have been said about what I was doing. I wanted you to take it from me that I should perhaps be able to look after you, well, rather better. Rather better, of course, than certain other persons in particular."
"Precisely, than Mrs. Lowder, than Miss Croy, even than Mrs. Stringham."
"Oh, Mrs. Stringham is all right," Lord Mark promptly amended.
It amused her even with what she had else to think of, and she could show him at all events how little, in spite of the 100 years, she had lost what he alluded to. The way he was with her at this moment made in fact the other moment so vivid as almost to start again the tears it had started at the time. "You could do so much for me, yes,
I perfectly understood you. I wanted, you see," he despite this explained, "to fix your confidence. I mean, you know, in the right place." "Well, Lord Mark, you did. It's just exactly now my confidence where you put it then. The only difference," said Milly, "is that I seem now to have no use for it. Besides," she then went on, "I do seem to feel you disposed to act in a way that would undermine it a little." He took no more notice of these last words than if she hadn't said them, only watching her at present as with a gradual new light. "Are you really in any trouble?" To this on her side she gave no heed, making out his light was a little a light for herself. Don't try to say anything that's impossible. There are much better things you can do." He looked straight at it and then straight over it. "It's too monstrous that one can't ask you as a friend what one wants so to know." "What is it you want to know?" She spoke as by a sudden turn, with a slight hardness. "Do you want to know if I'm badly ill?" The sound of it in truth, though from no raising of her voice, invested the idea with a kind of terror, but a terror all for others. Lord Mark winced and flushed, clearly couldn't help it, but he kept his attitude together and spoke even with unwonted vivacity. "Do you imagine I can see you suffer and not say a word?" "You won't see me suffer. Don't be afraid. I shan't be a public nuisance. That's why I should have liked this. It's so beautiful in itself, and yet it's out of the gangway. You won't know anything about anything," she added, and then, as if to make with decision an end, "and you don't. No, not even you." He faced her through it with the remains of his expression, and she saw him as clearly, for him, bewildered, which made her wish to be sure not to have been unkind. She would be kind once for all. That would be the end. "I'm very badly ill." "And you don't do anything?" "I do everything. Everything's this," she smiled. "I'm doing it now. One can't do more than live." "Ah, then live in the right way, no? But is that what you do? Why haven't you advice?" He had looked about at the rococo elegance as if there were 50 things it didn't give her, so that he suggested with urgency the most absent. But she met his remedy with a smile. "I've the best advice in the world. I'm acting under it now. I act upon it in receiving you, in talking with you thus. One can't, as I tell you, do more than live." "Oh, live!" Lord Mark ejaculated. "Well, it's immense for me." She finally spoke as if for amusement, now that she had uttered her truth, that he had learnt it from herself as no one had yet done. Her emotion had, by the fact, dried up. There she was. But it was as if she would never speak again. "I shan't," she added, "have missed everything." "Why should you have missed anything?" She felt as he sounded this to what, within the minute, he had made up his mind. "You're the person in the world for whom that's least necessary, for whom one would call it in fact most impossible, for whom missing at all would surely require an extraordinary amount of misplaced goodwill. Since you believe in advice, for God's sake take mine. I know what you want." Oh, she knew he would know it, but she had brought it on herself, or almost. Yet she spoke with kindness. "I think I want not to be too much worried." "You want to be adored." It came at last straight. "Nothing would worry you less. I mean as I shall do it. It is so." He firmly kept it up. "You're not loved enough." "Enough for what, Lord Mark?" "Why, to get the full good of it." Well, she didn't after all mock him. "I see what you mean. That full good of it which consists in finding oneself forced to love in return." She had grasped it, but she hesitated. "Your idea is that I might find myself forced to love you." "Oh, forced!" He was so fine and so expert, so awake to anything the least ridiculous, and of a type with which the preaching of passion somehow so ill consorted. He was so much all these things that he had absolutely to take account of them himself, and he did so in a single intonation beautifully. Milly liked him again, liked him for such shades as that, liked him so that it was woeful to see him spoiling it, and still more woeful to have to rank him among those minor charms of existence that she gasped at moments to remember she must give up. "Is it inconceivable to you that you might try?" "To be so favourably affected by you?" "To believe in me, to believe in me," Lord Mark repeated. Again she hesitated. "To try in return for your trying?" "Oh, I shouldn't have to," he quickly declared. The prompt neat accent, however, his manner of disposing of her question, failed of real expression, as he himself, the next moment, intelligently, helplessly, almost comically saw a failure, pointed moreover by the laugh into which Milly was immediately startled. As a suggestion to her of a healing and uplifting passion, it was in truth deficient. It wouldn't do as the communication of a force that should sweep them both away. And the beauty of him was that he too, even in the act of persuasion, of self persuasion, could understand that, and could thereby show but the better as fitting into the pleasant commerce of prosperity. The way she let him see that she looked at him was a thing to shut him out of itself from services of danger, a thing that made a discrimination against him never yet made at least to any consciousness of his own. Born to float in a sustaining air, this would be his first encounter with a judgment formed in the sinister light of tragedy. The gathering dusk of her personal world presented itself to him, in her eyes, as an element in which it was vain for him to pretend he could find himself at home, since it was charged with depressions and with dooms, with the chill of the losing game. Almost without her needing to speak, and simply by the fact that there could be, in such a case, no decent substitute for a felt intensity, he had to take it from her that practically he was afraid, whether afraid to protest falsely enough or only afraid of what might be eventually disagreeable in a compromised alliance, being a minor question. She believed, she made out besides, wonderful girl, that he had never quite expected to have to protest about anything beyond his natural convenience, more, in fine, than his disposition and habits, his education as well, his personal moyens, in short, permitted. His predicament was therefore one he couldn't like, and also one she willingly would have spared him hadn't he brought it on himself. No man, she was quite aware, could enjoy thus having it from her that he wasn't good for what she would have called her reality. It wouldn't have taken much more to enable her positively to make out in him that he was virtually capable of hinting, had his innermost feeling spoken, at the propriety rather, in his interest, of some cutting down, some dressing up, of the offensive real. He would meet that halfway, but the real must also meet him. Milly's sense of it for herself, which was so conspicuously, so financially supported, couldn't or wouldn't so accommodate him, and the perception of that fairly showed in his face after a moment like the smart of a blow. It had marked the 1 minute during which he could again be touching to her. By the time he had tried once more, after all, to insist, he had quite ceased to be so. By this time she had turned from their window to make a diversion, had walked him through other rooms, appealing again to the inner charm of the place, going even so far for that purpose as to point afresh her independent moral, to repeat that if one only had such a house for one's own, and loved it and cherished it enough, it would pay one back in kind, would close one in from harm. He quite grasped for the quarter of an hour the perch she held out to him, grasped it with one hand, that is, while she felt him attached to his own clue with the other. He was by no means either so sore or so stupid, to do him all justice, as not to be able to behave more or less as if nothing had happened. It was one of his merits, to which he did justice too, that both his native and his acquired notion of behaviour rested on the general assumption that nothing to make a deadly difference for him, ever could happen. It was socially a working view like another, and it saw them easily enough through the greater part of the rest of their adventure. Downstairs again, however, with the limit of his stay in sight, the sign of his smarting, when all was said, reappeared for her, breaking out moreover with an effect of strangeness, in another quite possibly sincere allusion to her state of health. He might for that matter have been seeing what he could do in the way of making it a grievance that she should snub him for a charity, on his own part, exquisitely roused. "It's true, you know, all the same, and I don't care a straw for your trying to freeze one up." He seemed to show her, poor man bravely, how little he cared. "Everybody knows affection often makes things out when indifference doesn't notice, and that's why I know that I notice." "Are you sure you've got it right?" the girl smiled. "I thought rather that affection was supposed to be blind." "Blind to faults, not to beauties," Lord Mark promptly returned. "And are my extremely private worries, my entirely domestic complications, which I am ashamed to have given you a glimpse of, are they beauties?" "Yes, for those who care for you, as everyone does. Everything about you is a beauty. Besides which I don't believe," he declared, "in the seriousness of what you tell me, it's too absurd you should have any trouble about which something can't be done. If you can't get the right thing, who can, in all the world, I should like to know? You're the first young woman of your time. I mean what I say." He looked, to do him justice, quite as if he did, not ardent but clear, simply so competent in such a position to compare that his quiet assertion had the force not so much perhaps of a tribute as of a warrant. "We're all in love with you. I'll put it that way, dropping any claim for my own, if you can bear it better. I speak as one of the lot. You weren't born simply to torment us. You were born to make us happy. Therefore you must listen to us." She shook her head with her slowness, but this time with all her mildness. "No, I mustn't listen to you. That's just what I mustn't do. The reason is, please, that it simply kills me. I must be as attached to you as you will, since you give that lovely account of yourselves. I give you in return the fullest possible belief of what it would be." And she pulled up a little. "I give and give and give. There you are. Stick to me as close as you like, and see if I don't. Only I can't listen or receive or accept. I can't agree. I can't make a bargain. I can't really. You must believe that from me. It's all I've wanted to say to you, and why should it spoil anything?" He let her question fall, though clearly it might have seemed, because for reasons or for none, there was so much that was spoiled. "You want somebody of your own." He came back, whether in good faith or in bad, to that, and it made her repeat her head shake. He kept it up as if his faith were of the best. "You want somebody. You want somebody." She was to wonder afterwards if she hadn't been at this juncture on the point of saying something emphatic and vulgar. Well, I don't at all events want you. What somehow happened, nevertheless, the pity of it being greater than the irritation, the sadness, to her vivid sense of his being so painfully astray, wandering in a desert in which there was nothing to nourish him, was that his error amounted to positive wrongdoing. She was moreover so acquainted with quite another sphere of usefulness for him that her having suffered him to insist almost convicted her of indelicacy. Why hadn't she stopped him off with her first impression of his purpose? She could do so now only by the allusion she had been wishing not to make. "Do you know, I don't think you're doing very right. And as a thing quite apart, I mean from my listening to you, that's not right either, except that I'm not listening. You oughtn't to have come to Venice to see me, and in fact you've not come, and you mustn't behave as if you had. You've much older friends than I, and ever so much better. Really, if you come at all you can only have come, properly, and if I may say so, honourably, for the best friend, as I believe her to be, that you have in the world." When once she had said it, he took it, oddly enough, as if he had been more or less expecting it. Still he looked at her very hard, and they had a moment of this during which neither pronounced a name, each apparently determined that the other should. It was Milly's fine coercion in the event that was the stronger. "Miss Croy?" Lord Mark asked. It might have been difficult to make out that she smiled. "Mrs. Lowder." He did make out something, and then fairly coloured for its attestation of his comparative simplicity. "I call her on the whole the best. I can't imagine a man's having a better." Still with his eyes on her he turned it over. "Do you want me to marry Mrs. Lowder?" At which it seemed to her that it was he who was almost vulgar. But she wouldn't in any way have that. "You know, Lord Mark, what I mean. One isn't in the least turning you out into the cold world. There's no cold world for you at all, I think," she went on. "Nothing but a very warm and watchful and expectant world that's waiting for you at any moment you choose to take it up." He never budged, but they were standing on the polished concrete, and he had within a few minutes possessed himself again of his hat. "Do you want me to marry Kate Croy?" "Mrs. Lowder wants it. I do no wrong, I think, in saying that. And she understands moreover that you know she does." Well, he showed how beautifully he could take it, and it wasn't obscure to her, on her side, that it was a comfort to deal with a gentleman. "It's ever so kind of you to see such opportunities for me. But what's the use of my tackling Miss Croy?" Milly rejoiced on the spot to be so able to point out. "Because she's the handsomest and cleverest and most charming creature I ever saw, and because if I were a man I should simply adore her. In fact I do as it is." It was a luxury of response. "Oh, my dear lady, plenty of people adore her. But that can't further the case at all." "Ah," she went on, "I know about people. If the case of one's bad, the case of another's good. I don't see what you have to fear from any one else," she said, "save through your being foolish this way about me." So she said, but she was aware the next moment of what he was making of what she didn't see. "Is it your idea, since we're talking of these things in these ways, that the young lady you describe in such superlative terms is to be had for the asking?" "Well, Lord Mark, try. She is a great person. But don't be humble." She was almost gay. It was this apparently at last that was too much for him. "But don't you really know?" As a challenge practically to the commonest intelligence she could pretend to, it made her of course wish to be fair. "I know, yes, that a particular person's very much in love with her." Then you must know by the same token that she's very much in love with a particular person." "Ah, I beg your pardon," and Milly quite flushed at having so crude a blunder imputed to her. "You're fully mistaken." "It's not true?" "It's not true." His stare became a smile. "Are you very, very sure?" "Ah, sure as one can be." And Milly's manner could match it. "When one has every assurance. I speak of the best authority." He hesitated. "Mrs. Lowder's?" "No, I don't call Mrs. Lowder's the best." "Oh, I thought you were just now saying," he laughed, "that everything about her is so good." "Good for you." She was perfectly clear. "For you," she went on, "let her authority be the best. She doesn't believe what you mention, and you must know yourself how little she makes of it. So you can take it from her. I take it." But Milly, with a positive tremor of her emphasis, pulled up. "You take it from Kate?" "From Kate herself." "That she's thinking of no one at all?" "Of no one at all." Then with her intensity she went on. "She has given me her word for it." "Oh," said Lord Mark. To which he next added: "And what do you call her word?" It made Milly on her side stare, though perhaps partly but with the instinct of gaining time for the consciousness that she was already a little further "in" than she had designed. "Why, Lord Mark, what should you call her word?" "Ah, I'm not obliged to say. I've not asked her. You apparently have." Well, it threw her on her defence, a defence that she felt, however, especially as of Kate. "We're very intimate," she said in a moment, "so that, without prying into each other's affairs, she naturally tells me things." Lord Mark smiled as at a lame conclusion. "You mean then she made you of her own movement the declaration you quote?" Milly thought again, though with hindrance rather than help in her sense of the way their eyes now met as for their each seeing in the other more than either said. What she most felt that she herself saw was the strange disposition on her companion's part to disparage Kate's veracity. She could be only concerned to stand up for that. "I mean what I say, that when she spoke of her having no private interest—" "She took her oath to you?" Lord Mark interrupted. Milly didn't quite see why he should so catechise her, but she met it again for Kate. "She left me in no doubt whatever of her being free." At this Lord Mark did look at her, though he continued to smile. "And thereby in no doubt of your being too?" It was as if as soon as he had said it, however, he felt it as something of a mistake, and she couldn't herself have told by what queer glare at him she had instantly signified that. He at any rate gave her glare no time to act further. He fell back on the spot, and with a light enough movement within its rights. "That's all very well. But why in the world, dear lady, should she be swearing to you?" She had to take this "dear lady" as applying to herself, which disconcerted her, when he might now so gracefully have used it for the aspersed Kate. Once more it came to her that she must claim her own part of the aspersion. "Because, as I've told you, we're such tremendous friends." "Oh," said Lord Mark, who for the moment looked as if that might have stood rather for an absence of such rigours. He was going, however, as if he had, in a manner, at the least, got more or less what he wanted. Milly felt, while he addressed his next few words to leave taking, that she had given rather more than she intended or than she should be able, when once more getting herself into hand, theoretically to defend. Strange enough, in fact, that he had had from her about herself, and, under the searching spell of the place, infinitely straight, what no one else had had, neither Kate, nor Aunt Maud, nor Merton Densher, nor Susan Shepherd. He had made her within a minute, in particular, she was aware, lose her presence of mind, and she now wished he would take himself off, so that she might either recover it or bear the loss better in solitude. If he paused, however, she almost at the same time saw it was because of his watching the approach from the end of the sala of one of the gondoliers, who, whatever excursions were appointed for the party with the attendance of the others, always, as the most decorative, most sashed and starched, remained at the palace on the theory that she might whimsically want him, which she never in her caged freedom had yet done. Brown Pasquale, slipping in white shoes over the marble, and suggesting to her perpetually charmed vision, she could scarce say what, either a mild Hindoo, too noiseless almost for her nerves, or simply a barefooted seaman on the deck of a ship. Pasquale offered to sight a small salver, which he obsequiously held out to her with its burden of a visiting card. Lord Mark, and as if also for admiration of him, delayed his departure to let her receive it, on which she read it with the instant effect of another blow to her presence of mind. This precarious quantity was indeed now so gone that even for dealing with Pasquale she had to do her best to conceal its disappearance. The effort was made none the less by the time she had asked if the gentleman were below, and had taken in the fact that he had come up. He had followed the gondolier and was waiting at the top of the staircase. "I'll see him with pleasure," to which she added for her companion while Pasquale went off, "Mr. Merton Densher." "Oh," said Lord Mark, in a manner that, making it resound through the great cool hall, might have carried it even to Densher's ear as a judgment of his identity heard and noted once before. End of Book 7th, Chapter 4. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 8, Chapter 1 of The Wings of the Dove. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Slawson. The Wings of the Dove by Henry James. Densher became aware afresh that he disliked his hotel, and all the more promptly that he had had occasion of old to make the same discrimination. The establishment, choked at that season with the polyglot herd, cockneys of all climes, mainly German, mainly American, mainly English, it appeared as the corresponding sensitive nerve was touched, sounded loud and not sweet, sounded anything and everything but Italian, but Venetian. The Venetian was all the dialect he knew, yet it was pure Attic beside some of the dialects at the Gusling Inn. It made abroad, both for his pleasure and his pain, that he had had to feel at almost any point how he had been through everything before. He had been 3 or 4 times in Venice, during other visits, through this pleasant irritation of paddling away from the concert of false notes in the vulgarised hall, away from the amiable American families and overfed German porters. He had in each case made terms for a lodging more private and not more costly, and he recalled with tenderness these shabby but friendly asylums, the windows of which he should easily know again in passing on canal or through Campo. The shabbiest now failed of an appeal to him, but he found himself at the end of 48 hours forming views in respect to a small independent quartiere far down the Grand Canal, which he had once occupied for a month with a sense of pomp and circumstance, and yet also with a growth of initiation into the homelier Venetian mysteries. The humour of those days came back to him for an hour, and what further befell in this interval, to be brief, was that, emerging on a traghetto in sight of the recognised house, he made out on the green shutters of his young windows, the strips of white pasted paper that figure in Venice as an invitation to tenants. This was in the course of his very first walk apart, a walk replete with impressions to which he responded with force. He had been almost without cessation since his arrival at Palazzo Leporelli, where, as happened, a turn of bad weather on the second day had kept the whole party continuously at home. The episode had passed for him like a series of hours in a museum, though without the fatigue of that, and it had also resembled something that he was still, with a stirred imagination, to find a name for. He might have been looking for the name while he gave himself up subsequently to the ramble. He saw that even after years he couldn't lose his way, crowned with his stare across the water at the little white papers. He was to dine at the palace in an hour or two, and he had lunched there at an early luncheon that morning. He had then been out with the three ladies, the three being Mrs. Lowder, Mrs. Stringham and Kate, and had kept afloat with them under a sufficient Venetian spell until Aunt Maud had directed him to leave them and return to Miss Teale. Of two circumstances connected with this disposition of his person he was even now not unmindful. The first being that the lady of Lancaster Gate had addressed him with high publicity, and as if expressing equally the sense of her companions who had not spoken, but who might have been taken, yes, Susan Shepherd quite equally with Kate, for inscrutable parties to her plan. What he could as little contrive to forget was that he had, before the two others, as it struck him, that was to say, especially before Kate, done exactly as he was bidden, gathered himself up without a protest, and retraced his way to the palace. Present with him still was the question of whether he looked a fool for it, or of whether the awkwardness he felt as the gondola rocked with the business of his leaving it, they could but make, in submission for a landing-place that was none of the best, had furnished his friends with such entertainment as was to cause them, behind his back, to exchange intelligent smiles. He had found Milly Teale 20 minutes later alone, and he had sat with her till the others returned to tea. The strange part of this was that it had been very easy, extraordinarily easy. He knew it was strange only when he was away from her, because when he was away from her he was in contact with particular things that made it so. At the time, in her presence, it was as simple as sitting with his sister might have been, and not, if the point were urged, very much more thrilling. He continued to see her as he had first seen her, that remained ineffaceably behind. Mrs. Lowder, Susan Shepherd, his own Kate might, each in proportion, see her as a princess, as an angel, as a star. But for himself, luckily, she hadn't as yet complications to any point of discomfort. The princess, the angel, the star, were muffled over, ever so lightly and brightly, with the little American girl who had been kind to him in New York, and to whom certainly, though without making too much of it for either of them, he was perfectly willing to be kind in return. She appreciated his coming in on purpose, but there was nothing in that, from the moment she was always at home, that they couldn't easily keep up. The only note the least bit high that had even yet sounded between them was this admission on her part that she found it best to remain within. She wouldn't let him call it keeping quiet, for she insisted that her palace, with all its romance and art and history, had set up round her a whirlwind of suggestion that never dropped for an hour. It wasn't, therefore, within such walls, confinement, it was the freedom of all the centuries, in respect to which Densher granted good-humouredly that they were then blown together, she and he, as much as she liked, through space. Kate had found on the present occasion a moment to say to him that he suggested a clever cousin calling on a cousin afflicted and bored for his pains, and though he denied on the spot the bored, he could so far see it as an impression that he might make that he wondered if the same image wouldn't have occurred to Milly. As soon as Kate appeared again, the difference came up, the oddity, as he then instantly felt it, of his having sunk so deep. It was sinking because it was all doing what Kate had conceived for him. It wasn't in the least doing, and that had been his notion of his life, anything he himself had conceived. The difference, accordingly, renewed, sharp, sore, was the irritant under which he had quitted the palace and under which he was to make the best of the business of again dining there. He said to himself that he must make the best of everything. That was in his mind at the Traghetto, even while, with his preoccupation about changing quarters, he studied across the canal the look of his former abode. It had done for the past. Would it do for the present? Would it play in any manner into the general necessity of which he was conscious? That necessity of making the best was the instinct, as he indeed himself knew, of a man somehow aware that if he let go at one place he should let go everywhere. If he took off his hand, the hand that at least helped to hold it together, the whole queer fabric that built him in would fall away in a minute and admit the light. It was really a matter of nerves. It was exactly because he was nervous that he could go straight, yet if that condition should increase he must surely go wild. He was walking in short on a high ridge, steep down on either side, where the proprieties, once he could face it all remaining there, reduced themselves to his keeping his head. It was Kate who had so perched him, and there came up for him at moments, as he found himself planting one foot exactly before another, a sensible sharpness of irony as to her management of him. It wasn't that she had put him in danger. To be in real danger with her would have had another quality. There glowed for him in fact a kind of rage at what he wasn't having, an exasperation, a resentment, begotten truly by the very impatience of desire, in respect to his postponed and relegated, his so extremely manipulated state. It was beautifully done of her, but what was the real meaning of it unless that he was perpetually bent to her will? His idea from the very first of his knowing her, had been to be, as the French called it, bon prince with her, mindful of the good humour and generosity, the contempt, in the matter of confidence, for small outlays and small savings, that belonged to the man who wasn't generally afraid. There were things enough, goodness knew, for it was the moral of his plight, that he couldn't afford, but what had had a charm for him, if not the notion of living handsomely, to make up for it in another way? Of not at all events reading the romance of his existence in a cheap edition. All he had originally felt in her came back to him, was indeed actually as present as ever. How he had admired and envied what he called to himself a pure talent for life, as distinguished from his own, a poor weak thing of the occasion, amateurishly patched up, only it irritated him the more that this was exactly what was now, ever so characteristically, standing out in her. It was thanks to her pure talent for life, verily, that he was just where he was, and that he was above all just how he was. The proof of a decent reaction in him against so much passivity was, with no great richness, that he at least knew that is, how he was, and how little he liked it as a thing accepted in mere helplessness. He was, for the moment, wistful, but above all described it. That was so large a part of the force as the autumn afternoon closed in, kept him, on his traghetto, positively throbbing with his question. His question connected itself, even while he stood, with his special smothered soreness, his sense almost of shame, and the soreness and the shame were less as he let himself, with the help of the conditions about him, regarded as serious. It was born, for that matter, partly of the conditions, those conditions that Kate had so almost insolently braved, had been willing, without a pang, to see him ridiculously so far as just complacently, exposed to. How little it could be complacently he was to feel, with the last thoroughness before he had moved from his point of vantage. His question, as we have called it, was the interesting question of whether he had really no will left. How could he know, that was the point, without putting the matter to the test? It had been right to be bon prince, and the joy, something of the pride, of having lived, in spirit, handsomely, was even now compatible with the impulse to look into their account. But he held his breath a little as it came home to him the supreme sharpness that, whereas he had done absolutely everything that Kate had wanted, she had done nothing whatever that he had. So it was in fine that his idea of the test by which he must try that possibility kept referring itself, in the warm early dusk, the approach of the southern night, conditions these, such as we just spoke of, to the glimmer, more and more ghostly as the light failed, of the little white papers on his old green shutters. By the time he looked at his watch he had been for a quarter of an hour at this post of observation and reflection, but by the time he walked away again he had found his answer to the idea that had grown so importunate. Since a proof of his will was wanted, it was indeed very exactly in wait for him. It lurked there on the other side of the canal. A ferryman at the little pier had from time to time accosted him, but it was a part of the play of his nervousness to turn his back on that facility. He would go over, but he walked, very quickly, round and round, crossing finally by the Rialto. The rooms, in the event, were unoccupied. The ancient padrona was there with her smile all the radiance, but her recognition all the fable. The ancient rickety objects, too, refined in their shabbiness, amiable in their decay, as to which, on his side, demonstrations were tenderly veracious, so that before he took his way again he had arranged to come in on the morrow. He was amusing about it that evening at dinner, in spite of an odd first impulse, which at the palace quite melted away, to treat it merely as matter for his own satisfaction. This need, this propriety, he had taken for granted even up to the moment of suddenly perceiving, in the course of talk, that the incident would minister to innocent gaiety. Such was quite its effect, with the aid of his picture, an evocation of the quaint, of the humblest rococo, of a Venetian interior in the true old note. He made the point for his hostess that her own high chambers, though they were 1,000-gram things, weren't really this. Made it in fact with such success that she presently declared it his plain duty to invite her on some near day to tea. She had expressed as yet, he could feel it as felt among them all, no such clear wish to go anywhere, not even to make an effort for a parish feast or an autumn sunset, nor to descend her staircase for Titian or Giambellini. It was constantly Densher's view that, as between himself and Kate, things were understood without saying, so that he could catch in her, as she but too freely could in him, innumerable signs of it, the whole soft breath of consciousness meeting and promoting consciousness. This view was so far justified tonight as that Milly's offer to him of her company was to his sense taken up by Kate in spite of her doing nothing to show it. It fell in so perfectly with what she had desired and foretold, that she was, and this was what struck him, sufficiently gratified and blinded by it not to know, from the false quality of his response, from his tone and his very look, which for an instant instinctively sought her own, that he had answered inevitably, almost shamelessly, in a mere time-gaining sense. It gave him on the spot, her failure of perception, almost a beginning of the advantage he had been planning for, that is, at least, if she too were not darkly dishonest. She might, he was not unaware, have made out from some deep part of her the bearing in respect to herself of the little fact he had announced, for she was after all capable of that, capable of guessing and yet of simultaneously hiding her guess. It wound him up a turn or two further, none the less, to impute to her now a weakness of vision by which he could himself feel the stronger. Whatever apprehension of his motive in shifting his abode might have brushed her with its wing, she at all events certainly didn't guess that he was giving their friend a hollow promise. That was what she had herself imposed on him. There had been in the prospect from the first a definite particular point at which hollowness, to call it by its least compromising name, would have to begin. Therefore its hour had now charmingly sounded. Whatever in life he had recovered his old rooms for, he had not recovered them to receive Milly Teale, which made no more difference in his expression of happy readiness than if he had been, just what he was trying not to be, fully hardened and fully base. So rapid, in fact, was the rhythm of his inward drama that the quick vision of impossibility produced in him by his hostess's direct and unexpected appeal had the effect, slightly sinister, of positively scaring him. It gave him a measure of the intensity, the reality of his now mature motive. It prompted in him certainly no quarrel with these things, but it made them as vivid as if they were already flushed with success. It was before the flush of success that his heart beat almost to dread. The dread was but the dread of the happiness to be compassed, only that was in itself a symptom. That a visit from Milly should, in this projection of necessities, strike him as of the least incongruity, quite as a hateful idea, and above all as spoiling, should one put it grossly, his game. The adoption of such a view might of course have an identity with one of those numerous ways of being a fool that seem so to abound for him. It would remain none the less the way to which he should be in advance most reconciled. His mature motive, as to which he allowed himself no grain of illusion, had thus in an hour taken imaginative possession of the place. That precisely was how he saw it seated there, already unpacked and settled, for Milly's innocence, for Milly's beauty, no matter how short a time, to be housed with. There were things she would never recognise, never feel, never catch in the air, but this made no difference in the fact that her brushing against them would do nobody any good. The discrimination and the scruple were for him. So he felt all the parts of the case together, while Kate showed admirably for showing none of them. Of course, however, when hadn't it to be his last word, Kate was always sublime. That came up in all connections during the rest of these first days, came up in especial under pressure of the fact that each time our plighted pair snatched, in its passage, at the good fortune of half an hour together, they were doomed. Densher felt it as all by his act, to spend a part of the rare occasion in wonder at their luck and in study of its queer character. This was the case after he might be supposed to have got, in a manner, used to it. It was the case after the girl, ready always, as we say, with the last word, had given him the benefit of her righting of every wrong appearance, a support familiar to him now in reference to other phases. It was still the case after he possibly might, with a little imagination, as she freely insisted, have made out, by the visible working of the crisis, what idea on Mrs. Lowder's part had determined it. Such as the idea was, and that it suited Kate's own book she openly professed, he had only to see how things were turning out to feel it strikingly justified. Densher's reply to all this vividness was that of course Aunt Maud's intervention hadn't been occult, even for his vividness, from the moment she had written him, with characteristic concentration, that if he should see his way to come to Venice for a fortnight she should engage he would find it no blunder. It took Aunt Maud really to do such things in such ways, just as it took him, he was ready to confess, to do such others as he must now strike them all, didn't he, as committed to. Mrs. Lowder's admonition had been, of course, a direct reference to what she had said to him at Lancaster Gate before his departure, the night Milly had failed them through illness. Only it had at least matched that remarkable outbreak in respect to the quantity of good nature it attributed to him. The young man's discussions of his situation, which were confined to Kate, he had none with Aunt Maud herself, suffered a little, it may be divined, by the sense that he couldn't put everything off, as he privately expressed it, on other people. His ears in solitude were apt to burn with the reflection that Mrs. Lowder had simply tested him, seen him as he was, and made out what could be done with him. She had had but to whistle for him, and he had come. If she had taken for granted his good nature, she was as justified as Kate declared. This awkwardness of his conscience, both in respect to his general plasticity, the fruit of his feeling plasticity, within limits, to be a mode of life like another, certainly better than some, and particularly in respect to such confusion as might reign about what he had really come for, his inward ache was not wholly dispelled by the style, charming as that was, of Kate's poetic versions. Even the high wonder and delight of Kate couldn't set him right with himself when there was something quite distinct from these things that kept him wrong. In default of being right with himself, he had meanwhile, for one thing, the interest of seeing, and quite for the first time in his life, whether on a given occasion that might be quite so necessary to happiness as was commonly assumed, and as he had up to this moment never doubted. He was engaged distinctly in an adventure, he who had never thought himself cut out for them, and it fairly helped him that he was able at moments to say to himself that he mustn't fall below it. At his hotel, alone by night, or in the course of the few late strolls he was finding time to take through dusty, labyrinthine alleys and empty campi, overhung with mouldering palaces, where he paused in disgust at his want of ease, and where the sound of a rare footstep on the enclosed pavement was like that of a retarded dancer in a banquet hall deserted. During these interludes he entertained cold views, even to the point at moments, on the principle that the shortest volleys are the best, of thinking of immediate departure as not only possible but as indicated. He had, however, only to cross again the threshold of Palazzo Leporelli to see all the elements of the business composed, as painters called it, differently. It began to strike him then that departure wouldn't curtail, or would signally coarsen his folly, and that above all, as he hadn't really begun anything, had only consented, but too generously indulged and condoned the beginnings of others, he had no call to treat himself with superstitious rigour. The single thing that was clear in complications was that, whatever happened, one was to behave as a gentleman, to which was added indeed the perhaps slightly less shining truth that complications might sometimes have their tedium beguiled by a study of the question of how a gentleman would behave. This question, I hasten to add, was not in the last resort Densher's greatest worry. 3 women were looking to him at once, and though such a predicament could never be, from the point of view of facility, quite the ideal, it yet had, thank goodness, its immediate workable law. The law was, not to be a brute, in return for amiabilities. He hadn't come all the way out from England to be a brute. He hadn't thought of what it might give him to have a fortnight, however handicapped, with Kate in Venice, to be a brute. He hadn't treated Mrs. Lowder as if in responding to her suggestion he had understood her. He hadn't done that either, to be a brute. And what he had prepared least of all for such an anticlimax was the prompt and inevitable achieved surrender, as a gentleman, oh, that indubitably, to the unexpected impression made by poor, pale, exquisite Milly as the mistress of a grand old palace, and the dispenser of an hospitality more irresistible, thanks to all the conditions, than any ever known to him. This spectacle had for him an eloquence, an authority, a felicity, he scarce knew by what strange name to call it, for which he said to himself that he had not consciously bargained. Her welcome, her frankness, sweetness, sadness, brightness, her disconcerting poetry, as he made shift at moments to call it, helped as it was by the beauty of her whole setting and by the perception at the same time, on the observer's part, that this element gained from her in a manner for effect and harmony as much as it gave. Her whole attitude had, to his imagination, meanings that hung about it, waiting upon her, hovering, dropping and quavering forth again, like vague faint snatches, mere ghosts of sound, of old-fashioned melancholy music. It was positively well for him, he had his times of reflecting, that he couldn't put it off on Kate and Mrs. Lowder, as a gentleman so conspicuously wouldn't, that he had been rather taken in by not having known in advance. There had been now 5 days of it all without his risking even to Kate alone any hint of what he ought to have known, and of what in particular, therefore, had taken him in. The truth was doubtless that really, when it came to any free handling and naming of things, they were living together, the five of them, in an air in which an ugly effect of blurting out might easily be produced. He came back with his friend on each occasion to the blessed miracle of renewed propinquity, which had a double virtue in that favouring air. He breathed on it as if he could scarcely believe it, yet the time had passed, in spite of this privilege, without his quite committing himself, for her ear, to any such comment on Milly's high style and state as would have corresponded with the amount of recognition it had produced in him. Behind everything for him was his renewed remembrance, which had fairly become a habit, that he had been the first to know her. This was what they had all insisted on, in her absence, that day at Mrs. Lowder's, and this was in especial what had made him feel its influence on his immediately paying her a second visit. Its influence had been all there, been in the high-hung rumbling carriage with them, from the moment she took him to drive, covering them in together as if it had been a rug of softest silk. It had worked as a clear connection with something lodged in the past, something already their own. He had more than once recalled how he had said to himself, even at that moment, at some point in the drive, that he was not there, not just as he was in so doing it, through Kate and Kate's idea, but through Milly and Milly's own, and through himself and his own, unmistakably, as well as through the little facts, whatever they had amounted to, of his time in New York. End of Book 8, Chapter 1.